The strongest dull prince's secret battle for the throne. I don't care about the throne, but since I don't want to die, I think I will make my little brother the emperor. Volume 10. By Timbre. Translated by Grave Robber TL. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 36. Chapter 374. The Prince's Triumphant Return. 2 weeks after Leo defeated Gordon, the Imperial capital was in celebration. After all, the hero prince who defeated the rebels has just made his triumphant return. Prince Leonard. Hooray, the hero prince. Cheers to our Prince Leonard. With the achievement of defeating Gordon, the hated rebel who plunged the Imperial capital into turmoil and despair, Leo's reputation has reached an all-time high. While receiving great cheers from the citizens, Leo and the army led by him entered the Imperial capital and proceeded to enter the Imperial Sword Castle. Even after his figure disappeared into the castle, the cheers did not stop. While listening to those cheers, Leo has reached the top floor of the castle. His destination was the throne room. I have returned, Your Majesty. Chem, good work rooting out the rebels. I apologize for taking such a long time. It was not your fault. You did a good job. I'm proud of you, Leonard. I am grateful. After a short conversation, Emperor Johannes leaned back on the throne. Leo also raises his face up to meet his father. A bitter smile floats up on his face. This is because of the dissatisfied expression on Johannes's. Now, I have one thing I have to ask you. Yes. What do you wish to ask, Your Majesty? My order was for you and Arnold to return together. Why are you the only one returning here? Leo gives a vague smile in response to Johannes's cramped cheeks. Certainly, both princes were ordered to return together. However, Leo returned alone. It is a clear violation of his order, but it doesn't matter much. After all, they have produced results. Regarding that, I was instructed to give Your Majesty this letter. Saying so, Leo produced a letter from his pocket. It was written by Ul. Johannes's frown deepened as he received the letter via the Prime Minister and roughly opened it. The content was more decent than Johannes had expected. Please forgive me for greeting you with such a letter, Father. I still cannot go back to the Imperial capital. The North is currently still unstable. With the loss of Duke Lowenstein, the Pillar of the North, rather than a victory celebration, the whole northern region is in mourning. They need someone to support them. That is why I chose to stay. Reading the first paragraph, Johannes smiles mockingly at the letter. Johannes was well aware of that. He already intended to entrust the maintenance of the North to Ul, who had gained the trust of the northern aristocrats. The reason he wanted him back in the first place was to personally give him the official appointment. However, Ul refused to come back. Thinking that there must be a reason behind it, Johannes continues reading the letter. I believe that you've already heard about this in the report, but Duke Lowenstein had contacted me since the early stage and gave me advice while waiting for a chance to make his move. The loyalty of the northern aristocrats always lies with Father. All that I have achieved was due to their help. I have made a promise to prove that to you. Using my position as a prince as a guarantee, I promised them that you would give them the appropriate reward and give them the respect that they deserved. I will not move away from this place until that promise is fulfilled. If that is done, I am willing to accept any command. Johannes's frown loosened a little. In a sense, this letter is a threat to Johannes. With a prince who gained the trust of the northern nobles holding himself up in the north, this can give birth to a second Gordon. In fact, if Johannes punishes the northern aristocrats, Ul will use force to fulfill their demand. That's the meaning behind his choice to remain in the north. However, that was not what Johannes was frowning at. It appears that my son is wiping my ass for me. Franz. The cold treatment the north received was not your doing, Your Majesty. You simply did not put an end to it. I always know what was happening, but I kept putting it off. I could stop it, but I didn't. I'm sure that they resent me. I have thought that this relationship couldn't be fixed within my reign. An emperor can never bow to their vassal. If I admit my wrong, then it will only shake the authority of the throne. In other words, it will only make the empire unstable. However, Now he gets the chance to right his wrong. With the story being that it was not but the northern aristocrats who raised this big achievement, it has become easier for him to reward them and shut up the other nobles. A letter addressed to by Duke Lowenstein had already been delivered to Johannes. And Johannes did not pursue the truth behind it. Forging such a letter is very easy, but the fact that the northern aristocrats had been on the emperor's side since the beginning and made many meritorious deeds in the war was more convenient. I shall declare it here. The role that the northern aristocrats played in this rebellion was truly remarkable. They have moved in conjunction with the 7th Prince Arnold and made many outstanding achievements. I shall reward the northern aristocrats for their great deeds at a later date. They are our heroes. From here on, any insult directed to them will be equivalent to an insult toward me. Such a thing is unforgivable. Let it be known. Declaring so, Johannes looks at the bag of the letter. The text there was written crudely, which was in contrast to the previous page. That being said, that was just a front. I don't want to come back because you might get angry since I brought out the Imperial flag without permission. I have done it for the country. If you find it in your heart to forgive me, please write me a letter and I will come back in no time. That idiot's son, I absolutely will not forgive him. If you are going to do something like that, then tell me so from the start. I'm going to teach him some manners after he comes back. After shouting so, Johannes angrily throws away the letter. The Prime Minister picked it up and took a quick look at it. Then, it seems that His Highness will not be coming back for a while. This is so irritating. He just used the fact that his presence in the north is good for the country as a cover. He just doesn't want to get scolded when he comes back. Well, all things considered, everything went according to the schedule, no? There's no helping it. Johannes's expression looked like he just bit into a can of worms. He stood up from the throne and declared to everyone present in the throne room. With the cooperation of the northern aristocrats, the 7th Prince Arnold has made a great achievement. As a reward for that achievement, he will be given the title of the Warden of the North and entrusted with its rule. On behalf of my brother, I thank you, Leo said. Looking at him, Johannes sighs. Once in a while, I think that it's okay for you to force Arnold to come along with you, you know? I can't beat Ni-san so. Seriously, you should rest for a while. The kingdom front is in a stalemate. We will swap out the army soon. Once I recall Traugott, I will entrust you with the battle with the kingdom. As you command. Another front line. Still, Leo won't complain. Since it is a war with the kingdom, he thought that he should settle it with his own hands. Leonard, this war with the kingdom, if it ends well, your wish will come true. Thank you very much. When he was about to depart to the north, Leo had requested a private talk with Johannes. He wanted his permission to marry Saint Letitia. However, the situation at the time was just too bad. That's why Johannes didn't give a clear answer back then. But it is different now. The one they are at war with is the faction that wants to eliminate Letitia in the kingdom. If he can defeat them, Letitia will return to being the symbol of the kingdom. If the hero prince of the empire and the saint of the kingdom get married, perhaps a new path can be opened for both countries. I shall give it my all to meet your expectations. Don't be so stiff. You do not have to rush. Just do your best at your own pace. After he gave Leo those parting words, Johannes left the throne room. Chapter 375. Dangerous Women. Northern region of the Empire. At Deuce, the center of the Zweig territory. There, after I saw Leo off, I have been sleeping through each day. The lunch is ready, you know. You are still sleeping? Char entered my room. Char, who tentatively took over the title of Marquis Zweig, is busy running around every day to fix the damage the North suffered from the Civil War. In fact, the eastern side of the North where Gordon took as his base was severely damaged. Not only the building, but the people also suffered great damage. The lines of the nobles ruling the area weren't cut, but their family head was either dead or injured. In addition, many of their subjects were lost because they refused to obey Gordon. There is a shortage of both human resources and supplies. That's why many have come to Char for consultation. Right now she is probably the busiest person in the north. It's still midday, right? Let me sleep. You said that, but you intend to sleep all day, right? You should help me out sometimes. I can't. You understand why, right? I'm staying in the north while ignoring the emperor's order to return to the capital. If I move too much, then it may seem like I am building up a force. That's why I should not move. At least until father gives me his answer. So you told me, but that doesn't mean that you have to sleep all day, right? Being seen as lazy is important, you know. You are just acting the same as you originally were, right? It's all the same, isn't it? I answer while lying down on the bed. As long as it does not stimulate my father, anything goes. I don't think that father will misunderstand, but I don't want to give the other nobles a hand to play. Whatever. Just get up for the time being. How about you just honestly say it? You hate it because I am sleeping while you are busy all day, right? Yeah, that's right. Even though I am so busy, I have to watch a prince sleep all day long. So just get up already. With that said, Char pulls me out of bed. Just like that, I was yanked out of bed and taken out of the room. I was taken to the dining hall. Meals were prepared there. Anyway, just have your lunch. This is your breakfast, right? I can't eat because I just woke up. The bread alone is enough. That is beyond unhealthy. You will get sick, you know. If it comes to that, then take care of me. I will consider it if you really get sick. Being told so by her, I sat down with a shrug. Then I pick up a piece of bread from a nearby plate and tear it into small pieces before putting it in my mouth. It's delicious. It might even be tastier than the one I was served in the castle. As I learned by staying in the north, the food here is very delicious. During the war, there were no elaborate dishes, so I didn't notice it. I wasn't so particular about taste in the first place. However, it was during these calm days that I realized how delicious they are. The north would have made a killing selling these bread. It's impossible. With all the cold treatment, no merchant ever approaches us. The first order of business now would be to lure those merchants over, but we need money to do that. The north has no such money right now. We are putting it all into the Reconstruction after all. Merchants here. I can think of someone who might be able to help her with that. However, with no authority of my own, writing him a letter would only be a bother to him. By the way, it seems that Prince William has left the mainland, you know. I see. That being said, when he returns to his home country, there should be a lot for him to deal with though. Now that Gordonaniu is gone, the United Kingdom has no chance of winning. The United Kingdom will think that we have the advantage here and want to make peace with the Empire. However, the Empire is not so kind as to make peace with them without any kind of compensation. To that end, a sacrifice would be required. The United Kingdom will pin everything on William. William has returned to his country with a sizable amount of soldiers, but he won't be able to resist the royal decree. What he will do next will shape the future of the United Kingdom. You looked worried. Are you concerned about Prince William? Well, yeah. Henrik supposedly followed him back after all. It has been confirmed that Henrik, who was on Gordonaniu's side, has fled to the Dominion together with William. He will surely have a hard time from now on. There is no place left for him anywhere. Just what is William intending to do with him? Even when he betrayed the country, you still worried about him? Is it because he is your younger brother? The war is over. The United Kingdom will not attack again. All that remains is the cleanup. It's fine for me to worry about him, right? We weren't at war with each other out of hatred. We just did because we had to. Are you not angry? I am more astounded than angry. At how he ended up being such an idiot, that is. Henrik's position was in jeopardy since Sandoranu took part in the rebellion. That's why after she died, he followed Gordonaniu. Still, if he had stayed, there was a chance for him to recover his position. Seeing the desperate situation, it seems that Henrik chose an easy way out. I heard that Prince Henrik saw Prince Leonard as a rival. He wouldn't listen to a word you say anyway, right? It's unreasonable to think that you could have done something for him, you know? Right. It's already over after all. It's no use worrying about him now. If there is something I can do, then I will do it. At least for the time being, I can do nothing for him. When I was thinking so, Sebas suddenly appeared behind me. Arnold-sama. What is it? A messenger from His Majesty the Emperor has arrived, sir. Finally her. In response to Sebas's report, I give him a big nod. I was already tired of waiting. Will you be fine? Don't worry. My father isn't so stupid to turn both me and the North into his enemy in this situation. Saying so, I stood up. I then went out of the mansion to welcome the messenger. At the main gate of the mansion, a carriage had arrived there. A flag indicating that the carriage belongs to the Emperor's messenger is attached, and there are Imperial knights standing guard around it. It has been a long time, Your Highness Arnold. Long time no see, Captain Olivier. Olivier Sarrault, the captain of the 11th Imperial Knight Corps. She is the captain who was guarding Finn at the guild headquarters. While muttering inside that it might not be that long since we last met, I turned to the carriage. There, the person that I expected to come emerged from the carriage. It has been a long time. Ulsama. It's been a while, Finn. The messenger was Finn. She has a letter in her hand. I was appointed His Majesty the Emperor's messenger. I am to deliver this personal letter to Ulsama, but before that, I will relay His Majesty's decree, said Finn with a soft smile. Then, the 7th Prince Arnold Lakes Adler has cooperated with the nobles of the North and made great achievements. To reward this, I hereby appoint you, the Warden of the North, with the authority to rule over the northern region. I was ordered to assist you in your work here. I accept. It seems that we are going to get busy again. I will be in your care. I as well. Also, this is the letter from His Majesty. I was instructed to have Ulsama read it immediately. Finn probably doesn't know the letter's content either. I roughly open it. It's probably some kind of sermon anyway. Seriously, this father of mine really never learned. If you can change someone with a sermon, then I would have changed a long time ago. Let alone doing through a letter. I guess the one in need of discipline is not me, her. Let's see. I took out the folded letter and opened it. However, what I found inside was not a sermon. It was surprisingly a short sentence. It says, I've already sent Liselot and Elna your way to capture the Dominion. The rest is up to you. After reading it once, I checked the sentence again and again. However, the content does not change. I stare at the letter thinking that if I stare at it hard enough another sentence might come up, but no more sentence appears. After struggling with it for a while, I arrived at one conclusion. All right, we are running. Sebas. What for, sir? 2 dangerous women are coming toward us from both the east and the west. Oh, I see. Then you should give up, sir. Her Highness Liselot aside, you can't escape from Elnasama after all. We have to at least try, right? Have you ever managed to escape her before, sir? I'm not the same as the past me anymore. So what's the difference now? A voice came from the sky. While knowing well whose it is, I can't bring myself to look up. When I was being like that, a sound of someone landing rang from behind me. Turn this way now. I cover my ears and shout aloud to drown out the voice. I didn't notice anything. I heard nothing. However, I was forcibly turned around and I am now facing Elna, whose face is filled with smiles. Now, won't you show me how you are different from the old you? Oh. Captain Olivier, it's a demon. Subdue her, quick. No, I will be going back to the capital. I shall leave Captain Elna to escort your Highness and Finsama now. Thank you for your hard work, Olivier. Let's have tea together next time. See you around. Do it in moderation, okay? With that said, Olivier and her knights left. Now, there are only me, Finn, and Elna. Well, for the time being, how about you tell me why you were trying to run? I went out of my way to fly here in a hurry, you know. That's totally unnecessary. It's not unnecessary at all. If I leave all alone it will be dangerous, right? Do you know what is going on? Father ordered you to escort me because he only wanted to annoy me, you know. You are an emperor-approved nuisance, you know. That's only how you take it. You are aware that being appointed as the Warden of the North is like being appointed the King of the North, right? Man up and act properly now. They won't acknowledge you if you don't get your act together, you know. A nightmare. This is a nightmare. What nightmare? The fact the Lizaranu will be joining us too is. I want to immediately run away, but I can't because Elna already grabbed my collar. Seeing me being dragged away by her, Finn started giggling at the scene. Chapter 376. Each of their role. First of all, congratulations on your appointment as the Warden of the North, Ulsama. Ah, thanks. I feel like there are a lot of extras tagging along with the position though. Finn congratulated me with a pure smile. On the other hand, I replied while glancing sideways at Elna. What? Are you saying that I and Lislot-sama are unnecessary here? You should cry and be thankful for our presence instead, you know. The strongest general of the empire and the heir of the brave house together is excessive. With that much force concentrated in the north, it's clear that I am being tested. I have to work hard and show my loyalty to father. Otherwise, the nobles in the capital will start making noise. In other words, I can't relax here anymore. That is quite terrible. For Arnold-sama alone, that is. Exactly. I thought that I would only be helping with the reconstruction of the north. But now I have to manage the logistical support for both the reconstruction and the Dominion invasion. I originally planned to gradually reconstruct the north. It will take time for this place to recover. However, if I have to provide logistical support for the invasion as well, there is a need for me to go the extra mile. Knock knock. The door to the room was knocked when I was holding my head at the troublesome task at hand. After I gave my permission, Char entered the room. Excuse me. You came, Char. Let me introduce you. This is Elna von Umsberg, captain of the 3rd Imperial Night Corps, and this is Finn von Kleinet, the Emperor's messenger. I was appointed the Warden of the North. These two will be staying here to act as my escort and assistant. I've heard many rumors about the prodigy of the Brave House and the Blaumo. I am Charlotte von Lohenstein. It is nice to meet you. I've heard rumors about you too. The new Thunder God of the North. It seems that you have made many achievements in the previous war. Nice to meet you, Charlotte-san. I was intending to visit you later. Leo-sama has talked to His Majesty and His Majesty has given his permission for you to inherit the title of Marquis Zweig. Please refer to yourself as Marchioness Zweig from now on. Is that true? Thank you very much. Char smiled happily in response to Finn's words. The title of Duke Lohenstein was taken over by the Duke's son. Due to his illness, I am still worried, but if he can act as a bridge to the next generation, then it should be fine. With this, the nobles of the North are united. Nothing will start if they are not united after all. It is all thanks to your Highness. You have my gratitude. Stop it. Just act the same as usual. Before being my vassal, you are my friend, right? That is. With your Highness as the Warden of the North, your Highness has to stand above every noble of the North. I cannot show that to them unless I change my way to address your Highness. You told me that you won't judge me by my title, right? A title doesn't change a person. I am still the same person who refused to get out of bed for the past few days, no? So you were living such a self-deprecating life, See, Elna never changed her attitude toward me. That's one of her few good points. You should try to be like her. I have a lot of good points, all right. Don't say it like that. Elna replies and Finn soothes her. Seeing that Char laughs at the scene, she now knows that it is fine to act the same as before. Then, I will be in your care. Oh. Yeah, I will be in your care too. She once told me that she will call me once I paid back my debt. She never once called me that before. It seems that Char will also be able to take a new step from here. Despite her hate for the Imperial family, she recognized me as her friend after all. Well then, let's get to work. Sebas, we are going to write some letters. Understood, sir. I shall prepare for it immediately. Char, write a letter to each noble of the North on my behalf. Tell them that I have been appointed as the Warden of the North and that I will devote all my effort into the reconstruction. Okay. Finn, Elna. Can I borrow your names? Fine, do as you pleased. I do not mind, but what are you going to use it for? The eastern side of the North was the base of the rebels. The nobles there lost their territory and received grave wounds. They need special care. So I want you to write letters to them directly. The name of the brave house and the Blau Mo will come into handy. When I finished explaining so, Sebas came back. He holds a lot of paper in his hands. Cha took most of them and left the room saying that she will be working in her room. Her enthusiasm really helped. You sure got along well, didn't you? Calling each other using nicknames already. Amazing, right? I made friends with the granddaughter of Marquis Zweig and Duke Lowenstein. I'm starting to get scared of my overflowing charm now. As expected of Ulsama. Well, I guess so. Among the current members of the Imperial family, I think Ul is the only one who can pull it off after all. The North has a deep dislike toward the Imperial family. Among them, Duke Lowenstein was the one who hated us the most, while the one who suffered the most was Marquis Zweig. Cha admired both of her grandfathers, and one of them was involved in a conflict with the Imperial family while one of them died due to the harsh burden the Imperial family shoved onto him. She will surely hold a grudge against the Imperial family her entire life. Still, she recognized me as her friend. This achievement alone is what I am proud of. Cha is the pillar that will support the North in the future. I am laying down the foundation for that purpose. The reason why I took the trouble of entrusting the Reconstruction to her even while her position was still a temporary one was because of that. Father also thinks the same. We will get busy from now on. I will be counting on you too, okay? Please leave it to me. Even with my limited ability, I will give it my all. I will do what I can too. If that's the case, then I have something that I want your help with right away. I handed a piece of paper to Elna. It's a blank piece of paper. Suspicion floated on Elna's face. What is this? I want you to find out the routes and necessary forces to capture the Dominion. I think that the quickest way would be to send me and Liselot Sama straight to the Dominion though. I am counting on you to find other forces besides that. Finn, go and help Elna. Yes. The two left the room while discussing the task they were entrusted with. Now, all that remains is Sebas. I took out a piece of paper and wrote a letter. The recipient is not the nobles of the North. This would surely be too much for Lizaranu. And more importantly, that person's network will be useful. Will he accept it, sir? He is a busy person after all. He will come. With that said, it would help if he can bring the Knights of the East with him. Lizaranu won't be able to bring that many of her men up north anyway. We can't thin the defense of the east border after all. With that being the case, we would end up needing the army of the North for the invasion. I want to avoid that. Also, with just one word from him, the entire nobles of the East will unite. There is no noble of the East that doesn't owe him after all. If it's a request from me, it should be easy for him to set out. The only problem left is his relationship with Lizaranu though. Well, it should be fine. I will be able to call him my brother-in-law soon anyway. With that said, I write to the Duke of the East. A letter to Duke Rainfeld. Chapter 377. Shoulder crushing. Alright, this should do it. After several trials and errors, I finally completed my letter to Duke Rainfeld. At first, I wrote so many roundabout sentences like, "It would be great if you can visit us," or, "You owe me but it just doesn't feel right." In the first place, it would be a real problem if he doesn't come to the North. So, in the end, I just write that we are dealing with a lot of troubles here and would like his help. Sebas. Dispatch an urgent messenger to Thale. Deliver this letter to Finn. While you are there, tell Marquis Greisner's Dragon Knights to come here too. As you command, sir. If I take too much time, Lizaranu may arrive first. I'm sure that Anu has received the order, but it's her we are talking about here. She will surely write a reply to father and arrange things at her end before coming here. Preparing the necessary forces, the war with the Dominion, and the cleanup afterward. We are asking a lot from her. However, she will definitely come. The Dominion is where the Crown Prince died. For Lizaranu, it is a country she has a score to settle with. She wouldn't leave it to others, and since father knows that, he decided to entrust the invasion to her. All right. Let's move on to the letters for the nobles here. Because I slept all day lately, I am getting stiff just by writing a single letter. However, I can't afford to not do it. Let's do my best to let the work flow properly. I went to my desk with that intention. After I vigorously wrote letters to the northern aristocrats, I sank down on the desk. As expected, that was really tiring. I'm done. Elna barged into the room without a knock. I kinda knew who it was before the door was opened from the footsteps though. Leave it over there. What? Don't tell me that you are tired just from writing letters. Exactly. But what of it? Unbelievable. You should try to act more like all the diligent workers out there you know. People have their own pace. I put a lot of care into my letters you know. Unlike a certain someone. What are you trying to say? I meant literally what I said though. As I replied while leaning down on the desk, my ear was pulled up. Correct that. I refuse. Ara, is that so? Elna smiled and walked behind me. She placed her hand on my shoulder with a terrifying smile. And, ouch, that hurts. Ouch. I told you that it hurt, right? Your shoulder is quite stiff here. Let me loosen it up for you. You can thank me too, you know? You are not loosening. You are crushing it. Stop. My shoulder. Shoulder rubbing properly is not something so simple. I screamed as my shoulder was being crushed. Hearing my scream, Char entered the room in a hurry. What's going on? Char. Help. I'm only giving you a shoulder massage, so don't act like you are the victim, all right? Gya. Perhaps she doesn't like that I am asking for Char's help. Elna's grip increased in strength. The pain was too much that I bent my back and tried to twist my body away, but Elna's grip never loosened. Seeing me like that, Char tries to help me. Is this not going overboard? It's all right. This much is fine. But he will skimp on his work if you spoil him, so you definitely shouldn't let him have his way, you know. Even so, I think that you shouldn't hurt him. Char replied. The two's eyes intersected. If you don't know, I will tell you. I am Ul's childhood friend. I know how to handle him better than anyone else. Can you not interfere? Oh, I see. So you are the childhood friends who almost killed him several times from the story. What? Ul. What did you tell her? I was only stating the facts. You changed it to suit your story, right? It was only one time that you almost died, you know. Almost dying once is plenty enough. If you don't loosen your strength a bit, Ul will break, you know. Char plunges at Elna and tries to peel her hand off me. However, Elna's hand doesn't even budge. Can you let go of my hand? I'm still in the middle of my massage. You might not know because you are from the Brave House, but the act of inflicting severe pain on someone's shoulder is not called a massage, you know. You are trying to say that I am ignorant of the world. No, not at all. I'm just simply thinking that you might be a little lacking in the common sense department. Elna took her hand off my shoulder. I thought that my shoulder was a goner. After confirming that my shoulder is still there, I nervously looked back. Char and Elna were glaring at each other with a smile on their faces. I don't know what they are doing, but I only have one way to describe the situation. Their faces are smiling, but their atmosphere is definitely not. When cold sweat started to run down my back, the door was gently opened. The tea is ready. It was a cheerful voice that didn't match the tense atmosphere of the room. The one who entered the room was Finn, who was carrying a set of tea. Finn didn't seem to care about the tingling atmosphere between the two and began to prepare the black tea she brought. The tea leaves in the north are a little different than the ones in the Imperial capital. Being so close to their production area really makes all the difference, isn't it? I have prepared sweets as well, so let's take a break. Why, yeah, I'm saved. Geez. Perhaps due to Finn's my pace power, Elna left my side first. It seems that she doesn't want to start a fight in front of Finn. With Elna stepping back, Char also withdrew. During that time, Finn prepared tea for everyone. Here, Ulsama. Thanks. It's been a while since I get to drink your tea, Finn. That's true. Ulsama was busy with a lot of things after all. Apparently, Finn is dismissing the events so far as my busy period. After handing me the tea, Finn also served it to Elna. Elna-sama was amazing, you know, Ulsama. She quickly set the invasion route and figured out the necessary force to accomplish it. The people of the mansion who gave us the information on the Dominion were amazing as well. That was fast work, her. Oh, obviously, right? Don't group me together with you, I'll. Saying so, Elna turned away. She's probably glad to be praised. After looking at Elna with a smile, Finn handed Char her tea. Please. Thank you very much. Charlotte-san is Duke Lowenstein's granddaughter. My father told me that he rode with him to the battlefield several times. It seems that they have a personal relationship with each other as well. Is that the case? It is the first time I hear it. Oja-sama didn't talk much about himself after all. An excellent person often doesn't talk much about themselves. My father also lamented in the letter that his loss was regrettable. The Kleinert house is moving to support the North. If there is anything that we can help with, please feel free to consult us. We will do anything we can to help. I'm grateful. Finn-sama. No, it is only natural. Also, can you please stop adding the honorifics? It is strange when you have already done so with Ulsama, but do it with me, right? However, please feel free to call me Finn. I will call Charlotte-san or Char-san from now on as well. If the two of us get along well, it will help with the relationship between the West and the North, no? Please think of this as doing it for your territory. With that said, Finn winked and waited for Char to call her name. Char was at a loss for a while, but since she was told that it was for her territory, Char nervously opens her mouth. Then, allow me to call you Finn. You don't have to speak so politely. I would appreciate it if Char-san can treat me like you treat Ulsama. I understand. But I don't know how to treat girls of the same age as me. There wasn't that many around, so. Is that true? I am the same. We are unexpectedly similar, aren't we? Saying so, Finn started chatting with Char. Char also seemed like she found it easier to talk to Finn, and she started to relax. Seeing that the atmosphere is not so tense anymore was a relief. It's nice to have Finn here. If it had been as it was, it might have developed into a quarrel after all. Letting Char and Elna fight is not desirable at all. But this already happened when Lizaranyu still isn't here yet. It's clear that the situation will spiral out of control with Lizaranyu addition. As I thought, I want Duke Rainfeld to come here as soon as possible. While making that determination, I drank the tea. Chapter 378. Amelia. Imperial Sword Castle. There are many spires in this castle that appear like a sword from the outside. There are some spires that no one knows how to reach. The reason behind that was the countless secret passages constructed during many renovations the castle received. During the rebellion in the capital, several were used and sealed off. However, there was a passage that went unnoticed. The reason being that its existence was only known to the emperor himself. A spire that can never be reached by a normal route. The secret passage that leads to it can be entered only from Emperor Johannes's private quarter near the throne room. It's the first time I've brought another person here. Sometimes I thought that your majesty disappeared off somewhere, but I never thought that there would be a secret room in a place like this. As Johannes walks down the secret passage, Mitsuba's figure can be seen walking behind him. Johannes intentionally summoned and brought her here. "We are here," said Johannes as he stopped his feet. It looked like a dead end no matter how one looks at it. However, the moment Johannes placed his hand on the wall, a door emerged from it. Johannes opens that door. As she followed Johannes, who entered the room, Mitsuba immediately felt a coldness from inside. It was an ice house. Why is there an ice house inside the Imperial Sword Castle? That question floated in her mind, but she immediately realized the answer. There was an ice casket in the center of the ice house. A person was sleeping inside the transparent casket. Amelia. A beauty with long blonde hair. She is peacefully sleeping inside the casket. The Emperor's second consort and the mother of Liselot and Krista. Amelia Lakes Adler was there. Formerly, I made her a grave, but I wanted her here with me. It was partly because I was suspicious about her death as well, though. According to Susan's story, Amelia redirected the curses to herself. If that is true, then, didn't she intentionally endanger herself? She didn't tell me anything. There were days where I thought that she wanted to sacrifice herself for the Empire, but I was just not convinced. If she noticed that Susan was trying to harm the children, then she could have brought it to my attention. What is the reason for her to endanger her own life? It's hard to imagine that she didn't expect the curse to take her life. Amelia had thorough knowledge about magic after all. Her action was indeed strange, but did she not do it because she had no other choice? I think about that too. But what could corner her like that? Did she intentionally kill herself? If she only wanted to dispel Susan's curse, then there were many options she could choose. If her action is telling them something, then it is saying that Amelia's death was necessary. Amelia's death doesn't have much impact on the succession war. If she chose to die protecting Liselott and Krista, then it doesn't make sense provided that Susan was still out there. It must be a reason that we are not aware of. I have been looking for that reason, but I still don't have the answer. I am the same. Right. But before her death, Amelia left me a letter. It was addressed to me alone. I have never heard of that. Why did you hide it? Because of its content. And it was only a short sentence. The letter says that, you must never trust in any other consorts aside from Mitsuba. Mitsuba looked at Amelia in the casket with a surprise. Amelia and Mitsuba were very close to each other. They were not similar in character, but they got along well. Since Amelia was like that, it would not be strange for her to write that letter for Mitsuba's sake. However, Your Majesty, in a certain sense, that is a suicide note. Amelia did what she did knowing that she was going to die. Not only Susan, she was trying to warn you about the other consorts as well. This is baffling. That's right. It is something that I haven't been able to solve for a long time. But Amelia was not someone that would do something without meaning. So, on the surface, I tried to be fair and kept a distance from the other consorts. In the end, that ended up backfired though. Whether it be Susan or Sophia, Johannes had placed a distance between himself and them. That also spread to their children as the succession war intensified. If Johannes and his consorts had a solid bond with each other, something foolish like a rebellion may not have occurred in the first place. It was the distance Johannes took away from the inner palace that caused this. However, he didn't do it for no reason. Why did she say that it is fine for Your Majesty to trust me? Looking at Amelia's actions, it was as if she couldn't trust herself. Perhaps she took her own life because of that. I don't know. I don't know the full details, but a lot of strange things have happened a lot lately. Whether it's Xandra or Gordon, they weren't so foolish as to cause a rebellion. There were talks about their changes since they joined the succession war as well. Right. People can go mad over power. I thought that they might have changed because of the magic of the throne, but Leonard told me something. In his last moment, Gordon acted like his old self. Seeing Johannes frowned, Mitsuba cast her eyes down. Normally, an emperor should not favor any of his children. However, Johannes was different. He loves every single one of his children. Even though he knew that it would bring him pain when the succession war arrives. He never treated any of them coldly. That was fine until a few years ago. After all, everyone thought that there would be no succession war in this generation. His firstborn, Prince Wilhelm, was the perfect crown prince. That's why Johannes is in a more painful position than the other emperors in the past. He has to oversee his beloved children fight for the throne. Your Majesty, do you think that there is a reason behind Xandra and Gordon's changes? Of course. Amelia chose to die herself. Why? If she noticed that she was changing, then everything started to make sense. Even so, I've never heard of a spell that can change others' personality. I've never heard of one either. But what if there was? Amelia may have noticed that she was changing and killed herself before she was completely changed. If it's her, then she will definitely do it. Hearing Johannes, Mitsuba quietly sighed. Everything was only speculation. It is possible that it is, but it is also possible that it isn't. However, there was one thing in his speculation that matched her hypothesis of what happened. Mitsuba is worried about whether to say it or not. She is worried that it might accelerate Johannes's speculation. However, staying silent will only further the damage. Emperor Johannes will be deeply hurt. That's why she says it. For Johannes's sake. Your Majesty. That is only a speculation. That's right. There's no evidence. Even so, if so, let's talk based on that premise. Let's say that Amelia noticed the change and killed herself, that a magic or a curse that changes personality truly exists. Why did she kill herself? Why did she only trust me? I'm sure that the answer lies with our children. What do you mean? The Imperial family has earned a lot of resentment, but it is still difficult to do anything directly to its members. Even if someone were to cast a personality-changing spell directly on the princes and princesses, they all carry the strong magic resistance in their blood. If that is the case, what will you do? The answer is to use an indirect method involving the people closest to them. No matter how young the people who draw the blood of Adler are, they will carry its power. However, the consorts living in the inner palace are different. Don't tell me. It is just a theory. However, if you think about it, it makes sense. It fits too well. She trusted me, because I did not interfere with how my children grew up. Parents who do not directly teach their children can't influence them indirectly. And the reason Amelia chose to kill herself was because she was trying to protect her children and you, Your Majesty. Amelia was the closest to Your Majesty after all. To control the Emperor, you use the woman closest to him. Amelia was always in the Emperor's heart even after her death. Through Amelia, someone might be able to get to the Emperor himself. Amelia killed herself to crush that possibility. If they take it like that, then it makes sense. However, there is still no evidence. So the reason why Xandra and Gordon changed was that they were influenced through their mothers? I do not know, but it is true that both Xandra and Gordon carried high expectations from their mothers. It might be the case where the closer they are to their mother, the more extreme the change becomes. If that is true, then what can I do? If that is truly the case, then I can't trust Eric either. I can't say anything more. If that speculation holds, I could actually be the mastermind, or I am using your speculation to suit my convenience. For the sake of my children. You are not that kind of person. We are talking about this because it is possible. What you must do still hasn't changed. The succession war is still ongoing. Both Eric and Leo's faction have grown powerful. If the Emperor favors one of the two and chooses one of them as the crown prince, the empire will be divided in two. Please calm your mind and objectively look at the big picture. Like you have done so far. Mitsuba reminds Johannes. Leo finally caught up with Eric. From now on, the more achievements they make, the closer they will be closer to the position of the crown prince. The succession war will only grow fiercer. Just who on earth would do something like this? The question now is not who. It is still all speculation after all. But if this is true, the empire is under attack. With an insidious and clever plan at that. 2 consorts, a prince and a princess, were already sacrificed. If there is truly a culprit, then they would be gaining momentum right now. We cannot let them gain the upper hand any further than this. That's right. I can't allow them to do as they pleased anymore. Johannes, who grew weak from the shock, recovered. Seeing that, Mitsuba secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. He can't get anything done if he is down like he was before. Everything is only a speculation. However, if they can find proof, then it will no longer be one. I'm having Liselot attack the Dominion. They will fall soon. In the meantime, I will look into it again. The death of the crown prince. That would be wise. Mitsuba stares at Amelia while agreeing with the Emperor. Things wouldn't become like this if she had left them with more information. The question left now is if Amelia could leave them a suicide note. Why couldn't she left them with more information? However, even fragmented, this information is their best lead. The path ahead will be steep. Mitsuba left the room thinking about that while supporting the Emperor. Chapter 379. Another effort. The 3rd Imperial Night Corps, at your service, Your Highness. Good work, Sir Mark. A few days after Elna's arrival, the deputy captain of the 3rd Corps arrived with the knights of the 3rd Corps on horseback. They probably didn't expect their captain to leave them behind. I can see on his face that Mark is a little tired. You look tired. I don't mind you taking a break for today, you know. Unfortunately, the captain is quite enthusiastic about this assignment. I am going to start inspecting your Highness's current security details now. I can put in a word for you, you know. No. We understand why she is so enthusiastic about this, so it's all right, Your Highness. Escorting Triumphant, was that boring? Well, His Highness Traugott doesn't really move much himself after all. The job was easy, but it lacked the challenges. I admit that. However, the reason why Captain is so enthusiastic is because of your recent achievements, Your Highness. What do my achievements have to do with Elna being enthusiastic? Seeing me astoundedly sighed, Mark showed me a bitter smile. Your Highness may not know this, but the reason we were chosen to be your escort this time was due to your recent achievements. What do you mean? If Your Highness did not accomplish much, then the Central would not intentionally dispatch the Third Corps to your side. His Majesty sent us to you because he recognizes your importance. Of course, there was another intention as well. I only saw that other intention though. It might appear like that to you, Your Highness. However, that was not all. If something were to happen to Your Highness, then we will be troubled. That's why we come to you. This is different from the time of the night hunting festival. We are not here because we are loyal to our captain. We are here because what Your Highness has achieved moved us. Captain was waiting for this day to come for a long time. I wasn't waiting for something like this though. I just did what I have to. If possible, I want to go back to the capital and sleep all day long, you know. In times like this, it would be impossible to leave an excellent man such as you alone, Your Highness. When I heard those words from Mark, my eyes turned to the window and the slowly flowing white clouds. How good would it be if I can spend my time leisurely in weather like this? Well, that being the case, please understand why Captain is going all out this time. Rather than the Imperial Knight Elna, I would be more comfortable if I can get my childhood friend back though. Such words spilled from my mouth. I didn't think about it beforehand. They were words that just came to my mouth. That's why I put a gag order on Mark. Don't tell Elna about that. I won't cooperate if you tell her, all right? I understand. Please rest assured. With that said, Mark left the room with a grin. Seriously. A knight of Umsburg who has known me since I was a child is so troublesome to deal with. Thinking so, I called Sebers. Sebers. You called, sir? How are the northern aristocrats doing? I am still in the middle of gathering information, but they are not as united as they were during the war, sir. Half of the north became a battlefield while the other half suffered from bandit raids. All of them try to take this time to recover, but the damage they suffered is very different, sir. They are all victims, but there is no choice but to treat them differently based on the damage they received. The problem is their mindset. Exactly, sir. The aristocrats with heavily damaged territories are taking it for granted that they are being supported and started to quarrel with other aristocrats right now. Notify every noble. I will not allow any negotiations that do not pass through me first. Even the smallest of problems must be mediated by me. Understood, sir. Also, as per your letter delivered by the Dragon Knights, the nobles are sending their heirs to this place, sir. Perhaps they want to give their greeting and raise various issues to your attention. Noble heirs, her. Sebers shook his head at my blunt reaction to the words. It can't be helped. I have no good memories of nobles' kids. Because they were only entrusted with half-hearted responsibility, they are harder to deal with than the family heads. I can't say that I am impressed at how you find it so hard to deal with them, sir. I'm not finding it hard to deal with them. I hate dealing with them. Now that is a problem. Especially this time. What do you mean? It's the exact opposite of what you used to deal with back in the capital, sir. At the capital, you intentionally wanted the noble children to look down on you, but now you are the prince who united the North. Many of these heirs went to battle with you. They appreciate your work more than you think, sir. What a bother. My position right now is still vague. I am the prince who ended Gordon's rebellion with Leo, but at the same time, I am potentially the second coming of Gordon. Because I was entrusted with the rule of the whole northern region, I am attracting a lot of attention. Even trivial things I do can be important now. How is Eric doing in the capital? It seems that he is currently in contact with the influential people of the kingdom as our Minister of Foreign Affairs, sir. He still doesn't make his move, her. Lizaranu and Duke Rainfeld. If these two support Leo, many people will flow into our faction. Even if they do not formally express their support, it will be known if they cooperate with us this time. In that case, Eric can't be waiting around either. I think that it is about time for him to recognize Leo as his opponent and make his move. This is eerie given that we are only waiting for a full-scale war with the kingdom to happen. Duke Kleinert in the west, Earl Simmel in the south, Duke Rainfeld in the east. We have the support of influential aristocrats of each region. And now the north has been entrusted to me. Many nobles in the capital may support Eric, but in rural areas, we have the upper hand. If he still can display such a carefree attitude, then he must have some kind of trump card that can guarantee his victory. What kind of trump card do you think it is, sir? His connections with the foreign powers are certainly powerful, but I can't imagine that it would make much difference in a succession war. I have no idea. Well, it doesn't matter what kind of trump card it is. We just have to prepare for everything. Also, it isn't just him that has a trump card. Certainly, this might be the time to use it. We will not use it first. We will do it after they use theirs. Until then, we will keep it. This trump card is powerful, but it also has a big disadvantage. Most importantly, the situation is more complicated than I first thought. I am standing out too much. If the fact that I am silver is out there, some people will support me. If that happens, the succession war will be a battle between me and Leo. If possible, I don't want to use it. Certainly. At the very least, you will have to leave the empire after all. I don't want that. Saying so, I gently hold my fist. If Leo has to take on such a troublesome position like an emperor, I want to at least be by his side. After all, becoming an emperor is not the end. To achieve that I have to get rid of Eric. I guess I will have to put in my effort one more time here. After the succession war is over, you will be able to live a life after all. Don't put it as just another effort. Please use your lifetime worth of effort on this. I think that my effort will be running out after this one time though. While saying such a thing, I reached for the documents that started to accumulate on my desk. Chapter 380. The Type 1 Hate. I hate the envious gazes. I was subjected to such gazes many times before due to my position as a prince. If they understand the disadvantages that come with the position, it would be one thing, but most people who look at me with such eyes have no ideas about the negative side of being a prince. That's why I hate it. Egon von Brewer, son of Earl Brewer, I've come to give you my greeting, Your Highness. Good work. How is your territory doing? Is there any trouble? Yes. Thanks to Your Highness, the surrounding nobles are very supportive of our recovery, so the reconstruction is going very well, Egon enthusiastically said. His age is 16. He is a boy with pale brown hair and a youngish face. Earl Brewer is a noble whose territory is on the eastern side of the north and was one of the nobles who were ousted from their territories due to Gordonaniu. That being said, instead of running away, the Earl kept resisting Gordonaniu until he suffered a serious wound and his vassals took him into hiding. He is quite loved by his people. He seemed to be ashamed of abandoning his territory by retreating and stated his will of handing the rule over his territory to his son. However, Egon is still young. He has a lot to learn and it would be bad for the Earl to hand over his title right now. The fact that he can only say positive things about me after he went out of his way to visit me shows that he is still too naive to be the family head. No matter how well the reconstruction is going, there should still be many things that are still lacking. And it is Egon's job to demand that from me. I see. Feel free to tell me if you need anything. Yes. Both I and my father will be relying on you, Your Highness. It seems that this civil war in the north is the first war for Egon. A sudden big war just happened out of nowhere. Sebas said that there are many who admire me for leading the northern nobles in this war. That is fine, but such admiration is also troublesome. Your Highness has been appointed as the Warden of the North, and you can rule the North as you please. Our people are also saying that the North is safe in Your Highness Arnold's hand. It is only a temporary position. After the reconstruction and the invasion of the Dominion is done, I will be returning to the Imperial capital. That is a shame. Is it not possible for Your Highness to remain in the north as our governor? I am not suited for such a position. That is not true at all. In the Civil War, didn't the Duke of Lowenstein himself follow you? The Dominion invasion as well. If your Highness raises more achievements, your reputation will be close to that of His Highness Leonard. I would like to assist your Highness in any way I can to achieve that. Egon started heating up. While squinting my eyes at him, I give him a piece of advice. You should stop right there. No, this is the consensus of us Northern aristocrat. We wish for your Highness to participate in the succession war. If that is not possible, then please consider remaining with us here as our governor. If your Highness does that, then the North will. Without heeding my advice, Egon continued. However, he suddenly has to stop speaking. Elna, who was standing beside me as my escort, approached Egon and put her sword on Egon's neck. What? His Highness's position is not as simple as you may think. How will you take responsibility if someone were to take your words and start a rumor that His Highness is trying to cause another rebellion? My apologue. Your apology doesn't cut it. Instead, give me one of your arms. That way there won't be any unfounded rumor about His Highness. By imposing such a strict punishment, I can show that I will not allow such ideas to hatch under my rule. Eric still doesn't make his move, but if we show him an opening, he will surely play into it. For Eric, it would be more convenient if I and Leo are at each other's necks. At least he will want to put a crack between us. That's why we can't expose such an opening to him. PL, please forgive me. I will never bring up such a thing again. You should have stopped when His Highness gave you a warning. Elna moves her sword to Egon's arm. A small scream leaped from him. In that situation, I look on without doing anything. Meanwhile, Char entered the room. Excuse my rudeness, but what is going on here? Marchioness Zweig. Please save me. Captain Elna. I don't know what happened, but could you sheath your sword first? This man told His Highness that he should participate in the succession war, you know. He wanted His Highness to fight his own brother. Moreover, he brought it up in a situation like this. If His Highness shows that he is hiding such an ambition, then His Majesty might regard him as the second coming of Prince Gordon. His action is almost like he is a spy sent to sabotage His Highness. Is that true? I only want His Highness to rule over the North. That is a shame. However, is this enough for Captain to pull out your sword? If I do not at least take one of his arms, then bad rumors about His Highness will spread. I think that it would be enough to give a hush order to the people here, though. Eventually, someone will bring up the same topic again. If that leaks out, how will you take responsibility for it? I will personally take responsibility. I will not allow the Northern aristocrats to have such shallow ideas. That's why please forgive him. Char bowed as her gaze fixed on me. I nodded several times and spoke to her. I will leave this to Char. I trust that you will handle this properly. I am grateful. Thank you, Your Highness. Char and Egon bow and leave the room. When they left, I felt that Char and Elna's eyes were locked for a moment. Well, Char's position is one that represents all the Northern aristocrats. She is the noble of the North who is closest to me. No matter what happens, she will be on the Northern aristocrat's side. On the other hand, Elna is my closest escort captain. Her priority is my reputation. Thanks for dealing with him. I hate dealing with that type. I still think I should at least take an arm from him, though. Well, that will surely reduce the headache in the future, but that would make it harder for me to connect with the Northern aristocrats. If you left them unchecked, you would have a hard time maintaining a good relationship with His Majesty and Leo instead, you know? That's why I left it to Char. This will solidify her position within the ranks of the Northern aristocrats. What if she fails? What will you do then, Elna turns her worried gaze toward me. If Char fails, the responsibility will lie with her. Whether Char can take responsibility for it is probably Elna's worry. She is probably thinking that it might be better if the Northern aristocrats are afraid of her instead. Let's pray for her success. Such a vague answer. It would be bad if the Northern aristocrats try rally under you, right? I know. But we will deal with it when the time comes. I only need to persuade them one by one after all. That's a hassle, right? We can still make it, you know. Losing one arm won't kill him anyway. I don't want my childhood friend to be hated, you see. I don't want someone else to be my escort other than you during my rule as the warden. So, behave yourself. It isn't like you to do something unnecessary, right? I don't want to see Ul and Leo fight. I know. It won't happen. I won't let it. Trust me. I will not make a future that you don't want to see. Is that a promise? Yeah, it's a promise. With that said, the worry on Elna's face softened. A prince just started a civil war. Because of that, the current empire is full of doubts. Originally, my priority should be dispelling such doubts, and Elna's way is the best to accomplish that. However, I don't want to push everything onto my childhood friend. If I ask her to, Elna will do anything. That's why I can't be spoiled like that. Well, with that said, our situation is certainly unstable. It would be troublesome if that person doesn't arrive soon. Lieslot Sama? No, it's Duke Rainfeld. More specifically, the people he would bring along. What? Saying it in such a roundabout way. You will understand soon. The reason the northern aristocrats want me to succeed is that their hope is me. They think that they can only rely on me, so they want me in a high position. They want to protect the north through me. After all, with the loss of Duke Lowenstein, there is no reliable pillar for the north. However, if the reconstruction is completed quickly, such worry will subside for the time being. To do that, I need them. Chapter 381. Rain Storm 1. It's been about half a month since I became the Warden of the North. Finally, the greetings of the aristocrats were over. Instead, it was replaced with day after day of mediating quarrels. It is impossible to solve everything at once. Still, we are working towards a solution little by little. That being said, there is a new obstacle in the reconstruction. A natural disaster in a time like this. I mutter so while looking out the window. It is raining heavily outside and the strong wind is blowing against the windows. A sturdy building like a noble's mansion would be fine, but a hastily built shelter won't be able to endure something like this. Because I was told in advance that a heavy storm was coming, I told all the nobles to prioritize their citizens' safety. With that being the case, many citizens were evacuated to the Zweig mansion. The other nobles' mansions should be in a similar situation. Many have lost their homes due to the civil war and had to live in temporary houses, but with a storm like this, those temporary houses won't last. Although I accept that there is nothing to be done about it, I couldn't help but complain against nature here. Can't you do something about this with your power? Ulsama. Finn asked if I could do something about the storm. In response, I gave her a shrug. I would if I could. But it's impossible to blow away such a big storm without being noticed. Even if it's okay to be noticed, it would require a lot of power. Honestly saying, it just isn't worth the effort. Moreover, the damage has already been done. Since I already decided not to do anything about it, I have to stick with that decision to the end. Right. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize. I thought about it too after all. I was thinking if there is anyone who could do something about it, you see. While letting out a loud sigh, I hit my cheeks with both hands. My thoughts are turning negative with the bad weather. Now I have no choice but to do what I can. Let's change the mood. While I was telling myself so, Sebas entered the room. Arnold Sama. What is it? A river that flows into the Zweig territory is likely to overflow, sir. That's the worst. While saying so, I unfold the map I had prepared on the table. There is one big river flowing through the Zweig territory. If this river overflows inside the territory, which is the center of the north will be hit hard. I have to avoid that at all costs. I'm going out. I have to prevent the flood at all costs. But how are you going to prevent it? We are going to reinforce the riverbank. Saying so, I put on the rain gear that was prepared in the room. To prevent the flood, I have to go out myself. I am leaving this place to you, Finn. Take care of the evacuees for me. Why, yes. Please be careful. It's all right. I will just be looking at the place after all. Call Char and Elna for me, Sebas. Yes, sir. Thus, the mansion suddenly became busy. This is too dangerous. We can't leave this alone, right? It's fine, so let's go. I ordered the Knights of the Third Corps and the Knights of Zweig House to prepare for departure. However, the wind is very strong due to the storm. Moreover, we will be approaching the river that is close to flooding. It's normal to say that it is dangerous. Especially for Elna, who is the head of my escort. Are you sane? I am sane. Get ready. Char, who was late to arrive, is the first to question my sanity. While sighing at Char, I ordered her to prepare to go out. And you are okay with this despite being his escort? There's no way that I am okay with this, right? I am trying to stop him here. You have to force him to stay then. I can't possibly do that, right? If the Imperial Knights forcibly confine an Imperial prince, he will be the laughingstocks of other countries, you know. You do it. There's no way I can do that, right? His position as the Warden of the North is above all the northern aristocrats, you know. Behind me, they started to argue about how to confine me. Seriously, they are arguing about such a thing in this situation? It's not like we have time for that. These two really can't make the decision here. Cut it out. If you don't want to, I can go alone, you know. I didn't say that. That's right. I was just worried. We can't do anything unless I go. Before worrying, just do what we can first. Before your quarrel, the well-being of the citizen is more important, right? I know that. You are letting him go. It's suicide to approach the river in this situation, you know. Whatever, just get ready. We can't persuade him anymore. As expected of my childhood friend. She knows me well. Mark and the Third Corps that was standing by are also watching us with astounded expressions. Thinking that she won't be able to stop me, Char also let out a small sigh. Can you at least promise me that you won't do anything reckless? I can't. No way. You have two choices now, you know. Believe in me, or not. Elna believes in me. What about you, Char? Of course, I believe in you. Then let's go. This is much safer than during the Civil War, right? After I told her that, I walked over to Mark. I want to hear your opinion as a veteran knight. Do you think that it is safe for an unskilled guy like me to ride a horse on his own in weather like this? Even if your highness asks someone else, the answer would be no. But please rest assured. We will have a carriage ready for your highness. It is a custom-made one, so it will do fine even on a muddy road. You sure prepared well, right? This is not the first time I have to deal with your highness's recklessness after all. I guess so. When I am with you, it seems that I always have to deal with some kind of water disaster here. Will you help me if I drown? Please don't make such a joke. I'm not so confident that I can help your highness this time, so please do behave yourself. After saying that, Mark shakes his head. While smiling bitterly at Mark, the Knights of Zweig House finished their preparation. I understand the danger. Even so, as long as the North is in my hands, I will never overlook such danger to its people. Follow me. Let's do what we can. With that said, we left the Zweig mansion. Chapter 382. Rainstorm 2. Good grief. I wipe my soaked hair with a towel. Currently, I am inside the carriage specially prepared for me. A number of carriages were connected along the riverbank to create a temporary foundation. For the time being, I couldn't say how it is holding up unless I saw the situation with my own eyes, so I looked at the river and found that the water level was higher than I expected. The area near the bridge in the middle of the territory is about to flood. It was a place where people didn't expect water to rise, so the situation is quite bad. Currently, the knights are constructing an earth wall along the river and reinforce them. It is not an end-all solution, but we can't do anything more unless we reinforce the weak points first. When I was thinking about that, Char and Elna entered the carriage. While arguing with each other. This is unbelievable. The prodigy of the brave house is afraid of water. I'm not afraid of water. I'm just not good at places with a lot of water. That isn't any different. Why did you tag along here in the first place? You can't even get close to the river. There are things that I can do without approaching the river. Your voice is already shaking. I sigh and give them a clean towel. Char was instructed to command the knights, while Elna was instructed to collect anything that we can use to reinforce the wall. The fact that they are here means that the work is done for the time being. How did it go? For now, the foundation of the earth wall has been completed. All that is left is to reinforce it. What about your end, Elna? I carried the stones in the surroundings here as much as possible. Once we process them, they should be usable. Good, do that as fast as possible. Honestly, it doesn't look like we have much time. The rain is not falling any heavier, but it has not decreased either. If it keeps raining like this, the river will surely flood. If that happens, not only the houses, the crops will also be damaged. That will significantly delay the reconstruction of the north. Such a thing is unacceptable. All right, let's go. Now is the time we do our best. With that said, I went out to face the storm again together with Char and Elna. Your Highness, the rain is getting stronger. Please stay away from the river. Mark said so and tried to stop me. However, I stand on the completed earth wall. Despite being a quick work, it is made quite well. Moreover, the stones Elna collected and processed reinforced it even further. The weakest part was somehow reinforced. However, the rain doesn't stop. Of course, this is not the final solution. The reinforcement is done. Let's leave the rest to fate, Your Highness. I hate leaving things to fate. Even if Your Highness says that, we have already done what we can. What are you doing up there, Your Highness? You don't know. Not a clue. Sebas. Do you know what I am about to do? Well, I can somewhat guess, sir. Sebas, who was a little distance away, answered. I grinned at Sebas's answer. So he can guess it her. I beckon Mark. Having no choice, Mark climbs the earth wall and approaches me. Do you want to know my plan? Yes. I do. But please tell me that later. For the time being, please get down. It is dangerous here. It's dangerous, but it will be fine with you at my side, right? I also have my limits, Your Highness. Is that so? While smiling at Mark, I slowly leaned over toward the river. Mark hurriedly grabbed my arm. Your Highness. His Highness is falling. Help me. Ha ha ha. It's the third time I've been helped by you, isn't it? Is this the time for you to laugh? Please get back up. Nah, that would be impossible with my strength. Pull me up. Seriously. Support me. I am pulling His Highness up. With the knights around him grabbing his body, Mark pulls me up with both arms. As expected of an Imperial knight. Mark, who brilliantly pulled me up, fell on his back with a rough breath. That was too scary. Is that so? Well, it was a big pinch after all. Why are you being so carefree, Your Highness? Do you understand your position? You are His Majesty the Emperor's representative in the north. You are effectively the ruler of the north, you know. Yeah, that is absolutely correct. It would be really bad if I die, right? Exactly. If you understand that, then please get down. The river is too dangerous right now. With that said, Mark drops me off the earth wall. To that Mark, I post a question. Mark, can you use voice amplifying magic? Yes, I can, but then I'm counting on you. I have to say something to Elna. Elna is waiting in the sky a little away from the river. Her job was to observe the situation in our surroundings. It was me who ordered her to be there. My real purpose for her is different though. No one other than the hero can play the hero's role after all. Can you hear me? Elna von Umsberg. I can. It's dangerous there, so get away quick. By the authority vested to me as the Warden of the North, my position is the equivalent to the Emperor's here. Earlier, I almost died. This situation is extremely dangerous. It would not be strange to call this a national crisis. I stopped Elna mid-sentence. It would be troublesome if she says something unnecessary here after all. Seeing my grin, Sebas shook his head. This is a situation where silver cannot interfere. However, even without silver, there is still an alternative. It's a situation where I need someone else to do the job. So, I let her do it. The reason I came out here personally was to clear the conditions. During this crisis to the Empire, I, the Warden of the North, 7th Prince Arnold Lake-Sadler, hereby order you by the authority of Emperor Johannes Lake-Sadler. Hero, take the holy sword into your hands. Perhaps she saw through my intention. Elna raises her hand to the sky. Then, Hear me and descend, O brilliant sword of the stars. Now, the hero needs you. White light gathered in Elna's hand. With a dazzling light, it transforms into the holy sword. Far from being limited to the Empire, it is the strongest weapon on the continent. A trump card that should not be used outside of a crisis. That's why reinforcing the river was the highest priority. It would be a laughing matter if the river flooded afterward after all. That being said, that worry has disappeared. The rest is to execute the plan. I permit you. Hero, split the heavens. Ha! At my command, Elna swung the holy sword up toward the sky. A huge torrent of light immediately cut through the huge rain clouds that cover the north. It was a slash that literally split the heavens. A little later, the aftermath of the holy sword's blow assaulted us. I was about to be blown away by the blast, but the knights formed up around me and withstood it. Then, when it passed, the dim rain clouds that covered the sky disappeared, leaving behind a clear blue sky. The illusion-like ray of sunlight touches the ground. As expected of the holy sword. Even nature is nothing before it her. Since the blow was directed to the sky, Elna wouldn't hold back. The power is clearly different from before. Is this the result of unconsciously turning off her limiter? While such a question was raised in my mind, I greeted Elna, who came down from the sky with a smug grin on my face. Chapter 383. A person you can count on. The storm caused damage in various locations. Most of the buildings in the temporary village which housed the displaced people became unusable. We are mobilizing knights to assist the reconstruction effort, but it is still difficult to proceed. It's not that the knights are insufficient for the job. The people they are helping are the ones who make the reconstruction slower. They are being discouraged because the storm laid waste to their hard work. Everyone has a dark look on their face. This is bad. Everyone is down. After I returned to the Zweig mansion with Finn, I was informed about the situation of each area. However, similar reports came out everywhere. There are many such temporary villages not only in the Zweig territory. A number of them were constructed in territories that suffered relatively small damage. However, every village was devastated. Lives were saved. That is something to celebrate, but the people have lost the will to continue living. I was worried that this would happen in the future, but it seems that the people are in no condition to be happy that they are alive. Send an urgent message to every lord. Tell them to give special care to the displaced people. I will compensate them later. Will that be okay? We are not in a situation where we can let them live like this. Still, this is also a double-edged sword. We have no guarantee. I only borrowed the Zweig mansion as my base of operation. It is not something that I own. If we were to give the guarantee, then it would be from the Zweig house, but the Zweig house also has its limits. After all, the North just went through a harsh battle. The amount of stockpiled food is small. No aristocrat can afford to feed the displaced people forever. When will our reinforcement arrive? Depending on that, the dissatisfaction of the displaced people will be focused on me. It would be nice if they can arrive soon. Sebers. After he went to Duke Rainfeld, Finn still hasn't returned, right? No, not yet, sir. I was a little disappointed at Sebers's reply. I thought that if it's Duke Rainfeld, then he would be swift with his action. I sent Finn to him because I was counting on that. However, there is still no sign of movement. There's no way that he won't do anything. Perhaps something happened on his end. Things are not going the way I want her. I will write a letter to my father. The nobles of the West are supporting our kingdom front. They don't have enough to spare us. Even if they are not participating directly, they should be supplying the front line. Even if they still have room to send some to the north, they will be scraping by instead. We cannot force the West to make sacrifices for the north. But, if push comes to shove, I will write to father myself. He will probably move even without me asking though. He won't destroy his relationship with the North that finally was restored. However, when will that be? If it really comes to it, it might be better to have Silver deliver the supply her. To avoid the imminent pain, I will have to sacrifice other things. There is no choice but to do it as charity work. While reaffirming such determination, I moved on to deal with the messengers that arrived from various places. 1 week after the storm, the Dragon Knights of Marquis Greisner are flying all over the north acting as messengers. However, what they were carrying are the pleas of the displaced people and the lords that shelter them. The Zweig house is almost at its limit, you know. I know. Thank you for holding out so far. In the midst of suffering, the Zweig house continued to assist all the nobles of the north. However, it isn't like the Zweig house has an endless amount of supply. There is nothing left to spare in the territory anymore. I have a plan. Buy me some tea. When I was about to give up and head to the capital, a messenger rushed in and interrupted my words. Reporting. Merchants have arrived from the east, Your Highness. Merchants. So there are people who do see the opportunity here. Welcome them. That is. They are not alone. Please take a look outside. Saying so, the messenger urged me to head out and see for myself. After I look at Char's face, we followed the messenger. We moved from the mansion to the city wall. There were dozens of carriages in a traffic jam outside the wall. Did I call them here? How could I pull something like this off? It's not me. All I did was writing a letter to someone I could count on. I just asked for help. The letter might be shameless, but he is supposedly in my debt. And it seems that he put all effort into paying it back. There are not that many people who are so reliable. Oi. Hurry up and let us through. Wait a minute. We are not ready to accept you yet. Seriously, I'm begging you here. Almost all the merchants of the East are coming. We are just a part of them, you know. Every merchant of the East. When the knights manning the gate started to shake, a white dragon entered my sight. And below him are countless cavalry. Why, Your Highness, it's an army. An army is coming from the east. The number is over 20,000. There is a noble in the east who can mobilize 20,000 knights. No single noble can have 20,000 knights. He gathered them together. An alliance of nobles. But to gather this many knights in such a short period of time, it's possible. There are no nobles in the east that do not owe him. Of course, these merchants as well. That's why he managed to bring so many. It would be extremely troublesome if he only brings the army with him. We cannot afford to feed them after all. That's why he mobilized the merchants first. A thorough person as always. Thinking so, I left the main gate and prepared to welcome him. One person comes out from the army of knights. The person was short and has a chunky body, saying that he is cool would be a stretch. Still, he proudly advanced his horse toward me. Then he got off his horse and kneeled before me. On behalf of the Eastern nobles, I, Jürgen von Reinfeld, is at your service, Your Highness Arnold. I have brought an army of 20,000 knights along with the merchants of the East to answer your call. Good work, Duke Reinfeld. I would go anywhere at your request, Your Highness. Saying so, the Duke gives me a refreshing smile. After that, he turns his gaze toward Char, who was standing next to me. It is a pleasure to meet you, Marchioness Zweig. I am Duke Jürgen von Reinfeld. We will be in your care. Marchioness Charlotte von Zweig. I thank you for your great support. Please do not mind it. Us nobles of the East did not suffer from the Civil War. Allow us to compensate you for our inability to support you during wartime. I have already paid the merchants in advance. Let us start with the compensation for the displaced people. Paid. All of them. It is my principle to spend my saved-up money in a grand way. Duke Reinfeld cheerfully smiles. His expression has no shred of him being prideful about it. Still, he just moved every single merchant of the East. The amount of money required to do that would be enormous. It is the amount of money that Char probably never seen before. Duke Reinfeld. I am thankful for your kindness, but please rest assured, I have brought them along. Duke Reinfeld looks back at the knights. Then, people that are clearly shorter than the knights appeared from their ranks. They are the dwarfs. This is the cornerstone of my plan for northern reconstruction. With their help, we will not have to worry about the buildings. I brought along around 100 of them with me. The rest will arrive together with the Dwarf King at a later date. I'm truly sorry for all the trouble. I should be the one saying that. I am sorry for being so late. I tried to come here as fast as I could, but our arrival was slower than I expected. If handled poorly, moving personnel on this scale would take more than several months. Although he managed to bring them all here in only a few weeks, it seems that is too slow for the Duke's standard. Such a great person. So, Anu. Where is she? I asked while being cautious of my surroundings. The most dangerous woman, namely Lizaranu, should be coming with him. There is no need for them to come here separately. However, I can't see Lizaranu's figure nor that of her army. Her Highness Lisloti led 1,000 of her elites straight to the northern border. It seems that Her Highness wishes to scout it out first. Ah, I see. I can imagine Lizaranu coming here all enthusiastically. One could say that she has plenty of motivation. By the way, what was her mood like? Her Highness was in a good mood through the trip. Well, it's difficult to tell otherwise because Her Highness is beautiful even when she is in a bad mood though. I don't think that there is anyone whose mood is easier to understand than her though. While retorting Duke Rainfeld, we proceeded to welcome the merchants. Chapter 384. The thing you are proud of. A few days after Duke Rainfeld arrived in the north, the food brought by the merchants was urgently delivered to the entire northern region. Now we do not have to worry about food supply. Alright, what do you think I should do now? Duke Rainfeld. The person who should decide that is you, Your Highness. You are the ruler of the north. Let me hear your opinion. I want to see if your thoughts match mine or not. If you are in my shoes, what will you do? Perhaps he is aware of his own position as the Duke who rules over the East. It seems that Duke Rainfeld does not want to interfere much with the North's affairs. In the end, he just came here to help. He probably doesn't want to break that stance. However, Duke Rainfeld is a highly capable person. If his ideas for the Northern Reconstruction match mine, then the step I am planning to take is probably not a mistake. Then allow me to give my personal opinion. First, I think that we should bring together all the displaced people. I also thought of that. I am currently thinking about creating towns just for them. As expected of you, Your Highness. These people have lost their homes along with everything they possessed. They won't be able to settle down if we only perform half measures. We should give them a new place to call home. I understand. Let's pick places for those towns. I will have the dwarfs head over to begin the construction. Leaving everything to the dwarfs would not be a good idea, Your Highness. Having the people build it themselves will increase the sentimental value after all. Right. We will choose volunteers from the displaced people and let them build the town together with the dwarfs. If we gradually increase their number, there should be less confusion. I think that is a good idea. That ended the talk about the displaced people. The rest is to put the plan into practice. However, even if we resolve the problem of the displaced people, that doesn't mean the reconstruction is over. Duke Rainfeld. If you were a merchant, what would you export from the north? Are you talking about how the north can make profits? I think that we need to tackle this as soon as possible. Since the north has been treated coldly for a long time, their contact with the other regions is quite weak. It was fine before the Civil War, but with the damage from the war coupled with the rainstorm, they have suffered too much. To allow them to quickly recover, we need cooperations from other regions. For that to happen, you would need the merchants to circulate back and forth between each region. Right now, the merchants I brought only serve as a one-way trade route. If nothing is done, they will eventually return to the east. We have to make them think that the north can benefit them. Your Highness wants to know what kind of lure would work on them, correct? The food in the north is delicious. We could sell that after the reconstruction, but we can't afford to export it now since there is not enough to go around in the north. We need something other than food. Duke Rainfeld is excellent at spotting business opportunities. He should be able to see what the north has to offer. In response, the Duke closed his eyes and stayed silent. Then he smiles. To discuss more on this, I think that it would be better if we have Marchioness Zweig with us. Can you call her, Your Highness? Cha. Certainly, it would be better if we have a noble of the north with us. Is it something that is hard to put into practice? Please don't worry. If the Duke says so, then there's no reason to refuse. I immediately called for Char. Specialty of the North. That's right. I want the merchants to travel back and forth from the north to the other regions to increase the north interaction with the outside. The problem for that is we can't use food, so we have to export something else. Rather than asking me, I think that it would be better to ask for Duke Reinfeld's opinion though. This is an important matter of the North. It is not something that I should decide alone. However, I heard that Duke Reinfeld is good at conducting business. And in fact, you have brought so many merchants to the North. Can we not borrow your wisdom for this? Reconstruction is about getting help from others, not to completely rely on them. We are offering our help, but it is up to the North to stand up again. This plan will allow the North to stand up on its own. And it is up to the granddaughter of the former pillars of the North, Duke Lowenstein, and Marquis Zweig to decide. Duke Reinfeld speaks like a teacher would to his student. Realizing that she relied too much on Duke Reinfeld, Char got a little embarrassed and apologized. My apologies. I took advantage of your goodwill. No, relying on others is not a bad thing. I am simply saying that relying too much on others is no good. Just a few hints are nothing. It is just my opinions in the end after all. Only a handful in the Empire has the same business talent on the level of Duke Reinfeld. That's why there's no doubt that his ideas will be extraordinary. Besides, the Duke also looks very confident. He probably is confident that the answer he is currently hinting at will sell. What is the North famous for? A simple question. However, because of its simplicity, Char struggled to answer. The question is so broad that she doesn't know the right answer. For the record, I also have a lot of answers in mind myself. However, the Duke purposely directed the question to Char. It would be better to not say anything and let Char answer. You don't know? I'm sorry. I am still too inexperienced. I see. But this is something that people in the other regions can answer immediately. It is such a simple thing. It is. Allow me to rephrase the question. What is the thing that the North is proud of? Please tell me the answer from the bottom of your heart. With a business mind like Duke Reinfeld's, you will be able to manage even if you have to sell subpar products. However, there are countless merchants you have to compete with. Without reliable product quality, you cannot call it a specialty. Therefore, it must be something that the North can be proud of. Char, who had been thinking for a while, finally raised her face. Then, I don't know if this is the right answer or not, but I am proud that the Knights of the North are second to none. My grandfather, Duke Lowenstein, may have passed away and our forces may have diminished, but the strength of the Knights of the North is still as strong as they have shown in the previous war. What do you think, Your Highness? I agree. The Knights of the North are currently in the spotlight. They just showed their strength in the Civil War after all. That's why I think that their strength can be marketed. Wonderful answer. I also share your opinion. Why, you are planning to export our knights? Char raised her voice in a panic. Duke Reinfeld shakes his head in response. We won't do something as ridiculous as selling the knights. What we can sell are the war horses. The Knights of the North have shown their superior strength as cavalry. The quality of the war horses here is excellent. Now that the attention is on them, you should try putting the war horses up for sale. If you can plant the impression that the North breeds high-quality horses, then it will be easier for you to conduct business in the future. Right now the Empire is at war. The army is in need of war horses, and to prepare for the worst-case scenario, the other nobles will want to buy them too. Then let's make it so. I will have the merchants from the east spread the rumors. Marchioness Zweig, I am sorry, but can you put on a night training exercise for us? That is no problem. But I don't know if we are going to have enough horses. If we scrape it together from the whole North, then we should manage. But if you do that, the war with the Dominion will. We are going to invade the Dominion soon. If we only have a minimum number of war horses, the knights will not be able to move satisfactorily. However, Duke Reinfeld already brought us the solution for that. No problem. As the Warden of the North, I won't let anyone use the army of the North for the invasion. We already have many knights from the East. This one will be handled by them. Has the Duke moved the knights from the east with that intention from the start? No, I did not think so far ahead. However, with the success of the Knights of the North, the knights in the east were also looking for a place where they can raise their own achievement. That was how I borrowed the knights from the nobles there. Our side has the justification after all. And more importantly, we have a debt to settle with that country. There is no better honor than fighting on behalf of the Empire against them. The color of anger was slightly visible in Duke Reinfeld's eyes. The death of the Crown Prince cast a shadow over many. Lizaranu is one of them. It was the Dominion that caused his death. It seems that he has no plan to forgive them. All right, then let's move. Understood. I understand. Also, Duke, may I have a bit of your time? What can I do for you? Char stopped Duke Reinfeld, who was about to leave the room. The Duke responded while tilting his head puzzlingly. You are the person who brought the East together. Could I borrow your experience and knowledge? I won't take much of your time. Please teach this inexperienced me. No one would call the new Thunder God of the North inexperienced. However, it is true that the work of aristocrats is not just about fighting on the battlefield. I would be more than happy to teach you. With that said, Duke Reinfeld smiled and left the room. After staring at the door for a while, Char suddenly sat down on a chair as if her body lost power. He's an amazing person. That is my future brother-in-law after all. If he can't do at least that much, then he wouldn't be able to catch Lizaranu. Thinking so, we started moving. Arc 37. Chapter 385. Sister's Arrival. The day is upon us. Your Highness, the welcoming preparation has been completed. I understand. Let's try not to offend her as much as possible. Understood. My fate is in your hand. Her treatment of me will change depending on her mood after all. With that said, I lowered my head to Duke Reinfeld. Desperately. After all, the person we are welcoming today is none other than the embodiment of unreasonableness, Lizaranu. If we somehow offended her, the consequence for that will be directed to me in double. We are dispatching 5,000 knights to welcome her today. This is a welcome party for a person who is both a princess and an imperial marshal. This scale is quite tamed already. Her Highness Liselot was pleased with Your Highness Arnold's recent achievements. I don't think that Your Highness has any need to worry. It seems that you still don't know that person well yet. For that person, a younger brother is like a toy, and how she treats her toys is depending on her mood. If by chance her mood is worsened by some trivial things, then she can be quite unreasonable, you know. I think that is love. I couldn't find a word to return, so I urged him to leave the room while dropping my shoulders. Then, inside the room where no one was left, I let out a loud sigh. I don't like this. Meeting her in the capital where I can spend my time at my leisure is one thing, but meeting Lizaranu while I am holding a position like this is hell itself. Moreover, it's not like I am heading to hell. Hell is coming straight toward me. It's inevitable. As long as she is coming, I have no choice but to accept it. The question is whether my defense will hold or not. This is where my younger brother power is being tested. Everything will be decided on how much I can improve her mood. Ulsama, I baked the sweets. As expected of Finn. Good work. Now we have all the weapons. I had been asking Finn to make sweets all morning. It is a well-known fact that her mood can be improved by giving her sweets. Now my chance of winning has increased. I won. When I returned to the mansion after the welcoming ceremony, I immediately headed to meet Lizaranu. Finn, who had arrived first, is already entertaining her. I'm sorry that you have to take care of all the time. No, I am more frustrated that I don't have more opportunity to help. There are not that many times that I can be useful to Ulsama after all. There's no need for you to be depressed. Just stay by his side for me. Yes. Although they do not have that many opportunities to meet with each other, Lizaranu seems to take a liking to Finn. She only talks intimately with the people she likes after all. When I arrived at Lizaranu's side, I immediately signaled Finn with my gaze to ready the sweets. Liselot-sama, how about we have some sweets now? Who? The Blaumos sweets her. I shall partake. Lizaranu accepts Finn's proposal with a smile. This is a good sign. While I was thinking so, Finn brought out a lot of sweets. The last time she took all my portion. That's why this time I told Finn to make a lot. Seeing that, Lizaranu's eyes went round. You sure made a lot, didn't you? Is it too much? Well. Saying so, Lizaranu took a few onto her small plate and handed the rest to Finn. She then speaks to Finn, who tilts her head in confusion. On my way here, the children looked a little thin. You should give the rest to them. With this much, they should be able to share. But this is enough for me. You made them well. The feelings are enough. Saying so, Liza sent Finn out without saying anything more. Then, only me and Lizaranu are left. Oh, I have one thing I have to tell you. What is it? I hate people who try to please me exaggeratedly. For the record, what do you think of the people who do not please you? I hate them all the same. Pick one. As I thought, she really is the embodiment of unreasonableness. I hate those who don't please me, but doing it too much is also annoying. It's fine if you do it in moderation, so do it moderately. I don't know at what level you would consider it to be moderately though. You still have much to learn. Put in the effort to do better next time. And what should I put my effort into? While I was thinking about that, Lizaranu suddenly pulled out a map. It was the map of the northern border. You know that I went to scout ahead, right? Yes, I was told. The northern border defense force is about to collapse. General Harnish is holding it together temporarily, but the defense force itself is in shambles. I have received reports. I heard that they are doing their best to protect the main fort right now. Don't say it like it is someone else's business. You are in charge of the north. Don't you think that you should handle the problems of its border too? But isn't the issue regarding the border defense is the militaries? You are my younger brother. Come again. Because I am her younger brother, I have to show her that I can handle this kind of problem. Well, since it involves the invasion of the Dominion, I won't be overstepping my authority here, but I will tell you this for the record, but I am already busy here. So you still have room to do it, right? We can't launch our attack until the problem with the border is solved. I don't want them to have any bright idea like a counter-invasion. Also, there is still no contact from the Prime Minister yet. A contact from the Prime Minister? Speaking of which, Anu, I have been wanting to ask this. Is the eastern border doing okay in your absence? If you are absent from that place for a long time then, my subordinates are excellent. They have already been trained to move well without me. Is that so? Well, that's fine. Besides, this will not take long at all. This war will be over as soon as it starts. She is not saying that because she is the one who is going to attack it personally. No matter how skilled Anu is, an invasion will surely take time. Even rotten as it is, the Cornix Dominion is still a country. So what does she mean by the war will be over as soon as it starts? I don't understand. Does Anu know something that I don't? It's top secret. Don't tell anyone about this. Of course. The Prime Minister and Eric are working together to bring the aristocrats of the Dominion to our side. Half of them should be here when they finished their preparations, so that we don't have to fight the war on two fronts. That's right. We will swiftly take care of them and focus our resources on the kingdom. Those who easily betray their own country can't possibly remain loyal to us though. We won't leave them alone. Those who look like they will easily betray us, that is. You are saying that there are people who won't. The Princess of the Dominion seeks asylum with us. She seems like a decent person, which is rare in the Dominion, you know. She represents the decent people of the Dominion. There are many who admire her as well. The nobles on her side should be trustworthy enough. The information about the Dominion's internal affairs doesn't often come through the Empire. This is the first time I heard that the King of the Dominion has a daughter. Well, it is more convenient if they have someone decent over there. We can entrust the rule to her after the invasion. Making a puppet state is better than merging after all. That's how it is. Work on the border. When everything is ready, I will lead the Knights of the East and end it. After declaring so, Lizaranu stood up. When I asked where she was going, she turned around and answered as if the answer was obvious. I'm going to sleep. I'm sleepy after all. I will be out for a while, so don't you dare slack off, okay? You sure that you are not pushing your own work to me? I'm not pushing my work to you. I'm giving it to you. Eric is soliciting the Dominion's nobles to our side. You need some achievements to compete with him, right? I am such a kind sister. What a woman. This is the worst. While protesting inwardly, I only show a frown on my face because I was afraid of a counterattack. When I wanted her to hurry up and leave, Anu stopped her feet. She then said something as though she just remembered it. That's right, I heard about your battle with Gordon, you know. Was there any problem with it? No, it was brilliant. I can't imagine a battle of you and Leo going otherwise. Good work. As expected of my younger brother. Saying so, Anu left the room. It might really be true that she is in a surprisingly good mood. Chapter 386. The Two Thieves. Cornix's Dominion. At Cole, its largest city. The place is being filled with the screams of suffering from the people due to the enormous difference between the rich and the poor. However, neither its aristocrats nor its royal family listens to such screams. The Dominion is not a poor country by any means. The wealth from maritime trade produces a sizable amount of income for this country. However, most of it is being monopolized by the few on top. That is how the Dominion came to be like this. Although it is treated as the United Kingdom's vassal state, the Dominion is in fact a semi-independent country. Most of the interventions from the United Kingdom were normally rejected. Still, they were forced to participate in the war with the Empire because of the United Kingdom's formal request. Since the skirmish at its border 3 years ago and the death of the Empire's crown prince there, the Dominion has been trying to lessen its involvement with the Empire as much as possible. They knew that no matter what attitude they took, the Empire's wrath was already upon them. However, they participated in the war. In collaboration with the United Kingdom, they attacked the Empire's northern border and gave their support to Gordon. Everything was fine up until that point. The reason being, if Gordon takes control of the Empire's northern region, it will provide the Dominion with a buffer state. The problem is that it didn't go as planned. Gordon was defeated and William, the dragon prince they had been relying on, escaped. Now, there is no power to protect the Dominion. They have to fight the Empire on their own. Of course, surrendering is not an option. The Empire's crown prince who promised the people of the Empire a bright future died at their hands. The grudge the Empire has over the matter is darker and deeper than the abyss. That grudge and anger also extend to the people of the Dominion. The citizens of this poverty-stricken nation are always trembling at the thought of an invasion from the Imperial army. The royal family and the aristocrats may have an option to run away, but the normal citizens have no such luxuries. After the royal family and the aristocrats fled, it will be the people of the Dominion that have to suffer. Because they knew that, the people of the Dominion are spending each day with darkened expressions. Boom, Desua. There were people running around sabotaging the government in that country. The chivalrous thief donning a red mask who wields magic bow, Vermilion. Vermilion, who works for the sake of the people during this national crisis, is mentally supporting them. Instantly disabled the convoy's escorts from a distance, Vermilion, Mia has launched an attack on the carriage carrying treasures made of gold and silver illegally stored by the aristocrats. The organization that Mia had been hunting down, Grimoire, has already left the Dominion after their failure in the Empire. Why did Grimoire, who has a deep connection with the aristocrats of the Dominion, choose to abandon this convenient hideout? Mia did not understand their reason either. However, she understood their feeling of wanting to run away from the current Dominion. Right now, the Dominion has no way to resist the invasion from the Empire. Just in case, she still keeps watch on any trace of them, but she couldn't find any so far. It seems that Grimoire has already given up on the Dominion. However, Mia is a chivalrous thief who moves for the sake of the Dominion. It would be one thing if they still base themselves in the Dominion, but if they already withdrew from this country, then she has no reason to go out of her way to chase them. After all, there are still many people here that need her help. Alright, let's get this over with. Desuwa. There are 4 large bags of treasure on the carriage she attacked. When she easily carries all 4 bags on her back, Mia tries to leave the place. However, A large number of soldiers immediately made their appearance as if they were waiting for her. There he is. It's Vermilion. Capture him. Early today, aren't you? Desuwa. Normally, even if they were being vigilant, it would be some time until they rush in like this. Thinking that the owner of this carriage was made a decoy, Mia sighs out loud. These aristocrats have no sense of unity. Being shown such a thing so clearly here made Mia think that these nobles stand no chance against the Empire. Thinking so, Mia immediately tries to escape. However, this time they have set up quite a tight encirclement. It might be difficult to escape with all the treasure. Throwing them away is a waste. Desuwa. Murmuring so, Mia started running on the roof. Is there any opening she can exploit? While she was looking for such openings, an arrow suddenly attacked the soldiers. Uga. What? Where was that from? Someone is sniping them from a distance using the cover of darkness. Moreover, that arrow was aimed at the feet of the soldiers to delay their movement. Such a skill could only be called godly. Seeing that, Mia immediately passed through the opening and escaped. You are being a busybody again, Desawain. Muttering so, Mia went down to an unpopulated back alley. She looked around, but there was no sign of anyone there. However, Mia continues to speak. Why don't you show your face once in a while? In response, a person appeared from the darkness. He wears a blue mask and is dressed in black. In his hand was a bow. The earlier sniper was this person. Do you have business with me? Vermilion. Yes, I didn't need your help earlier. Vata. Currently, 2 chivalrous thieves are active in the Dominion. First is Vermilion and the other is this blue-masked Vata. Unlike Vermilion, Vata is not a thief who takes the initiative to help the weak. However, he is the one that the government is much on guard against. This is because everything he does frustrates the Dominion's government. During the war, the Dominion was tasked with delivering supply from the United Kingdom to Gordon. At first, everything was going well, but after the appearance of Vata, they couldn't do anything. No matter how much they tried to keep the delivery route a secret, Vata would see through the whereabouts of the convoy and attack. The supply plundered from the convoy was delivered to the citizens, so the hunger problem was solved. Due to that, he was called a chivalrous thief, but what Vata is doing is not for the salvation of the people. Everything he did was to sabotage the Dominion. That is the difference between him and Vermilion. If I was overstepping, then I apologize. They had 2nd and 3rd units ready to jump in, you see. Desuwa. If you get caught, it would be harder for me to continue my work. You should take better care of yourself. After saying that, Vata disappeared. Mia frowned at him as he left. This is not the first time she was helped by Vata. He always appeared out of nowhere and lent her a small help. That being said, they are not working together. She doesn't even know the reason why he is harassing the Dominion. Just who is he? With such a question in her mind, Mia left the place. Inside a vacant house a little away from the back alley. There, Vata took off his mask. Good grief. To think that I have to resort to wearing a creepy mask like this too. The true identity of Vata is Jack, the SS rank adventurer. As he promised silver, Jack hid his identity and sabotaged the Dominion's upper management. In the process, he was able to make contact with Vermilion, who is likely to be his daughter. Right now, Jack is almost certain that Vermilion is indeed his daughter. After all, the way she is using her bow is similar to himself. However, she is still wary of him, so they still cannot fully cooperate with each other. He can make sure of her identity if he follows Vermilion and sees his master, but unless they are fully cooperating with each other, he doesn't want to do that. If they were followed and her whereabouts were leaked, then she might be in danger afterward. And above all, I don't want to be hated. Saying so, Jack sniffs himself. He has been taking a bath every day, but isn't this amount of sweat too much? If she finds out that her father stinks of sweat, then she might hate him. Come to think of it, I heard that one of the nobles just bought a good perfume, right? Let's attack that guy next. Without hiding his self-interest, Jack immediately put on a mask and became Vata once again. Chapter 387. The Dwarf King. As expected of the dwarfs, our plan to create towns for the displaced people is going well. The dwarfs are working day and night using their prided skills as craftsmen. Although each town was about the size of a large village at best, it was already habitable for people. Haha. They are great, right? Right. You can praise them more. Oh, King Makar. I turned back when I heard the loud laughter behind me and found a dwarf with a rich beard. His name is Makar, the king of the dwarfs. A large mug is held in his hand and he is drinking from it as if its content was water. However, the content is a special dwarven spirit. Something that humans can't drink because it is too strong. The technology of the dwarfs is the best on the continent. For you to spot its excellence is as expected of the princess's younger brother. Please have my gratitude for granting my request. Don't be so stiff. We have a debt to the Empire. In the time of trouble we should help each other. Makar drinks his spirit while laughing vigorously. The working dwarfs were also pouring alcohol into their mug and drink when they saw the king. It might be something like a toast to them, but they drink the alcohol so vigorously that I was taken aback a little. That being said, even though they are in the middle of their work, they sure can drink a lot. Their work is supposed to require finesse too. Prince, how about you drink some? Unfortunately, I am not a drinker myself, so I don't think I can handle dwarven spirit. There's that. I forgot, since the princess often drinks with me without even a change on her face. Haha, laughed Makar. Lizaranyu is a drinker. She is quite strong as well. That being said, she can even drink dwarven spirit her. So she's sturdy even on the inside. What a person. King Makar, I would like to talk about your compensation. Compensation? Ah, right. We came at the Duke's invitation after all. I'd say that delicious alcohol would be sufficient for me, but I am still a king after all. Let's talk over there. I kinda get the feeling that he completely forgot about that. Isn't this man too hearty? Well, because he has this kind of personality that he was allowed to establish his rule within the Empire's land though. If he was more cunning, the Empire would give him a warning and wouldn't allow him to establish an autonomous zone in the first place. At a nearby hut that was built to be the dwarf's temporary residence. We entered the hut and Makar sat down. I don't like doing roundabout things, so I will just say it. What I want is more territory. Makar suddenly states his demand. It's a ridiculous request, but it is also something unavoidable. Then allow me to be honest as well. I think that it would be difficult to expand King Makar's current territory. If the Dwarven Autonomous Zone is expanded, their influence in the Empire will grow and it will be necessary to take parts of the noble's territories in the area to give to him. That would be difficult. However, I understand where he is coming from. If I have to guess the reason, is it because the dwarfs who were scattered during the war are gradually returning to your side, King Makar? That's right. Naturally, the current autonomous zone is too small to receive them all. I want to expand it. I have no authority over such a thing. Of course, I can bring this up to the Prime Minister and my father, but I can't imagine that it would help much. I see. This is difficult. King Makar's expression showed that he truly finds this problem a very difficult one to handle. I want to do something for him, but the problem is too big for me as well. Prince, don't you have any kind of plan? We gave you our help here, so there wouldn't be any punishment if you help me too, right? A plan, is it? That's right. Elder Igor's attendant was saying that if it's you, then you might be able to do something, you see. I see. They probably discussed this back in the autonomous zone. He probably asked for Sonia's opinion back then. Seeing a half-elf thinking about the dwarf's problem is quite interesting. Even so, this is still difficult. If I do too much for the dwarfs, then I would be under watch instead. I have to consider the balance here. Does it have to be near the current territory? No. All I need is a place for my people to live. Then, how about having some of the dwarfs stay here in the north? The north is still in the process of recovery. There are many jobs for the dwarfs. Also, you can make a profit here through the dwarven crafts and skills. The land of the north is vast. It should make a great settlement for you. Oh, that is a good idea. Let's go with that. Unfortunately, I am only a representative of the Emperor here. Once the reconstruction is done, I will leave this place. This issue should be discussed with the northern aristocrats. I will talk to my father myself. King Makar, please discuss more about this with the representatives of the north. Right. I will have to select the people to settle here as well. Establishing a settlement is not the end of your problem. Humans and dwarfs, there will always be conflicts among different races. It will surely become a headache. Do you want to still go ahead while knowing that? That's the duty of a king. Taking on my people's problems is my pleasure. I lost that happiness once already when I lost my country after all. Makar had a slightly regretful expression on his face. When the Sokol Empire invaded, the dwarfs resisted with all their might. However, they couldn't protect their country. The size of their counties was too different. No matter how brave the dwarfs were, they could see that they were fighting a losing battle. Do you regret not surrendering to the Sokol Empire? We fought for our homeland with the pride of the dwarfs. Even if we survived, we can't stand being treated like slaves by the Sokol Empire. That was why we fought. I have no regret. What I regret was how we did not reach out for our neighbors' help. At the time, the Empire was at war with the kingdom, so we decided that the Empire can't help us and didn't say anything. Then, after we lost to the Sokol Empire, we ended up relying on the Empire. We judged that relying on this country is better than submitting to Sokol, but the Empire took us in while doing everything to protect us. Because the Empire displayed the willingness to protect us, we were never harassed by the Sokol Empire afterward. It was all thanks to the Emperor and Mitsubidono. Saying so, Makar stands up. He then gives me a big smile. We will give you full cooperation to this land. We will believe in the prince who is the son of our benefactors and the people of this empire and work hard. I am not asking for compensation, but can you hear out my request? Yes, if it is within my power. As a person who has lost his country, I can understand the sadness of losing a home. I know how much sacrifice will have to be made if that happens. I know that the Dominion is a hated enemy to the Empire, but its people should be innocent. The difference in power here is clear. I want you to avoid making unnecessary sacrifices out of them. Instead of me, I think that you should say that to Lizaranyu though. I already said it to her. She just replied that she will think about it. That answer is so like her. She avoided making a promise that she might not be able to keep her. Lizaranyu is someone who has watched our eldest brother the closest. Her grudge against the Dominion is probably deeper than anyone else. However, there is no need for you to ask. I will not overlook the suffering of the people of the Dominion. I already made a promise to protect them after all. Who? So you made that kind of promise her? You sure are a strange one. I am often told that. But I like that. I prefer idiots. If you can keep that promise, Prince Arnold, you will be able to win the trust of all the dwarfs on this continent. I am looking forward to it. When I replied so, Makar grinned and left the hut while drinking his spirit. Chapter 388. The Unexpected Messenger. The Reconstruction is going well. The food problem was solved by the merchants of the East, and when they noticed the business opportunity in the warhorses, they started to establish trade routes for it. The towns for the displaced people are also taking shape with the cooperation of the dwarfs. Makar, the king of the dwarfs, had a meeting with the influential nobles of the north with Char at the lead and began talking about making a dwarven settlement here. To support that, I wrote a letter to my father about it. However, I was only told that he would send a personal messenger to relay his reply. No other details were given to me. I wonder who will come. Since it is His Majesty's messenger, then maybe it is the Prime Minister. Sending the busy Prime Minister here is unrealistic since he has to deal with matters with the Dominion right now. It should be the other princes, right? Char argues against Elna's answer. Since it appears to be the case, Elna looks a little dejected. She can't beat Char in a battle of words after all. Well, whoever it is, that person would be someone that has high enough honor to be the Emperor's personal messenger. Try not to offend him. I don't want to be told that by you, Ul. I don't think Ul wants to hear that from a certain someone here as well though. What did you say? Do you have a complaint? I am more proper than Ul, you know. And didn't I just save the North from the storm earlier? Be more grateful to me. That was Ul's plan, right? Besides, I still remember how you got scared of the river, you know. I wasn't scared. I told you that I was just bad around it, right? They started arguing again. Char doesn't seem to be able to cooperate with Elna. Elna, on the other hand, is the type that respects people who respect herself, but she won't yield to the people who do not. That's why these two are incompatible. Well, they don't really hate each other, so it is fine, I guess. I'm asking you here, don't argue in front of the messenger, okay? My reputation will worsen. Tell that to Charlotte. Tell that to Elna. They are in sync. Now they are frowning at each other. Seriously, are they getting along or not? Which is it? Sebas, how long until the messenger arrives? They should be here soon, sir. Then I guess I should head out and receive them her. While I was thinking so, I put the tea to my mouth. At that moment, I heard a voice from behind me. Welcoming me is all right, but I am already here, you know. I involuntarily spit out the tea. After all, that familiar voice came directly from behind me. Sebas, aren't your skills growing dull? I easily managed to get behind him, you know. Ridiculing an elderly is not a good manner, sir. If someone such as you erase their presence and get behind me, of course, I wouldn't notice. When Sebas is around, I usually do not put up barriers around me. After all, getting behind me without Sebas noticing is almost impossible. However, there are always exceptions. And one of those few exceptions came here as a messenger. I hurriedly got up from my chair and turned around. There, I was met with a sight where a man with cherry-colored hair climbed into the room through the window. His eyes are jade color. Brave. Why are you here? Otu-sama. Standing there was a slender middle-aged man. His appearance makes it look like he is still in his 30s. Neat face and tight body. However, he wears a friendly and gentle expression. That is certainly the current brave, Theobald von Umsberg. I will apologize for appearing in such an ill-mannered way. I was just curious about how you all are doing. Can you please don't do that? It is bad for my heart. Ha ha ha. You are not so soft as to get scared with this much, right? You led the army of the northern nobles straight to the enemy's rear, didn't you? Your enemies probably had it worse, you know. I'm used to being the one doing the surprise, not the one being surprised. That's no good. Life shines brighter with a little surprise after all. Saying so, the brave smiles and turns to Char. Char, who didn't expect the brave himself to come, is still solidified. Marchioness Charlotte von Zweig, I presumed. I am Theobald von Umsberg, the brave. It's an honor to meet the new thunder god. The brave swiftly extended his right hand to Char. After wondering what to do for a while, Char quietly takes the brave's hand. Marchioness Charlotte von Zweig. It's an honor for me as well. Brave Umsberg. Don't be so nervous. Even if you call me the brave, I am not here to start anything. I am only taking a walk through the Empire after all. Right. Even if he called it taking a walk, this person is going around the Empire destroying every anti-Empire organization he found. The more rural the area, the less the Emperor's eyes can reach. That's why the brave goes out in his stead and crushes such organizations. It was originally the duty of the Imperial Knights before, but because of the importance placed on the protection of the Emperor right now, the brave has taken on that role. Now, you might have already guessed, but I have a message from His Majesty. You want to do the serious talk now? Oh. No, please give me some time. I see. Then. His gaze shifted toward Elna, who had been avoiding him until now. Receiving his gaze, Elna's back tensely straightens. This is the sermon. Elna, do you know what I want to say? Is it about how I didn't notice Otu-sama? So you understand. If I was an assassin, then Ul's neck would be lying on the floor already, you know? My apology. If an apology is sufficient, then there wouldn't be a need for Imperial Knights in the first place. Given the situation of the Empire, the importance of each member of the Imperial family is increasing. Not to mention that Ul is currently the Warden of the North. One of the princes the Emperor relies on the most. That is the reason you are here. Do you misunderstand that you were dispatched here because you are on good terms with him? You should be a little calmer. This is the reason why no one hasn't voiced support for you for the position of Knight Commander yet. Yes. I will devote myself to be better. Seeing Elna being depressed in front of her father, I sighed. These two are the same as usual. Elna cannot go against the brave. Brave. Elna is performing her duty well. You always spoil her. That's why she always lets her guard down when she is with you ever since she's a child. The same goes for me as well. Elna is already helping me a lot by acting as my escort. Good grief. Do try not to be spoiled by Ul too much. Yes. I will be careful. Seeing the depressed Elna, the brave exhales. From the point of view of the brave, it seems that Elna still has a long way to go. Well, he's her father, so he's supposed to look stern in front of her. Alright, I will go say hello to Her Highness Liselot. We can do the serious talk after that. Is that alright with you? Yes. Thank you very much. Marchioness Zweig. My apology, but may I trouble you to guide the way? Why, yes. This way, please. With that said, the brave left the room with Char. Hearing their footsteps moving away, I and Elna exhaled at the same time. Ha! To think that the messenger is the brave himself. My lifespan just shortened. In front of that person, the two of you are children after all. I sigh at Sebas's words. Why do the people who won't move as I plan all gathered here? I smell some kind of harassment from this. But at the same time, I don't think that my father would make a meaningless move. It was a choice that accomplished his revenge and benefited the grand scale of things here. Maybe the serious talk the brave was talking about is not just about the dwarfs. Chapter 389. Serious talk. Alright, let's start the serious talk. Night. We completely cleared out the room before we started the talk, and only me and the brave are inside the room. Is this not only about the dwarfs, right? Of course. His Majesty wouldn't send me here just for that. But naturally, the dwarfs' case is important as well. Then may I hear the reply regarding the dwarfs first? All right. The brave answered with a smile and sip his tea. As usual, this person always does things at his own pace. Regarding the dwarfs' case, the Emperor mostly approved it. Mostly. From now on, the North has to accept immigrants from other countries. In other words, they have to accept not only the dwarf settlement here. You mean that father intends to accept refugees from the Dominion? It is not just the Dominion. The people of the kingdom may wish to migrate here as well. And with the problem with the Dark Elves, we might have to accept elven refugees too. Is he planning to push all of that on the North? Allowing such a settlement is unprecedented. If we set a precedent here, you have to continue doing it or there will be trouble later. The amount of land the North has to provide is limited. Apparently, His Majesty intends to let go of some Imperial territory. I was a little surprised. The Imperial territory is territories that are under the Emperor's direct control located all over the Empire. Usually, they are lands that have special characteristics such as mountains that gold and jewels can be mined from. Letting go of those territories means that he is fine with us giving those to the northern nobles. So he intends for us to negotiate for their lands in exchange for compensations here. If that is the case, the northern nobles should be more than happy to hand over their land. The relationship between the center part of the empire and the north had been deteriorating. That was the reason why the north is more isolated from the outside compared to the other regions. His Majesty wants to tackle that problem. So the Emperor doesn't want to forcefully acquire the land from the northern nobles because he considered their feelings? That is probably the case. I think that the value of the Imperial territory is much higher than any land the North has to offer though. I can understand that the northern nobles will be upset if the Emperor forcefully takes their lands after they have raised great achievements in the previous war. That's why I understand his reason for wanting to give them some kind of compensation. However, the value of that compensation is too high for the land in question. His Majesty can reward them normally, but he probably thinks that won't be enough. So he is making amends. That is probably right. And it also serves as an investment. If the Emperor's interests are in the North will prosper. The Reconstruction should go smoothly as well. That would be helpful, but which northern noble is he going to offer it to? He entrusts that choice to you. It seems that His Majesty will be leaving the matter regarding the handover of the Imperial territory entirely to you. So he's pushing it all to me. His Majesty judged that rather than giving it to them personally, having it coming from you might make it easier for them to accept. If that's the case, then their opinion of father will not improve. I told him the same thing, but His Majesty said that there is no need to worry about the reputation of the emperor, who will soon be replaced. He plans to abdicate the throne without resolving the North's grudges against him. So he wants to take it with him. The ill will towards the imperial family in the North has diminished. However, the ill will toward the emperor himself still remains. He is wasting himself. Can you really say that about someone else? After answering me with a smile, the brave stood up from the sofa. He walks around the room. He must be on the lookout for any prying eyes. Sorry, I was told to not let anyone else know about this conversation, you see. I don't mind. If that is the case, should we change the place? That would be unwise. Making a move that is too noticeable is counterproductive after all. I think the fact that you personally came here is the most noticeable thing possible, though. There's no problem about that. My official business here is to retrain Elna after all. There were suspicious movements. It is just a precaution. Well, let's get to the main topic. The imperial family is under attack. This succession war may have been in the palm of someone else. The succession war this time is strange. Two people have said that. One is Sonia's stepfather, the genius strategist, and this brave in front of me. Both are people with keen eyes. However, there was no clear evidence. Still, I never thought that father would conclude it as the imperial family being under attack before we found the evidence. Have you found the evidence? There is nothing concrete. However, in the view of His Majesty and Mitsubidono, they are doubting that the members of the imperial family may have been influenced through the consorts. My mother also shares the same idea. Rather than sharing the same opinion, Mitsubidono was the one who arrived at that answer. There was the last will of the second consort. She told the emperor that he should not trust any consorts beside Mitsubidono. Since she does not interfere with her children's education, she can be trusted. Is that the logic? That's right. The second consort deliberately concentrated the curses onto herself and died. Perhaps when she felt the changes in herself, she made the decision to take her own life. She was the closest consort to His Majesty after all. Certainly, both Gordonaniu and Xandaraniu's education were heavily influenced by their mothers. So the theory is that they may have been influenced over time and their personality gradually changed. It is possible. We don't have all the details yet. In the end, what we have is just a speculation based on the will of the second consort. But, considering the situation, it makes sense. Rather than saying that this situation is normal, it is easier to think that someone is pulling the strings from the shadow. However, if that speculation ends up being correct, so the remaining concerns are Ericaniu and Conradaniu, that would be the case. Prince Conrad was not raised by the fourth consort, but he was taken care of by the third consort instead. I think that he has taken distance from her when he became an adult, but since he is now siding with Ericaniu, we can expect that they have been in contact behind the scenes. It is concerning enough when he killed his own mother after all. It is not official, but Prince Conrad is currently under house arrest. It seems that His Majesty can't really reward a prince who killed his own mother. Naturally, there were imperial knights nearby, so he had no need to do it himself. If he is with Ericaniu, then all the more reason he shouldn't do that. There will always be doubts that he might stab father in the back after all. That's right. That's why your role has become much more important now, There is a reason he is telling me this. If Eric is under some kind of curse, then the ones in danger would be me and Leo. However, there is no evidence. That's why he wants me to move. So father wants to lure the culprit out. Yes. His Majesty wants you to act like you have noticed what is going on. Not because His Majesty noticed it himself. When you invade the Dominion, His Majesty wants you to appeal for reinvestigation of the Crown Prince's death. So I am to act as a decoy? That would be the case. Even if you refused. No, I will do it. But I have one condition. Saying so, I drank the already chilled tea. Making me a bait means that I have to move in a flashy way. The thing I have to be most vigilant about would be an assassination. The success for that is unlikely. Moreover, the enemy can't aim at both me and Leo at the same time. They will probably try to get rid of the troublesome one first. That's why I must make myself an obstacle for them. Interesting. Let's hear it. I will do it my way. If you can trust me until the end, I will accept. No problem. Among His Majesty's children, you are the one that he trusts the most. Ever since the day when you entered that prison on your own. Hearing him say that put a grin on my face. Chapter 390. The Two Heroes. Different dimension. That is the only way I can describe the battle unfolding in front of me. I am going to try assassinating Ul. Do your best to resist me. On the empty plain, the brave started attacking us with a normal wooden sword. On the defending side, Elna is also using a wooden sword. In the end, this is only a training. As the brave said he would, he is retraining Elna. A cover to not let others think that he is here on the Emperor's behalf. However, for whatever reason, two heroes are fighting in front of me. There's no way that this place is safe. I have to lower my posture to not get blown away by the wind pressure from their attacks. And both of them are using a wooden sword. Although the wooden sword itself was swung in a way that prevented it from breaking, a gust of wind was produced by each of their swings. I can't keep up with their movement with my eyes at all. I can barely pick up the sound of their swords colliding, but even with that said, the sound is numerous and comes from all directions. It is because you always overwhelm your opponent that you can't get rid of your weaknesses like this. That voice was from behind me. Looking back, I saw Elna and the brave locking sword. I am not bad at protecting. You think? You are supposed to be better at attacking though. With that said, the brave moves to my front. Before I knew it, Elna had already stopped the brave sword that was swung at me. A member of the brave house must always be a hero even without the holy sword. Both in terms of manner and ability. Manner aside, I don't think that I am inferior to Otusama if it comes to ability. Saying so, Elna pushed back the brave. Seeing that, the brave smiles at Elna. When I say ability, I didn't mean only your swordsmanship and combat skills. The voice is now behind me again. He is clearly faster than before. Elna hurriedly deflected his blow away, but perhaps because of that, she was blown away by the brave's kick. Tactics, cool-headedness, how much you can read your opponent. You are still lacking in all three. People who you can fight fair and square with are only those who have excessive pride. Most will do anything to survive. If everything can be settled by calling your opponent a coward afterward, then this world would have no need for something like a brave house in the first place. I admit that I am still lacking, but that will not work a second time. Your thinking is wrong. There will never be a second time. Because you think that way, you let that traitorous captain got away. If we cannot catch a single Imperial Knight Captain class opponent, then what value does the brave house has? That is. Certainly, Elna let Raphael, the traitorous Imperial Knight Captain, got away in the Imperial capital. After that, due to the confusion, Raphael escaped. Well, even if I say it like that, then I am not putting the blame on Commander Elida though. Even she is not enough to be compared to the brave. The brave House of Umsburg is the Empire's trump card. Its members must be a special existence that stands out from others. After all, it was their strength that supported the Umsburg House. You were agitated by the enemy's words and your movements became dull. I should have taught you long ago. If your enemy has something to say, then listen to them after they are already crawling on the floor. The brave circled behind Elna. Elna managed to catch his sword, but she got blown away again. However, she immediately regained her posture and came back to my side. Ha ha. You are struggling quite a bit, aren't you? It's Otusama after all. Even so, that doesn't mean that everything he says is right. I said that to Elna and look at the brave. The brave is still smiling. When I see that kind of expression, I always want to crush it. It seems this bad habit is in the family. Brave. You are correct. Elna did let that captain got away. That surely can be counted as a blunder of the brave house. Even so, it was Elna who came for me at the Imperial capital that day. Not you. The brave bitterly smiles at my words. It seems that he is willing to accompany me in this conversation. So his target of retraining is only Elna her. Good grief. You always do that her. The one who was there and the one who was not. Which of the two is more useful? I think that even children can understand that though. That is absolutely right. I have nothing to say back. But that doesn't mean you can always be there for Elna. It would be better if you don't spoil her too much. If I can't do something then Elna will help me do it. If Elna is lacking in something then I can compensate for her. We've always been like that, and that will never change. If Elna is not there to help you, you will die. You know that, right? That is fine. I have already entrusted my life to Elna a long time ago. You really are. Ever since a long time ago, you are always good at encouraging others, aren't you? I am not really trying to though. Now then, are you ready? Brave. My childhood friend is not as weak as you think you know. At that moment, Elna approached the brave. To an escort, leaving the person you are supposed to protect side is like a bet. The two are not that much different in terms of speed. If the brave focused his attacks on me, Elna would have no choice but to remain on the defensive. However, Elna must have her confidence. The differences between them that the brave mentioned tactics, cool-headedness, and how well you can read your opponent, she cannot learn all of those immediately. However, in terms of simple fighting ability, she is not inferior to him. That's why she went in from the front. Elna hits the brave with a heavy blow before he can react. The brave who had no choice but to defend has been forced to face Elna. Seriously. My daughter is so full of energy. I am your daughter after all. What I want to see was your growth, not your cooperation though. Teamwork is also counted as real ability. Elna tried to overpower the brave. However, the brave's defense does not lose to her either. Elna's wooden sword cracked. When he received the blow, it seems that he was always aiming for the same place. However, Elna keeps on attacking without minding it. Both wooden swords couldn't stand the trauma and broke. A draw her. No. I can't go back to the Imperial capital without seeing your growth. Saying so, the brave raised his hand to the sky. Understanding the meaning behind that action, Elna also reaches for the sky. They are calling the holy sword her. I think that is overkill though. Has he received father's permission? Wait, is this on me? I couldn't stop the two heroes who were raring to go, so I gave up and decided to let it go. There is only one holy sword in this world. And it only comes down to the hand of the person who has the quality to become a hero. Hear my voice and descend. O brilliant sword of the stars. The hero needs you. Light came down from the sky. The dazzling light eventually turns into a silver sword. And it is Elna who has the holy sword in her hand. So the holy sword chose Elna her. Brave, are you satisfied with Elna's growth now? Well, I will admit that she has grown. But, if I remember correctly, it was when I was 15 that I took the holy sword from my father, you know. He really hates losing her. As I thought, he really is Elna's father. After a grin, the brave turned away. I am going back to the capital. Take care of Elna for me. Roger that. Please take care of my father as well, brave. I know. Saying so, the brave left. Chapter 391. Stormy person. So the brave already went back. Yes, his business here is done. He is as free spirit as always. I don't think that Lizaranyu will lose to him in that department though. Casually having tea in my office while I work should count as being a free spirit, right? I want to say that she is disturbing my work, but since I don't know what will happen if I do that, I choose to keep my mouth shut. Lizelot-sama. The sweets are ready. Yumu, I will have some. She casually let Finn bake the sweets and eat more than half of it herself. There are only some pitiful leftovers coming my way. Anyu, don't you have anything to do? No. It is unusual for her to say that she is free like this. Well, she is the general in charge of the invasion after all. The time for her work will be after we launch it. I understand that she will be more or less free until then, but is it okay not to train the knights for the invasion? I think that they are quite different from your subordinates though. It's fine since someone who knows me even better than myself is already training them. Ah, I see. So Duke Rainfeld is in charge of the training? If it's that person, he would know how the knights should move to work well with Lizaranu. That is what he is probably teaching the knights he brought. The right person in the right place. He will definitely do a better job than Anu in this field. If Anu trains them herself, then some of them might become unable to fight even before the invasion begins after all. Oh. Your hands stopped, you know? Work properly, will you? Yes. What is this? This unreasonableness. But I can't go against it. Since I had no other choice, I moved my eyes back to the paperwork and started moving my hand again. There are many documents that I have to check myself. And I have those brought to my office. Oh, this is the document for the dwarf settlement. I also included the list of nobles that are likely to accept them too. Good grief. Do you need help? Char, who brought the documents to me, had a bitter smile when she saw my face. I nodded to Char's offer. It can't be helped then. Check these out with Finn for me. Okay. Finn can take care of this, and I will take care of this one. Yes. After such a conversation, Finn and Char started working at the desk in the corner of the room. Meanwhile, Elna stood beside me without saying anything. Aren't you acting strange today? Elna. What do you mean? Lislot Sama. You seem to be quite devoted to escorting Ul today. I am his escort after all. I will not add anything extra here. Being told that by Elna, Lizaranu's eyes went round. It seems that after being taught various things by the brave, Elna's way of thinking has changed. It would have been easier if you act like this from the beginning though. Right. How about you focus on your job too? Elna replies without even glancing at Char. Her response implied that she is doing her job properly. Now, Char can't add any extra comments. Perhaps realizing that, Char focuses on her own work with a frown on her face. Seeing that, Elna's expression looks like she just accomplished something. Even if she fixed her attitude on the surface, Elna is still Elna her. Elna, you received guidance from the brave, right? Yes, I was able to learn a lot of things. Seems like it was a good guidance her. Saying so, Lizaranu nodded to herself. Then, by the way, yes. It seems that Leo wants to marry the saint, right? What about you? Yes. The atmosphere suddenly tensed up. The topic of who I will take as my wife is a troublesome one, but if we really get into that topic, we will inevitably arrive at the topic of who will be Anu's husband. What to do? Should I touch it? Should I just let it slide? Words are spinning around inside my head. Then, Finn took over and asked Lizaranu a question. What about you, Lislot Sama? I am not talking about me though. Well, a younger brother marrying before his elder sister is a little. Don't worry. I will eventually marry Jürgen. My mind was blown for a moment. I was about to fall off my chair, but Elna supported me from the side in time. What did she just say? Marrying? The person that father has been trying to rush into marriage all this time but ignored all his attempts. Besides, it's Duke Rainfeld. How? If I hear it correctly, eventually. Well, if Jürgen still doesn't give up until then, that is. I don't think that there is a need to worry about that. Rather, why did you suddenly change your mind? People I knew well died off one after another after all. I don't know how long I have left myself. So I thought that it would be nice to accept the proposal from the person who never gives up on me. Please don't say such a thing. What? You should be happier about this. It's hard to be happy because of your reason. That aside, what do you mean by eventually? It will be within a few years. Until then, I will continue to be friends with Jürgen. I surprisingly enjoy this kind of relationship after all. Is that so? Well, as someone who supports him, I'm happy for you too. Congratulations. Saying so, I tried to conclude the topic. My trump card. I can't possibly marry before Anu is no longer usable after all. However. So, what about you? You and Leo always do things together. Father is probably thinking about announcing your engagements at the same time. The reputation of the Black Twin Prince has been growing day by day after all. I and Leo are similar, but I am different from him. Solidifying your position here should benefit Leo in the succession war, right? I have no intention of marrying anyone, at least for the time being. Even so, the talk will come up regardless of your will. The Dominion has a princess. If we want her to rule it afterward, we should join their blood with ours. Make no mistake, the Prime Minister and other nobles will surely tell you to marry her. This one is Jürgen's prediction, so it is very likely that this will be the case. Thank you for your concern, but if we are talking about princes, then there are still others. I see. If you have someone that you are interested in, then make sure to tell that to father. He will not force you if he knows. No, I'm fine. Lizaranu smiled at my reply and drank her tea. She then got up from the sofa she was sitting on. Well, fine. If you are forced into it, then escape to the eastern border. I will hide you. I will do that. Once this succession war is over, I'd like to live a life free of power struggles after all. You think that is allowed to you? Saying so, Anu left the room with a laugh. Seriously, this person is truly like a storm. Saying whatever she wants and just left. What a troublesome person. I bet my freedom for the northern aristocrats. If father really wanted me to marry the princess of the Dominion, then I have no choice but to obey. I am different from Anu. I have my wish to make Leo an emperor, and I will do anything to achieve that wish. I want to avoid it if possible though. Thinking so, I continue doing my work in the now silent room. Chapter 392. Secret Talk at the Dominion. Cole, the capital of the Cornix Dominion. At its center was the royal castle. Standing on its balcony is a girl. Her age is around early to mid-teens. She has shoulder-length fluffy brown hair and her dress is of good quality. Her name is Marianne von Cornix, the daughter of the king who rules this country, in other words, the princess. She had stayed in the United Kingdom as a hostage for many years and only a few know of her existence. However, when the United Kingdom attacked the Empire, she was allowed to return to the Dominion. Although the king was pleased with the return of his only daughter, Marianne soon grew distant toward her father. Marianne, who grew up in the United Kingdom, did not like the corrupted system of the Dominion. She has been outspoken about the suffering of the citizens and even suggested concrete policies to improve their lives to the king. Eventually, the king stopped spending his time with his daughter, who he thought was indoctrinated by the United Kingdom. The real reason, however, is that he doesn't want his daughter to comment on how he runs the country. Still, Marianne continues to voice her opinions. Even when her father refused to meet her, she wrote letters to him. Her single wish is to make this country better. However, her father did not listen. That's why Marianne turned to rely on nobles she regarded as reliable. Even in the Dominion, there are still a few decent groups of nobles. Through them, she increased her allies. However, even with her allies, the king could still safely ignore her. After all, even if she has the title of a princess, she doesn't hold that much influence. Even so, she continues to thread on this narrow path and have this meeting. You are Vermilion? Indeed. Appearing in front of her is the masked Mia standing on the balcony. Through a reliable noble, Marianne sent a message that she wanted to meet Vermilion. Thinking about it normally, such a person wouldn't come out to meet her. The chivalrous thief who has been hostile toward the Dominion would never accept an invitation from its princess, she thought. However, Vermilion came. After all, she is the ally of the people. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Marianne von Cornix. Unfortunately, I am the princess of this country. I know about you, and how you helped the citizens as well. Mia tries not to talk much to not reveal her identity. She devoted all her focus to not end her sentence with the usual something and continues. What do you want? Make it short. A week from now, I am going to defect to the Empire. You want an escort? The Empire has taken care of that. After that, the Empire will probably start an invasion using me as their justification. It can't be helped. This country cannot be changed from within. But it would be wrong to harm the citizens in order to change that. I agree. Thank you. That's why I'd like to use my defection as a chance and bring as many people to the Empire as possible. I'd like your help to gather the citizens who wish to migrate to the Empire and bring them to Marquis Percival at the border. If it is only you, then it would be one thing, but I don't think that the Empire will allow such a large number of people to cross its border. Right now, the person governing the Empire's northern part is Prince Leonard's older brother, Prince Arnold. The other day, he allowed the use of the Holy Sword to prevent a flood in the north. That person probably doesn't care about his own reputation. He may be a strange person, but he surely cares about the people. I think that he will accept our people. Because Mia knows the person himself, she is seriously wondering if Ul would go so far for the people. During the rebellion in the Imperial capital, Ul gave it his all. Because it was something that directly connected with himself and his younger brother. However, this time it is different. He has no obligation to accept the Dominion's citizens. The Empire only needs the princess. If they have to choose one over another, then the Empire would choose the princess over the citizens of the Dominion. The princess can demand the Empire to accept some refugees, but how many of them would be accepted? Mia is completely clueless about that. After all, many already want to escape to the Empire. And the larger the scale, the harder for them to be accepted. So I have to believe that the Empire will not harm the citizens. The Empire probably will not harm our people. However, the aristocrats here are different. They see everyone else as stepping stones. In the event of war, they might order their soldiers to plunder the people. It was her own country that she has no trust in. Although that is a big speculation, it holds a certain degree of persuasiveness. Behind the mask, Mia frowns. If the Dominion's government knows that the princess is trying to defect, they would try to stop her with all their might. She will have to flee from the entirety of the Dominion's military. I can't do it by myself. You can't do it even with the help of Marquis Percival. Guarding the citizens is no problem. But once the army comes out, we have nothing to stop them. Someone needs to stall their movement. I will do it. Such a thing is easy to say, but if the Empire doesn't want to accept the citizens, then having Mia, who knows Ul personally there, will help. She needs one more person. If there is someone who can act as a decoy for them, that role, I will take it. From behind, Mia frowned at the sudden appearance of the man. She had no idea when he got so close to her. You are Vatter. Harassing the Dominion is my specialty. The other chivalrous thief. What did you come here for? I came to offer my help. Also, the princess was being monitored, you know. Marianne is surprised and hurriedly looks around. Mia also looks around, but she doesn't feel any gazes on her. Don't worry. I already deployed some illusions. But it seems that the king is already suspicious. You want us to trust you? I don't think that you have no other choice though. Why do you want to be the decoy? You might die. My daughter is here in the Dominion. As a father, I want to do what I can for her. With that sincere answer, Mia doesn't think that he is lying. Marianne seems to share her opinion. The minimum condition for our success is to prevent the army from leaving the city. No problem. But there should be other pursuers from outside the city as well. I will do something about that myself. Good. Then let's disband. And princess, if you want to make a move, then you better do it quick. However, it will take time to let the citizens know. Once they accept your people, the Empire will have to accept the rest. They are not so stupid to not know that. The princess's job is to make the Empire accept herself along with her people. If that is accomplished, then they should be able to do something about it afterward. Vatter's advice is to focus on moving the people first. The people monitoring the princess are skilled. It's clear that the other side is on guard against her. Then, we will do it in 3 days. Okay. I will do what I can. Let's meet again at Marquis Percival's territory. Yes. Vatter. You should be careful too. If someone strong enough for me to be on guard against comes out, then that should entertain me for a while. Saying so, Vatter disappeared. Hearing such self-important parting words, Mia whispers to herself. Just who does he think he is? Did you say something? It's nothing. Very well, let's move according to plan. With that said, Mia also parted ways with Marianne. Chapter 393. The Prime Minister's Shadows. Your Highnesses, excuse my rudeness. When I was discussing the supply for the invasion with Lizaranu, a man suddenly appeared in the room. He is dressed in black and his face is covered by a black cloth. Nothing he wears can tell us more about his identity. Still, we know for sure who he is. The Prime Minister's shadow her. Lizaranu muttered so and turned to the man. The shadows of the Prime Minister. It is a term used to call the intelligence service employed by the Prime Minister. 11 years ago, there used to be an intelligence agency in the Empire. It was an organization that reports directly to the Prime Minister. However, in the war with the kingdom, the terms for the ceasefire agreement included the dismantling of the organization. The reason was that the Prime Minister has used them to display his skills of sabotaging in full glory. Since the kingdom had been repeatedly sabotaged, they demanded the organization to be dismantled. The Prime Minister easily accepted the condition and dismantled it back then. However, it was not like he completely erased it from existence. There are still those who remain until today and act as the Prime Minister's arms and legs. These are the shadows of the Prime Minister. However, they are small in number and all of them devoted themselves to information gathering, so they don't appear much on the surface. Assigning one of them to act as a liaison like this is very rare. What happened? The matter with the nobles of the Dominions is going well. A week from now, the Princess of the Dominion will defect to our side. The plan is for Your Highness to launch your attack after that, so I can move at my own discretion. The judgment on the scene will be entrusted to His Highness Arnold as His Majesty the Emperor's representative. I see. That means I will be under Ul's command, right? Formally, that would be the case, Your Highness. Well, that's what he said. Anu speaks to me as if she finds this interesting. I shrug my shoulders and answer. If it is an order, then I will accept. Please do not act on your own, okay? I will be careful. Answering like that is very like Anu. From the point of view of someone who has to take responsibility for her action, I'd love to hear her say that she won't do it though. Well, I guess that is impossible, her. Is it confirmed that the princess will defect to us? We are making our preparations to escort her. Please be ready to receive her, Your Highness. Got it. And in case of something unexpected, everything will be left to Your Highness's judgment. Good grief. So it's all on me, her. For example, if the princess died before she got here, or the Dominion noticed her movement and launched an attack. I can see all kinds of possibilities. He is saying that I don't have to go through the Imperial capital to deal with the situation here. The authority given to me this time is great. However, the responsibility accompanying it is also great. Do it however you want, but if you fail, it will be your fault. That is the ridiculous meaning behind it. If I don't have the confidence, then I should decline her. If I have to go through the capital every time, then Lizaranu will end up acting on her own after all. That's rude. I can follow orders, you know. And in case I make a mistake, I wouldn't call a mistaken order an order. And in case I'm too slow, an order that comes too late is not an order. Ha! She won't take anything else besides an accurate instruction as an order. This is probably the reason why they didn't entrust the authority to Lizaranu. Well, she has the ability and the other party is the Dominion. She won't be pulling my legs for sure. Okay. I will do things at my own discretion and I accept all responsibility. Then please excuse me, Your Highness. Saying so, the shadow disappeared. With this, whatever happens, everything will be my responsibility. It is convenient, but it is also troublesome. With the Prime Minister mobilizing the shadows like this battle will probably end immediately. The kingdom front is in a stalemate after all. Even with Leo replacing Traugott there, the situation still doesn't change. If it's Lizaranu, then what would you do? The kingdom made many preparations before they attacked us. It will be difficult to beat them back at the border. That's why we should use a different route. So we go through the Dominion. That's right. So the reason that we are rushing the invasion of the Dominion is to not give the kingdom a chance to fortify themselves, her. If that is the case, then Does father intend to finish the kingdom off? That is probably the case. The kingdom has attacked us during the succession war. If we let them off, there might be another country that wants to try the same thing in the future. I understand that it will also send such a message, but our side has the saint. We might not be able to make them a puppet state like the Dominion, but we should be able to install a king that is convenient for us. They did attack us because of their own convenience after all. We have the justification on our side. However, the kingdom has an alliance with the United Kingdom. We still haven't received any ceasefire agreement from them. I don't think that launching an attack from the Dominion will work so well, you know. I think so too. But father seems to think that we won't have a problem from the United Kingdom this time. No problem from them? What do you mean? It seems that he bought the Dragon Prince over to our side at a high price. I immediately understood what she meant. William has returned to the United Kingdom as a defeated general. I predicted that the United Kingdom would offer us his head for a ceasefire agreement. Still, there is no movement from their side. It seems that the United Kingdom is divided on whether to push everything to William. As a country, the United Kingdom wants some land on the main continent. If we robbed the Dominion away from them, then even with a ceasefire in place, they won't overlook such a thing. The best thing they can do now is to ally themselves with us. However, I don't think that the ambitious king of the United Kingdom will do that. At best he would choose to remain neutral. Even so, we won't know what he will do behind the scenes. In such a situation, what can we expect William to do? I don't think that William would start a coup himself though. I wonder about that. You won't know what someone is capable of until they are cornered, you know. He is a man who didn't betray Gordon even after we have cornered him that much in the previous war. Even if his father betrayed him, I don't think that he is the kind of person who is capable of betraying someone else. If there is a possibility for that, then it must have been Gordon Anyu's advice. So you are saying that it is impossible? It is just my thought. If there was something that could make William move in such a way, then it would be a pleasant surprise. Perhaps father knows something that I don't. Well, it is not my place to think of that. For the time being, let's start preparing our knights for the invasion. Right. It seems the knights will have to prepare themselves for what to come after all. Saying so, Lizaranyu left the room. Arc 38. Chapter 394. The beginning of the evacuation. Cole, capital city of the Dominion. In the forest a little distance from the capital. There was an old mansion there. This mansion used to be owned by a noble, but now a certain person has bought it and lives there. Oja-sama. Returning to the mansion, Mia called out to its owner. Then, a well-built old man walks down the staircase with the help of his cane. He then looked astoundedly at his caller. What? You are being loud, Mia. This is no time to be quiet, Desuno. Saying so, Mia approaches the old man and helps him get down the stairs. The name of this elderly is Travis. He was the person who taught Mia how to wield magic bow and the owner of this mansion. He was once a famous warrior who used arcane archery, but he couldn't beat his aging body and retired from active duty. This mansion was bought by Travis, who chose to take care of orphans after he retired. What happened? The princess of the Dominion is going to defect to the Empire. I am going to help her and head to the Empire together. Oja-sama should get the orphans ready too, Desua. You made such an important decision on your own. Travis tiredly sighed. And after he thinks for a moment, he turns his gaze back. There was a boy in his early teens there. He has narrow eyes and dull red hair. The word cheeky would be perfect to describe the boy. Ted. Get the kids ready to move. Okay. But Miyane is going to help the princess. That's right, Desua. The princess is looking out for the PO. Nobles and royalty are all the same. Miyane is only being used because you are a good person. I am confident in my ability to judge people, Desua. I don't think that she is that kind of person. Rather than conjecture, using our experience with them should be more reliable, right? If it is about experience, then I can vouch for her. What? I know both a good noble and a good royalty after all. I don't know them. I have seen a lot of what those people are capable of though. Ted left with those parting words. to prepare the children who are in the other room to move out. It's a rebellious period, Desua. There's no helping it. That child only knows this country after all. If he goes to the Empire, he will see how wide this world is, Desua. Ted is a smart child. This should be a good opportunity for him, Desuane. Let us all move to the Empire, Desua. It won't be that easy, right? It will be fine. I have people I know over there. The rumored Prince Her. I heard that he became the Warden of the North. That doesn't really make sense to me, Desua. That position should be a troublesome one. Did his diligence suddenly awaken? Is it because of the earlier storm? That shouldn't be it. Well, whatever. We will talk more about him later. Focus on the now. Saying so, Travis walks to his room with his cane supporting his body. After he slowly seated himself in a chair, Mia followed him. So, where are we going? To Marquis Percival's territory. The capital will surely send pursuers, you know. Someone has already handled that. I can at least guarantee his ability, Desua. Who? If you put it like that, then he is more powerful than you, right? I think that he is a lot stronger than me, Desua. Even so, he wears that strange mask and keeps harassing the Dominion. I don't understand him. The other chivalrous thief Her. Judging from the time of his appearance, he might be sent here by the Empire. I don't care which country he belongs to. At least I know that he doesn't have any hostility toward us. The only important thing to Mia is that he is not an enemy. No matter what kind of motive he has, it doesn't matter as long as he is cooperative. Thinking that finding out his purpose is useless, she stopped looking into it. If Ted knows that, then he would probably say that she is being naive. Still, Mia doesn't mind that. Is the princess really going to defect? I am certain, Desua. She didn't lie to me, and it seems that she was being monitored as well. The princess who was held hostage by the United Kingdom for this country now couldn't do anything to influence it. Her. How ironic. She seems to judge that this country can no longer change from the inside, Desua. I agree with her. No matter how many times you struck down the nobles, the injustice still occurs. Even if the princess continues to appeal to them, those nobles will not change. Travis let out a long sigh. The Dominion has always been that way. He came to this country because he wanted to save the children, but he understood from the children that he actually saved that this country is done. To fix it, it must be broken once. However, if one wants to break this country, its people will surely suffer. A war. No, this will be a trampling. Prince Arnold already promised me, Desua. He will not cause harm to the people. That prince is in a position to control the north, but the one leading the invasion should be Marshal Liselot, the princess general. This country caused the death of their crown prince. The Empire will want to avenge him. No matter what that prince does, it would be useless if the soldiers and knights on the front line don't listen to him. The front line will be in the marshal's hands. There's nothing to do even if we are pessimistic, Desua. Besides, the prince is someone who will do anything he can to fulfill his promise, Desua. She did not have any documents or anything to guarantee his promise. Nothing was written down. All he has to lose is the trust of people that belong to another country. Still, Mia believes that he would do everything in his power to make good on his promise. She is confident in her eyes. That prince is not the type of person that would forgive himself for trampling on promises he made with others. No matter how harsh it is for him, he will endure it. He would act like he doesn't care. However, he will never compromise on his promise. That was the feeling Mia got from Arnold. You trust him a lot, don't you? He is a person that can make people do that for him. If you meet him, then Oja-sama will understand too. Ted as well. Mia smiled and started packing. The princess will escape to the Empire in 3 days. By that time, she wants her people to be at Marquis Percival's territory. Fortunately, she has a surplus of funds. Mia didn't spend most of the money she received from Ul. She only used a small portion to buy gifts for the children. She thought that it would be useful when the time comes. I will scatter the money to bring the people there, Desua. The princess is willing to demand that the Empire accept our people in exchange for her cooperation after all. How reckless. But if a lot of people are on the move, The princess's movement can be camouflaged. It's not a bad idea. The money should bring people together. For the time being, I will gather the people in Marquis Percival's territory. After the princess is in the empire, they will immediately launch an invasion, Desua. To protect them, I think that we should get the people as close to the border as possible. But what are you going to do about the Dominion's army at the border? Even if you can stop the pursuers from the capital, if the army there dispatches a unit to pursue us, then we will be attacked from behind, you know. I hope that I can count on the Imperial army to protect them, but if that's not possible, then I will do it myself, Desua. Don't push yourself too much. It will be fine. I can use magic bow that Ojasama taught after all. Saying so, Mia gives him a smile. Chapter 395. The Dominion's current situation. This world is always cruel. That was Ted's thought as he looks at the road. This road is leading to Marquis Percival's territory. Ted and his friends are traveling on it using multiple carriages. The carriages house 12 orphans that Travis is currently taking care of along with their luggage. Many children disliked this trip. For them, Travis's mansion is a place of rest where they can live comfortably. Ted understood their feelings well. From the carriage window, he can see many people along the side of the road. They are beggars. Every few meters apart, there would be a person wearing rags holding a small basket out for money. Their lives depend on others' compassion. Before he was taken in, he also belonged to that side. Ted's hometown was a rural one. The dark and damp alley there was Ted's home. He didn't even know the faces of his parents. He was already there when he recognized it. As a child, he had no choice but to beg. Theft was more of an adult's thing. If you cross them, then you will be killed. Ted had seen many children who couldn't bear the hunger and started stealing food, died because of that. He couldn't afford to die himself. That's why he did everything in order to live. At first, he started begging. Eventually, he learned that he needed to steal, so he always did it while making it look like the work of someone else. Soon, the thieves started to get suspicious of each other. What ensued was a power struggle where the weak ones were killed. And eventually, the turf became empty. Before he knew it, Ted had his own turf with several followers. Ted Oniachan, what are you looking at? It's nothing. Saying so, Ted stroked the head of the girl sitting next to him. The girl's name is Patty. They are not related by blood, but Patty was a girl who lived in the same alley as Ted. She just turned 8 this year. It seems that the miserable life in the back alley has finally become a distant memory for her. That's why Ted didn't show the view outside to Patty. Come on, I will read you the picture book Miane bought us. Really. Ted and Patty were taken into Travis's protection 5 years ago. Due to the falling rain and the lack of shelter, Patty got sick and Ted had run around the town for someone to treat her. At first, he went to a doctor who told him that he will not lift a hand unless Ted pays him. Next, he went to a home of a wealthy family where he was told that a dirty orphan has no right approach. Lastly, he went to a noble. And without even a single word exchanged, he was beaten. Still, Ted continued to run around the town. He kept at it even while his whole body was smeared with mud. He kept grinding his head to the ground, asking for help to the point of bleeding. Still, no one helped him. And when he hugged Patty, who was dying of her illness in despair, a girl with a funny speech pattern called out to them while offering them an umbrella. "What's wrong, Desuno?" The funny-speaking girl immediately noticed Patty's condition and hurriedly called over Travis, who was nearby. It was after that they were put inside a carriage and taken to the doctor. It was the doctor who refused to help them. The doctor who told him that he would never help them unless they have money. He initially was reluctant to help, but when Travis gave him a few gold coins, the doctor immediately changed his attitude. He treated Ted and Patty as if they were some noble children, and Patty quickly recovered. After Patty recovered, Travis had gathered the children living in the alley. Then, he asked, "Won't you come live with me?" All of the children nodded to him with a smile and were taken to his mansion. After that, Travis kept taking in such children, and when a child reached a certain age, they would be sent out of the Dominion with the help of Travis's acquaintance. The reason behind sending them off like this is that the Dominion provides no education on martial arts nor academics. Originally, Ted was already old enough to leave the mansion, but due to Travis's declining health and Mia's work, he stayed to take care of the other children. Hey, Ted O'Neachin. Where are we going? He doesn't know how to answer that. Ted didn't know what would happen at their destination. After they arrived at Marquis Percival's territory and the princess successfully escaped to the Empire, what will happen to them after that? Helping the princess escape the country bear no benefit for them. Rather, they have lost their place to live. They were already in a dangerous position due to Mia's work, but once they openly help the princess escape, this country will see them as its enemy. That's why they have to run away. However, Ted didn't feel like blaming Mia or Travis. Their kindness has saved him and Patty. The bad one is this country. It is this country's fault that good people cannot live here. Ted O'Neachin. We are going to the border. After that, I wonder what will happen. I'm looking forward to seeing for myself. There is something there. Patty smiles happily. Seeing that, Ted let out a small sigh. In the unlikely event that the princess is truly using Mia. Naturally, Travis would have expected that already, but if that happened, they will have a harsh time escaping. It's not that he hates it. He can brush it off thinking that there's no helping it. However, he doesn't want to see Mia and Travis's kindness betrayed. It would be fine if they don't trust the likes of royalty and aristocrats from the start. While muttering so in a small voice, Ted turned the page of the picture book and read it to Patty. At the throne room of the Imperial Sword Castle, Emperor Johannes received a report from the Prime Minister. That concluded the report. If all goes well, I expect that this will be over in a week's time. Good work. The rest will depend on Liselot her. Your Majesty. May I ask why you entrusted capturing the Dominion to Liselot Salma? You were against that decision, weren't you? It's unusual for you to question something that has already been decided, isn't it? I simply want to learn the meaning behind your decision. There are only demerits in leaving this matter to Liselot Salma. I accepted it as it is your Majesty's decision. However, if we take a close look, we have already concentrated a large amount of our fighting power in the north. I think that an addition of a small amount of force should be enough in capturing the Dominion. So you thought that sending Liselot is going overboard? Yes. Excuse my rudeness, but with that much military power, anyone would be able to capture that country. If your Majesty has already read that Duke Rainfeld would rally the knights to support the north, then I think that you should have left the invasion to him from the beginning. Your Majesty could have His Highness Arnold leads the army as well. The Sokol Empire is staying silent about this, and the army there is huge. If Liselot captures the Dominion, then we can move on to take the kingdom with Liselot attacking via a different route. I understand that. However, about Liselot Salma, there is a serious problem about her. Johannes bitterly smiles at the Prime Minister who kept persisting on the matter. He understands his reason. The death of the Crown Prince is still weighing down on Liselot's mind. That's why you think that she might run out of control? Yes, exactly. Moreover, your Majesty has pushed all responsibility regarding the invasion to His Highness Arnold. If Liselot Salma started rampaging, then the one who has to bear the responsibility will be him. What is the true meaning behind this, your Majesty? His Highness Arnold is doing brilliant work reconstructing the north. Are you hoping to lower his reputation? As an emperor, I will not intervene with the succession war. The reason I left everything to Arnold was that I couldn't stop Liselot myself. What do you mean? Liselot probably thinks that if she can avenge the Crown Prince, then she doesn't mind losing her position. So if I were to give her my full authority and have her bear the consequence herself, she would still do it. My daughter is like that. But it would be different if His Highness Arnold is the one bearing the responsibility. I don't know. At least, I think that she would think twice about it. If Liselot truly recognizes Arnold, then I'm sure that they won't have any problem capturing the Dominion. In my opinion, I think that Liselot Salma still hasn't recognized His Highness Arnold yet. She just loves him as her younger brother. Arnold still won't get serious after all. That's why she still can't recognize him. Arnold might think that is fine, but If he has to face a difficult problem, then he will be forced to take it seriously. Not as a younger brother, but as a prince who holds the same rank. Saying so, Johannes smiles and stands up from the throne. Understanding his true intention, the Prime Minister bowed to Johannes and asks him a question before he leaves. Your Majesty, who do you think should sit on this throne? The throne is given to the winner. It will not be given to those who are not trying to win. After all, no one would recognize such an emperor. That's why we have a succession war. The person who sits on the throne will not be decided by their qualities or abilities. The one who can sit on it is only someone who has the resolve to do it. The throne does not care about the emperor's preference. If I can decide on such a thing, then what is the purpose of having a succession war? I have overstepped my bounds. Forgive my rudeness. Just like that, Johannes left the throne room. The Prime Minister also left, while thinking what a difficult clan to serve. Chapter 396. The Hateful Sky. Night. Finn came out to the balcony of the Zweig mansion. How is the scenery? Liselot Sama. Finha. What do you want? The balcony was already occupied by someone. It was Liselot in her military uniform. Seeing her wearing the blue cloak that is only allowed to an Imperial marshal is nothing strange. But to Finn, Liselot looked a little different tonight. That's why Finn came out to the balcony with a tea set. I thought that the night breeze would be cold, so I prepared some tea. Would you like to join me? Don't be so polite. I will take it. Liselot, who was standing on the balcony, headed for a nearby table. Finn quickly brewed the tea on the table and presented it to Liselot. Drinking the hot tea, Liselot relatedly exhaled. She then slowly looked up to the sky. The stars are beautiful today. Yeah, but I hate it. Why so? The question serves two meanings. Why do you hate it? And why are you watching it even though you hate it? Understanding both meanings, Liselot drank her tea with a bitter smile. It was starry like this too when I experienced the worst thing in my life. It is truly a hateful sky. That is sad, isn't it? Is it? Why do you think so? There are always stars in the sky. Even if they are hidden by the clouds, they would still peek out sometimes. That's why it would always remind you of that experience. That is sad. Don't you think? Yeah, I really can't forget. Liselot said so and looked at her palm. There were 2 days that Liselot regarded as the worst day of her life. Both of them have a starry sky like this. The first time was when she received the news of her mother, Amelia the second consort's death. It was a night like this that she received the report and headed to the capital to hold her mother's already cold body. The second time happened in this very place, the north. She received a report that it was only a skirmish. However, she had a bad feeling and ran to the north with all her might. And it was under such a starry sky that she held the body of the crown prince who died by a stray arrow. She couldn't make it. She could do nothing about it. I've won many battles, but I've never forgotten the helplessness I felt on those days. You cannot forgive yourself, can you? Even with a woman's body, I picked up the sword because I want to protect someone. But I couldn't protect those who I want to protect the most. I am always too late. During the rebellion in the capital, when everyone thought that everything is finished, it was Liselot Sama who came for us. Please don't say that you are always too late. You may not be able to save your mother and brother, but did you not save your father and your siblings? Right. Back then, I was able to act in time. You could say that was a small victory for me. Liselot sips on her tea again. Then, before she knew it, her cup was already empty. Immediately realizing that, Finn brewed a second cup for her. Sorry. It's okay, I am used to it. Finn. You are somehow similar to my mother. I think the reason why father chose you was that he felt that from you. The second consort Amelia, is it? I was once told by Ulsama's mother that I am similar to her. What kind of person was she? She was a gentle person. Always care about others and take care of them. When I went to work at the border, she gave me a charm, praying that I won't get hurt. She was not the most talented among all the consorts, but she was loved by father. She was a mother who was loved by everyone. I have heard that no matter how many consorts there are, His Majesty's love for the second consort never diminished. This is my personal opinion, but she must have been a wonderful person. She was not so wonderful. She was always forgetful and played pranks all the time. But she was strong. It was her who taught me the importance of protecting others. Then, she was like a teacher to Liselot-sama as well, right? A teacher her. Well, I guess so. Liselot drinks the tea with a smile. She then looked up at the sky again. Just then, the clouds cover the stars. Seeing that, Liselot stood up. After all, there is no meaning in staying here any longer. Well, I think it's about time I excuse myself. Thank you for the tea. Is that so? I wanted to talk more though. Let's save that for the next time. Saying so, Liselot tries to leave. While looking at her back as she walks away, Finn asks her a question. May I ask one final question? It was delicious tea. I will answer you for that. Thank you very much. Then let me ask. Why did you choose this time to remember your worst memory? You already knew the answer. It was to recall the powerlessness and the fury I had back then. That fury, do you think you can control it, Liselot-sama? Who knows? But it is the truth that this is the only place where I can settle it. I cannot suppress this feeling. Saying so, Liselot smirked. She was prepared to be criticized for it. However, Finn's reply was unexpected. I see. I pray that Liselot-sama can make peace with your past. You are not going to criticize me for it. Feeling angry is normal for a person. But if you let it out and bring harm to others, then at that time I might have to. My plan is to burn the Dominion down to the ground though. A plan is only a plan. Liselot-sama still hasn't acted on it yet after all. Don't you think that it will be too late by then? That might be the case, but that is not my place to say anything. Not your place. We all have our own role to play. I can talk to you, but it is not me who has to actually stop or find a way to compromise with Liselot-sama. Who do you say that such a role belongs to? Well, I think that Liselot-sama already has the answer for that. Saying so, Finn smiled and began putting away the tea set. After erasing the face of the person who came up to her mind, Liselot turned her back on Finn and walked away. She already recalled her fury, and she has already decided to settle it here. Chapter 397. Once again to the sky. The United Kingdom of Egret. It is a kingdom consisting of 3 islands. The largest island in the middle is the center of this country. A huge capital city was built at its center. However, right now the royal capital is now divided into 2. The current king and the first prince were thinking of pushing all the responsibility of their defeat to the second Prince William and make peace with the empire by offering his head. However, the sensible aristocrats and ministers are opposing that plan, and there was a heated debate at the castle through day and night. Of the 3 holy dragons that had protected the United Kingdom, 2 were subjugated by silver. It is obvious that their military power is in decline. It would be a waste to execute William, who is excellent in warfare. That was the opposing opinion. Meanwhile, the current king and the first prince argued that William had prioritized his personal friendship with Gordon and undermined their national interest. In truth, it was the king who decided to help Prince Gordon. William was the one who was against it. He headed to the imperial capital because of a royal decree, and he had fought for the United Kingdom with all his might. If that prince was executed, the soldiers of the United Kingdom would rebel. The king and the first prince wanted to have a ceasefire with the empire, but if that comes at the cost of a rebellion, then the empire might use that chance to crush them. That's why they could not force the execution. William was sentenced to a house arrest in a small village a little away from the capital. They still couldn't make a decision here. Yes, sir. It was the Dragon Knights who came to deliver news to William. Dubbed the Dragon Prince, William has the trust of all Dragon Knights in the United Kingdom. That's why even while being absent from the meeting, he can still obtain information through them. Even if William doesn't move, the Dragon Knights will do it for him. The guards and soldiers who were supposed to prevent them from meeting him also think that it is wrong to execute William, so rather than turning them away, they welcome the Dragon Knights in. Since his early teens, William had fought for the United Kingdom at the front line. During the war with the kingdom, William personally led the Dragon Knights and fought until the end. It was thanks to him that the United Kingdom was able to withdraw its army back to the mainland. No soldier had forgotten that. The military is completely on William's side. If William was to straddle his dragon and ride out right now, all Dragon Knights would support him. However, William hasn't moved yet. He calmly accepted his sentence. Your Highness, everything is ready. The rest is up to you. I see. William only gave a short answer and nothing else. He then left the Dragon Knight and the house. In this small village, not only William, Gordon's wife, Bianca, and Henrik the Imperial Prince are also here. Both of them are important politically, so their movements are restricted here as well. However, Bianca's daughter is not here. Just before arriving in the United Kingdom, William had entrusted her to his men. Fortunately, it was not widely known that Gordon has a daughter, so there was no suspicion about his movement. Is Henrik still inside? Yes, sir. He still hasn't come out. At the time of withdrawal, Henrik was by William's side. After that, it was a series of hardships. Naturally, they were routed. There is no way that a rout is an easy thing to survive. Henrik has experienced many things through it. That's why Henrik is holding himself in the house. Henrik. It's me. I'm coming in. After a courtesy knock, William immediately entered the room. However, he immediately abandoned being courteous. Henrik has a piece of glass in his hand. Furthermore, he is holding it at his throat. What are you doing? William hit the glass away. He cut his hand, but William doesn't care about that. Please. Let me die. Don't be a fool. What can dying help? If I die, Prince William might be saved. If they give my head to the Empire. Fool. Do you really think that your head has that much value? Even if you joined the rebellion, do you think that the Emperor would be happy to see his own son's head? It will only add oil to the flame. Then, what do you want me to do? Live and atone for your sins. I will not allow you to escape your guilt by dying. Something like that. Henrik crouched down and started crying. He couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to just disappear from this world. That is the wish from the bottom of his heart. Henrik experienced a lot during their withdrawal. During the rout, the wounded soldiers were steadily dropping out one by one. Henrik himself was about to die of hunger and thirst. He was originally a prince who was carefully raised in a castle. Never experiencing any hardship, Henrik couldn't possibly endure such a thing. Still, he was able to come this far because of the help from those around him. He was a prince of the empire, so they did not have any obligation to help him. They did not do it because of William's order either. The soldiers around Henrik helped him only because they wanted to. Before arriving at the ship, the soldiers took turns carrying Henrik, who couldn't even stand on his own. It was them that kept Henrik alive. However, it was because of that he is experiencing hell right now. Because of his ignorance, Henrik made light of the soldiers' lives. He thought and treated them like pieces on a board, so it was easy for him to abandon them. But now he realized. The soldiers he treated like pieces in a game are also human beings. It is obvious that they also have a family. Thousands of soldiers were killed. And thousands of families have to mourn them. All because of him. And ironically, Henrik also lost his family. Gordon holding the Imperial army back to let them escape. That was what Henrik saw as he withdrew with William. At that time, what he felt was only pain. That regret struck Henrik, and he was attacked by guilt. Someone like me is better off dead. If you want to die, then die. But I will not let you die without achieving anything. What can someone like me do? A pathetic prince who let countless soldiers die on the battlefield. I am someone that can't achieve anything even at the cost of my own life. What can someone like me do? You won't know what you can do until you try. The important question now is, what did you do? What you did is only holding yourself up in this room and tell yourself that you can't do anything. Are you going to die without atoning for what you've done? Do you understand how much of a fool that would make you? Atoning. What should I do to atone then? He felt like he is not allowed to keep living. He felt like he could hear such a grudgeful voice at any moment. To live while hoping to die. That endless journey is cruel. However, William does not allow him to commit suicide. Someday, you can become someone that the dead soldiers can be proud of. That is your atonement. No matter what you do, they are already dead. Even if it was your mistake that caused their death, they are already gone. There is no point in beating yourself up. Instead, you have to keep walking. Shoulder their death on your back and save as many lives as you have lost. I am not as strong as you. I too am not strong. I am still hesitating even in this situation after all. What? Before he died, Gordon told me to take care of his family. I've been thinking about it for a long time. His wife, his daughter, you. Did he want me to protect the three of you? Or did he mean that I have to defeat my family for my friends? Will I be forgiven for that? What is the right thing to do? I have been thinking over such questions all this time. But now I have the answer. Saying so, William grabbed Henrik's arm and stood him up. Then, only the living can walk forward. Just as you have to make amends to those soldiers, I will also have to do what I can. The army I led was defeated. They all died because of me. Why? You are wrong. You are the one that saved them. Such is war. They obeyed my order and died. They have the right to blame me. But I will not die. For my friend, my subordinates, for this country. Let's do our best and walk on together. When William went out of the room, Roger was there, fully clad in his armor. Your Highness is being late, so I came to pick you up. Sorry for the extra work. I'm thinking of heading out now. That's great. Everyone is waiting. Saying so, Roger looked up to the sky. There, countless dragon knights are flying above them. Henrik was stunned by the sight. He has never seen such a large army of dragon knights. Henrik, let's think about your atonement together. But first, I have something that I must do. Wait for me, Prince William. I will not betray my friend's wish. I will protect his family according to his last word. William straddled on his dragon and flew to the sky. He then received a spear from Roger and swung it as he announced his command. All men, advance. Our destination is the royal capital. Today, we take the king's head. Chapter 398. The Princess's Escape. The Princess's Escape. When the news reached the king, the Dominion fell into great turmoil. This is due to the fact that a coup d'état has occurred in the United Kingdom, their suzerain, at the same time. Leading the coup was Prince William, the Dragon Prince. The Dominion was greatly surprised that the prince who they knew to be very loyal is leading the coup himself. This matter is very important to them as their future depends on the outcome of this coup. They need to know who they should support. However, an absurd report arrived while they were in the middle of that situation. There's nothing but troubles. It turned out like this because she was raised in the United Kingdom. The king did not hide his irritation. The king is wearing fine clothes that seem to be over-decorated with jewelry adorning all over his body. If Mia sees this man, she would seriously doubt whether Marianne was born from such a father. This man, who is the prime example of humanity's ugliness, is the king of the Dominion, Zachariah von Kornix. Your Majesty, the princess can only escape to the Empire. Right. We can't afford to let her escape there while the United Kingdom is still in chaos. This is bad. This is bad. Exactly, Your Majesty. Those nasty cowards at the Empire will surely use her as their justification and invade us. UHMG. Capture her. Do not let her reach the Empire. Of course, Your Majesty. This will affect the army's morale after all. Right. Mobilize all available units. Don't let her escape. You hear me? Yes, Your Majesty. After giving out his order, the king tiredly leans back on his throne. However, as though he just remembered it, he asked the nearby nobles a question. That's right. How is that going? Regarding our evacuation to the United Kingdom. It seems that will be impossible in this situation, Your Majesty. Then what would we do if the Empire attacked us? Our opponent is that Princess General you know. You think you can win against her. She is the strongest general in the Empire. I dare say that there are only a handful of people who can defeat her on this continent. That's right. That's why I was preparing the escape route. What do I do now? The king tries to squeeze some kind of solution out of the nobles. At the silent response, he throws a tantrum saying that the nobles are all useless while throwing the jewelry adorning his body at them. Your Majesty, I have also reached out to the kingdom. This will need more money than with the United Kingdom, but it seems that we can seek asylum with them. Since they need more money to fight the Empire, they should not refuse us as long as we have the money. Oh, there's that option, her. If we escape to the kingdom, then we will be safe. Please wait until my messenger returns. However, it would be bad if the Empire started attacking us first. We need to capture the princess back, Your Majesty. That's right. She will only bring disaster to my glorious country. Does she not care about the citizens at all? That fool of a girl, even though she always preaches me to take better care of the people. What a hypocrite. Frustrated at the situation, the king claps his hands together. With that as a signal, the maids appeared with a lot of wine glasses in their hands. What they are serving are various kinds of famous alcohol from all over the continent. To buy such a collection, you would need a considerable sum of money. A time like this call for a drink. Yumu, which should I pick today? While examining the alcohol, the king never glanced upon the look on the nobles' faces. Pursues her. Marianne is traveling on a carriage prepared by the Prime Minister's shadows. Escorting the carriage are soldiers from the Imperial army. However, since they have to operate in a foreign country, their number was limited. In addition to this, they also sent out multiple carriages to act as decoys. Even so, their protection is still insufficient. I'm sorry, because I rushed the plan. Please don't say that. If the king was more vigilant about your escape, then it will be even more difficult than this. You made a good decision, Your Highness. Although the soldier operating the carriage said that, it is true that due to her rushing the escape plan, the number of escorts for her escape is significantly less. Originally, they were to meet up with an escort unit outside the capital, but they have moved out without waiting for their arrival. Incoming cavalry at our right rear. Damn it. Did they mobilize the entire army? No matter how much of a fool he is, Zachariah is still the king of this country. He understands the danger of letting the princess escape to the Empire well. If they have this many pursuers on their tail, then they can expect that the decoys also have the same number of pursuers on them. Surely, their comrades will not survive this. Thinking so, the soldier gritted his teeth. Fire arrows incoming. Get down, Your Highness. The soldier looks back while telling the princess to get down. Fire arrows are pouring down toward them from the sky. The soldiers protecting the carriage are capable enough to ward them off, but the number is simply too much. If they lose the carriage, then they will have to escape on foot, and that would be impossible while protecting the princess. Don't hit the horses. The soldier prayed so as he moved the carriage forward. However, none of the arrows hit the carriage. We are saved. If you were going to use decoys, then you should have told me first. You are giving me extra work. The voice came from the carriage's roof. Poking her head out of the window, Marianne looked up. Vata, you came for us. I promised after all. And I will have you know that I wasn't late because I was slacking off all right. At the same time, multiple carriages joined up with them. The carriages form a formation to shield Marianne's carriage. You guys, you are alive. Yeah, we got some help. Rejoicing at his comrade's safety, the soldier looks at Vata on the carriage roof. A blue-masked man wielding a bow. That appearance somehow reminded him of someone similar in the Empire. Don't tell me. Silver, can you not group me with that guy? I am stronger than Silver. Ah, no. Sorry. It's fine as long as you understand. Keep moving. I will stop the pursuers here. Vata, doing this alone is... I have no need for dead weights. Just focus on getting to the Empire safely. Saying so, Vata holds up his bow and takes aim at the pursuing horseman. He then fired an arrow. The arrow pierced through the first man on the front, the man behind him, and lodged itself between the eyebrows of the horse running in the middle of the group. 2 people and 1 horse fell. The whole cavalry unit immediately crashed and collapsed. If he feels like it, he could wipe them all out with a single arrow, but there would be no point wearing a mask if he does that. After all, the number of archers who are capable of that is only a handful. Tell this to Vermilion. I did my part. Yes. I will make sure to tell her. Upon hearing Marianne's reply, Vatter jumps off the carriage and stands in the way of the cavalry. He then speaks to them as he takes aim. That was a disaster, wasn't it? If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for being so enthusiastic about your work. Saying so, Vatter repeatedly shot his arrows. The arrows were fired at a rate where no one would think a human is capable of. Moreover, each of them has unmatched accuracy. Even when the horsemen held up their shield, the arrow pierced through them like thin paper. The place was instantly turned into hell. However, the hell doesn't end there. This is because a new cavalry unit has arrived in their place. Seriously, a lot of people have a death wish today, right? Saying so, Vatter holds up his bow once again. Chapter 399. An easy understand feeling. Some of the northern nobles want to participate in the invasion. Even after such a huge war, they sure are energetic. I sighed as I received the report from Char. Looking at the list of the nobles who wish to participate, I can see that they are all young nobles. These young nobles often have a strong desire to earn credit. However, going to war is not free. Do they have enough resources to spare for that? They insisted that after trading off the war horses, they have some to spare, but the last war should have been enough. Besides, if the northern nobles participate as well, that wouldn't look good in the eyes of the eastern nobles. The eastern nobles went all the way to the north to participate in the invasion of the Dominion. The northern nobles have already made a name for themselves in the previous war. After showing their bravery, the northern knights already have a reputation as the best in the empire. In the last few years, father hasn't been to the field. Moreover, after the Imperial army was established, the places where aristocrats and their knights can show their power are limited. That's why it is rare for nobles to rally their knights to accompany father to a battlefield. When it was said that the era of knights is over, they are given this chance. The eastern nobles are surely desperate to seize this opportunity. But if I stop them, their impression of me will worsen. No doubt that they will think that you are favoring the eastern nobles. Good grief. Notify them for me. They are to gather 500 of their elites each and send them to Lizaranu to assist her as my direct subordinates. Let them know that if they want the credit, then they have to do this as knights. That should lessen the dissatisfaction. Lizaranu only has about 1,000 subordinates. Most of her subordinates stay at the east border to man its defense. In other words, Lizaranu will be leading a borrowed force from the allied eastern nobles' army. Even with Duke Rainfeld, it would be difficult for her to fight using others' forces. That's why I will lend my direct subordinates to Lizaranu. Considering her personality, when the time comes to advance, she will move forward without any hesitation. In a certain sense, they would be acting like Imperial knights since they will have to protect her. If I leave that role to the northern nobles, then they should be able to gain sufficient credit in this war. Then the matter is settled. Next is about the eastern nobles' allied army that is staying inside the Zweig territory. Is there enough supply to feed them? Currently, the eastern nobles' army is stationed inside the Zweig territory. A total of 20,000 knights are camping just outside the city. Naturally, they are staying here in preparation for the invasion. When the preparations are complete, they will take the lead and invade the Dominion together with Marshal Liselot. The supply for the invasion was also stored inside the Zweig territory. The supply is enough. We actually have a surplus from what Duke Rainfeld has prepared. That's good. This is expected to be a short-term decisive battle. If it got dragged out, then we will need to procure more supply though. If all goes according to the schedule, then the invasion will conclude in no time. We will use the princess who defected to our side and have the nobles supporting her make their army lower their weapons. At that point, few would protect the king. But the problem here is that we have too many people near the city. That's why the distribution is being delayed. There's no helping it, so just give up. We are about to go to war after all. If the knights see anything suspicious, they will surely investigate. You can't stop them. There have been many reports about cases where the knights halting the merchants heading to the city for luggage inspection. However, it is true that we have an army camping here. It is only natural to closely inspect anyone who comes and goes in this area. Not to mention that our opponent this time is the Dominion, a country that stands no chance against the Empire in a proper battle. That's why they are being extra vigilant of sabotages. There's nothing you can do at all. It would be difficult. I will think of something. Please do. Then that's all for me. Okay. I'm counting on you. After that exchange, Char left the room. Once she left, I let out a long sigh. Are you tired? Well, yeah. Elna, who silently stood by my side, spoke to me. Right now, there are only the two of us in the room. It would be fine to show some soft side here. Father threw the reins on Lizaranu to me. He probably expects me to stop her this time. Since Ul is taking full responsibility for the invasion, Lizlotsama wouldn't do something extra right. Normally that would be the case. But the Dominion is not your average opponent. It is the country that caused my eldest brother's death. On top of that, they brushed off all responsibility by blaming it on a random vassal. There's no doubt that she despises them. Moreover, Lizaranu has been holding on to that hatred for 3 years. Do you think that she will go berserk? It wouldn't be strange if she does. That's the reason why Father did not entrust his full authority to Lizaranu. Even so, I'm not confident that I can stop her. I already did what I could. I intended to be recognized by Lizaranu. I'm sure that if I were to stand a chance of stopping her, then I need her to recognize me first. To have her recognize me and follow my order. However, the only person Lizaranu ever recognized as superior was our eldest brother. The pressure of getting close to his greatness is already heavy for me. Then it would be fine if you don't let Lizlotsama do anything, right? If he wants that, then Father wouldn't assign Lizaranu to this invasion in the first place. Your body will break down if you keep holding in your anger after all. Surely, if someone else took down the Dominion, Lizaranu will break. Are you not exaggerating this? That is how much my eldest brother was to Lizaranu. She doesn't see him like her other brothers. He is even more important to her now that all. It's hard to compare, but my eldest brother's death broke Lizaranu's dream. All her feelings and expectations turned into regret. 3 years is a short yet long period of time. She probably has been looking forward to crushing the Dominion with her own hands. It wouldn't be strange if I can't stop her. As her younger brother, I don't want to see her going mad. But what should I do if you want to burn a whole country to the ground? Her feeling right now is what I would feel if Leo was killed. Moreover, it happened when she was not by his side. Her time probably stopped moving in that moment. She has started to look forward to the future little by little with Duke Reinfeld's help, but this is something that she has to overcome herself. What should I do here? While I was thinking to myself, Elna's hand touched my shoulder. When I look up, Elna was staring at me. Ul is always working hard for others, aren't you? She is my sister after all. It will be fine. Your feeling will surely reach Lizlotsama. If Ul keeps moving forward without forgetting that feeling, Lizlotsama will surely respond in her own way. It would be nice if that's the case. It will. As your childhood friend, I guarantee you. Ul's feeling is easy to understand after all. Don't make fun of me. To such an answer, Elna smiled softly at me. Chapter 400. A certain bloodline. The news that the princess's escape had been moved forward had to be delivered to Ul as soon as possible. However, by moving the escape to within 3 days' time instead of a week, they did not have enough manpower. That's why the Prime Minister's shadows immediately set out to deliver the news as soon as the minimum preparation was finished. This entire defection plan is depending on Ul. The princess can successfully defect to the Empire only when Ul, who is in charge of the North, is ready to receive her. After all, if his preparation is delayed, then the enemy pursuers might catch up with them. This is why the shadows run through the Dominion with all their might. However, as they approached the border, their number kept decreasing. They are being hunted. The shadows noticed that and split up to head to Ul using different routes. However, All signs of other shadows were lost, and there is only a single one of them remaining. In order to deliver the news that Dominion has such a skilled combatant on their side, the shadow travels on the route meant for the princess to escape. This is to guarantee the safety of the information. The northern border was full of openings. This is due to the fact that the Northern Defense Force currently can only hold a single fort. Some routes became blind spots due to the lack of surveillance. These openings still haven't been filled, and one of them was used to act as a place to house the princess. The reason why these openings still haven't been filled was also for not wanting the Dominion to put up their guard. Using that route, the shadow continues to run. Just ahead, the unit meant to escort the princess should be waiting for him. However, it's troubling, running around so much. That voice came from the front. The shadow holds a dagger in his hand and takes a stance. In terms of fighting ability, he is on the level of a professional assassin. However, the opponent he has to face was just too bad. Captain Raphael Balent, former captain. Well, your duty ends here. Saying so, Raphael swings his sword and cuts through the shadow. With the sword cut deep into his internal organs, the shadow spits out blood and collapses on the spot. However, his eyes are still fixed on Raphael. You guys are certainly annoying, but it's also my highness's fault for ordering me to handle you all alone. Hi, Ness. Right. My highness. That person is someone that will eventually become an emperor. Saying so, Raphael gouged out the shadow's eye. One of his eyes was artificial. It was a special magic tool that could record both video and audio. Each shadow has one such eye. So serious about your work until the end, her. I will praise you for that. And thanks for guiding me all the way to the escort unit. I thought I could count on you if I let run, Saying so, Raphael stabbed the shadow again. Now then. Next is the escort unit, her. It was unexpected for Raphael that the princess chose to move earlier than planned. The one who informed the Dominion's king that the princess might try to escape was Raphael. The reason is that he would be troubled if they let the princess escape. The Empire war against the Dominion must be won without a just cause. No matter which country, princesses are all tomboys, her. Raphael said so and used wind magic to blow away the corpse of the shadow. He then heads to the location where the escort unit would be. The princess's escort unit was selected from the elites of the Northern Border Defense Force. They were supposed to slowly cross into the Dominion territory to avoid detection and escort the princess from right outside their capital. However, the schedule has changed. The escort unit was aware that the plan has changed due to the lack of the scheduled contact. It was the shadow's job to oversee the escape. With the lack of contact, the escort unit already speculated that something was happening. That's why the captain of the escort unit was thinking about advancing the unit forward. However, before he could do that, something happened. The base of the escort unit was in the woods. 100 elite soldiers were standing by in a well-camouflaged base. However, when the captain felt that something was wrong and left the tent, half of those elites' heads already went flying. Enemy attack. The captain shouts when sees the heads of his subordinates flew off their necks one by one. Not only the ones standing guard, those who were resting in the other tents were also killed. Because of how brilliant the work of the intruder is, he didn't notice the extent of the damage. The captain put his hand on the sword on his waist. The enemy is skilled. Be careful. Around 10 soldiers immediately gathered around the captain. They formed a circle and watched out for attack from all directions. However, a sharp cutting sound repeatedly echoes outside the circle. It is the sound of their comrades' heads being cut. A single attacker that is capable of wiping a part of their unit by himself is too outrageous. To think that there would be such a person inside the Dominion. The captain groaned. However, his misunderstanding was immediately corrected. If you want to form a circle, then you should pay more attention, Captain. The captain felt a wind blew past him. That was all he felt. However, the heads of the 3 soldiers who were standing in the path of that wind went flying. That voice came from his side. Turning toward the voice, he saw a white cloak stained with blood. It is not just any cloak. It is a white cloak with a special design. The meaning that cloak carries. The captain knows it well. It is to signify that the person wearing it is one of the best knights the Empire has to offer. The knights answering directly to the emperor. Traitor. The captain swung his sword in anger. However, the sword never reaches Raphael. Dancing like the wind, Raphael landed himself on the captain's sword. I don't think that I have betrayed anyone you know, personally. Don't spout nonsense. You are a traitor that stabbed your own comrade in the back and plunged the Empire into chaos. You refused to die with Prince Gordon and side with the Dominion this time. That cloak is the pride of the Empire. I will not forgive you for sullying it. No, I might no longer be an Imperial Knight Captain anymore, but I still doing something of the sort, you know. Saying so, Raphael kicks off the captain's sword and dances in the sky. At the same time, a gust of wind blew the soldiers surrounding the captain away. The captain uses his remaining magic to conjure a fire bullet while preparing for death. That fire bullet did not hit Raphael. However, it flew into a tent. There was a large number of magic tools stored in there. The original plan for the princess's escape was to use explosion magic tools to stall the enemy. And those explosives can be ignited using fire magic. No matter how skilled Raphael is, he won't be able to escape such an unexpected attack unscathed. Whoa! The explosion swallows the entire base. His body severely burned, the captain crawls to the tree. He then puts his back on the tree and looks at the base that is engulfed in a fiery explosion. He doesn't expect an Imperial Knight Captain level opponent to die from that. However, if he can at least injure him. That was the captain's only hope. However, that fragile hope immediately crumbled. A suicide attack. Not bad. But the firepower was not enough. Amidst the fiery explosion, Raphael emerged unharmed. Seeing that, the captain frowned. However, Raphael smiled when he saw that expression on the captain. That was a fine soldier's spirit. It was great. Kill me. I will. But, as thanks for putting up such a good fight, I will let you in on my little secret. Saying so, Raphael puts his hand on his left eye. Then, a small lens detached itself from his eyeball. It's a brown lens. Behind that lens was a jade-colored eye. This is my original eye color. So what? You still don't get it, do you? You are a slow one, aren't you? Saying so, Raphael took a water bottle out of his pocket. He then cut a handful of strands of his hair and sprinkled it with the water from the bottle. Since I was a child, I have been disguising my eyes with these lenses. My hair color was also painted over by a dye that can only be washed off using only a special kind of water. Impossible. Raphael's brown hair changed into a cherry color. The cherry-colored hair and jade eyes. This can only mean one thing. You bastard. Even though you inherited the blood from that esteemed family, you still betrayed us. That's right. Seeing the captain's anger, Raphael nods to himself and smiles in satisfaction. He then carefully put the lens back to his eyes and burned away his cut strands of hair. He still can't reveal his true identity yet. This much is fine, I guess. The Dominion should be able to handle the rest after all. With that said, Raphael disappeared into the wind. Chapter 401. The Messed Up Plan. Marquis Percival's territory. Marquis Percival and his knights came up to welcome Marianne when she arrived. "Are you safe, Your Highness?" said Marquis Percival as he rushed over to her. He is a tall man in his 40s. This man may not have any special skill in warfare, but he is one of the rare nobles in the Dominion that does not act solely for his own self-interest. The Marquis brought about 100 of his knights. Considering the force needed to maintain security in his territory, this number is probably the best he can do. However, Marianne still thanks him for his work. "Thank you for welcoming me, Marquis Percival. No, this is nothing. It is because you have maintained this territory for so long that I can go to the Empire like this. You have already helped us. Your words are wasted on me." After that, the Marquis immediately switched topics. After all, they are currently in an emergency situation. There are about 200 citizens who recently entered my territory. As I thought, it is that few. Marianne's expression turned depressed. She knew. No matter how hard they try to assemble them, only a few people still have enough will left to move. The people of the Dominion can only see the present. They don't have the luxury to look forward to the future. That's why there are only a few people who can think ahead and move. Even after Vermilion used her money to gather them, this is the number they could gather. This is not the problem with money. To try and change something, you need the will. And most of them simply have none left. Such will is lacking in the people of the Dominion. Still, 200 people came. Right now what she has to think about is how to protect these 200 people. We must hurry to the Empire. Where is our escort? Unfortunately, there are still no words from them yet. Are they not waiting for us near the border? That is how it is supposed to be, but they tried asking the Imperial soldiers that are with them, but all they got was only more confusion. This situation is unexpected even for the Imperial soldiers. The escort unit was supposed to pick them up outside the capital. Because they couldn't make it in time, the plan was changed and they were to pick them up near the border when they en route to the Empire. However, there has been no contact from them so far. There was nothing even from the scheduled contact. None. The Imperial soldiers did not use the word Prime Minister's shadows. The reason being, the people from the Dominion side don't know that these liaison personnel they have been meeting with are ones. However, to the people of the Empire who knew their identity, that is a shocking fact. The shadows of the Prime Minister are the Empire's best liaison personnel. However, there has been no contact from them regarding the escort unit. This might be bad. The soldiers thought and began to get impatient. There, Vermilion interjected. I will act as the escort. We cannot wait any longer. Vermilion. However, crossing the border without the escort unit is too dangerous. If the Dominion army near the body moves then, I will deal with them. The soldiers' faces cramped up when Vermilion replied without any hesitation. They are questioning if she truly understands the gravity of the situation. However, Marianne nodded to her words. There is certainly no time to waste. Then Her Highness along with a selected few will. Everyone will go together. Vermilion interrupted Marquis Percival. The original plan has already collapsed. Bringing the citizens along would only slow them down. However, Marquis Percival's territory is not a safe place either. The pursuers from the capital could arrive here at any minute. If they deal with this poorly, then the whole territory will turn into a sea of flame. Marquis Percival does not have the power to protect them. That's the reason why they were counting on the Imperial army to move immediately. However, no matter how they rush it, it would at least take several days. There is no place to house the 200 people that flowed into the Marquis's territory. Staying here for days is not a realistic option. That's why Vermilion insisted on bringing them with her. I can't approve of such a plan. It is too dangerous. I understand the danger. But if we don't go right now, the people here will die. Even if you say that, the original plan has already collapsed. Vermilion stayed silent for a moment at the soldier's reply. Then, I know Prince Arnold. If there are people in need within his reach, then he will surely reach out. He is that kind of person. A thief from the Dominion knows His Highness. Stop joking. In response to the soldier's words, Vermilion slowly took off her mask. The soldiers were surprised that she was a young woman, but without minding that, Mia lowered her head to Marianne. My name is Mia, Sewer. Does your true identity have anything to do with your connection with His Highness Arnold? During the rebellion in the Imperial capital, I was acting as the Blaumo's escort. The reason behind that is complicated, so I will omit it, Desua. That was where you came into contact with His Highness Arnold. That's right, Desua. I don't have any proof, but I took off my mask because I want you to believe me, Desua. At least, I want you to believe in my resolve, Desua. I can't believe you. This doesn't prove anything after all. However, Marianne continues. Your dedication to the people is worthy of my trust. That's why we will bring all of them with us. No one has a problem with that, right? She asked the surroundings. Marquis Percival did not raise his objection, and the soldiers couldn't possibly object to what the princess has decided. They can't afford to waste more time here in the first place. Then please begin the preparation immediately. Okay, I'm counting on you. Mia-san. Saying so, Marianne and Mia smiled at each other. Thus, Marianne along with 200 of the Dominion citizens moved toward the border. However, at the same time, there was also a movement from the Dominion army at the border. The princess is defecting. Receiving the report, the general considered the situation and decided to dispatch a certain man. Send Colonel Abraham. General. Colonel Abraham's behavior is, if we can't stop the princess from escaping, then they will take my head as the man responsible. We must prevent that at all cost. But his personality, that man's ability is real. He was the one who single-handedly opened the holes in the Empire's border for us after all. After the rebellion in the Imperial capital, the Dominion and the United Kingdom immediately attacked the northern border. During the battle, the commander of the Imperial army defending the northern border was stabbed by Gordon's subordinate, causing disturbance throughout the northern border defense force. That subordinate of Gordon was Colonel Abraham. With his secret order, Abraham killed the talented commanders on the northern border one after another and finally sought asylum in the Dominion. However, although he came to be under this general's command, he refused to obey every order and is currently being put under house arrest for his punishment. However, he is undoubtedly one of the strongest soldiers in the Dominion army. The troops he leads are fast-moving. Tell him to immediately mobilize. As you command. Albeit with a bitter expression, the general's adjutant accepted his order and dispatched a messenger. Chapter 402. Someone to imitate. Your Highness, is now a good time? Please enter, Duke Rainfeld. It was Duke Rainfeld who visited my office. Unplanned visits like this are rare. However, there is no merit in turning away a person who always gives me valuable opinions like him. Actually, I have some suggestions. About what? The army of the allied Eastern nobles are erecting a perimeter around the city and inspecting those who come and go in this territory, but I want to expand the scope of that and conduct a full-scale reconnaissance network instead. You mean to make the inspections stricter? We will loosen the inspections near the city. However, in exchange, I'd like to allocate a significant amount of personnel to reconnaissance duty. The inspections are causing traffic jams near the city. You want to tackle that problem? Although that is also one of the reasons, increasing the number of reconnaissance units will help us better deal with emergencies. Moreover, with the knights conducting the inspections near the city, they will not have any opportunity to ride their horses. This is also to give them the chance to train. What did Lizaranu say? Her Highness has entrusted this matter to me. Then there's no problem. Please do it. If we have reconnaissance units conducting inspections away from the city, then we can have 2 layers of inspection. Of course, there may be some oversights, but right now there's always a line forming at the checkpoint. It would be great if this can help resolve this situation. A person who can get through the double inspection will just break through our current checkpoint anyway after all. Understood. Thank you very much. Duke Rainfeld tries to leave the room with a bow. Before that, I called out to him. Duke Rainfeld. Yes. What is it? In what situation would you recognize someone as a person? It's an ambiguous question. However, Duke Rainfeld walked back to me while pondering on it without making any unpleasant expression. Then, may I give your Highness my personal opinion? Of course. I don't know what it's like to recognize a person, but personally, I would focus on the people who can do what I can't. People who are skilled in martial arts, people who can do things without considering their benefits first. People who can stand up to those stronger than themselves. The standard is different for each person. Is that so? Thank you. It was helpful. Please don't tell such a joke. I am not helpful at all. Lizlotsama is special after all. I didn't say that it was about Lizaranu, but as expected of Duke Rainfeld, he understands. Well, if I bring up the subject of being recognized, then there are only a few I would want to be recognized by her. In a board game, Lizaranu would be the strongest piece. However, if such a piece doesn't listen to what you say, then it will just trample on the enemy as it likes. That is an interesting analogy. However, that is exactly the case. The problem here is that the result your highness is wishing for is different from what Lyslottsama desires. Your highness wants to take down only the enemy's essential pieces, but Lyslottsama wants to wipe the entire board. The only way for your highness to achieve your desired result is to make Lyslottsama obey you. Do you think I can do that? This is not the problem of can or cannot. If your highness wants your desired result, then there is no choice but to do it. Duke Rainfeld said with a smile. Surely, this person already knew everything before he came to the north. The fury in Lizaranu wants to burn the Dominion to the ground. He came to the north while knowing that she has that flame of wrath within her. To shoulder the load with her. To not let her do it alone. That's why this person can smile. I cannot stop Lyslottsama. Right now, the only one who can stop her is you, your highness. At a time like this, I wish Leo was here. Has His Highness Leonard ever stopped Lyslottsama before? Yes. He just stood in front of her and stopped her head-on. No matter how well he understands her anger, he would be able to say that what she is about to do is wrong. But I can't say it. If I stop her from letting it out here, I don't know where those feelings of hers will go. You are kind, your highness. I am just indecisive. That's why someone like me is no good as an emperor. That might be the case. However, this is no time to say such a thing. If your highness thinks that you cannot stop her now, then perhaps your highness might want to try imitating someone who can. Someone to imitate? Certainly, that is a good idea. But who do I have to imitate? If it's someone that Anu recognizes, then the people who she had recognized are fine as well. At the very least, your highness should know 2 of such people, no? 2 people? I know that Anu recognized our eldest brother. But who is the other one? It was His Majesty when he was still fully active. Of course, personally, I think that His Majesty is still quite energetic to this day though. In response to the Duke's words, I recalled the memory of that day 11 years ago. Certainly, what I saw that day was the figure of an emperor. The figure of the emperor that even the crown prince aimed at. However, for me, an emperor is something that can only be witnessed though. Everything can serve as experience. Once you experience something, your highness should be able to put it to use well. Saying so, Duke Rainfeld bowed and left the room. It seems that I just acquired some rare advice. It's not the question of imitating, but it would be easier to do something if you know what to aim for. When I thought so, Sebas suddenly appeared. Arnold Sama. What is it? I lost contact with the Prime Minister's shadows. Are they not just taking their time? They are moving in an enemy country after all. That is certainly possible, but it is unnatural for them to not turn up on time for the scheduled contact. My assassin intuition is saying that something is wrong, sir. Fine. I will trust in your intuition. You are saying that something might have happened to them, right? I can't say for sure, but it would be too late to wait for confirmation her. Saying so, I leave the room. As the Warden of the North, I have received a lot of attention. Moving as Silver right now would be too dangerous. That's why I have no choice but to seek an alternative. Elna wasn't by my side in the earlier meeting. After all, she wasn't always by my side. Even Elna needs a break. However, this is not the time for that. Elna, are you here? Elna, I'm here. What is it? Elna appeared from the 2nd floor of the mansion. Perhaps because I rarely call for her, she looked like she panicked a little. Go check out the border for me. I am supposed to be Ul's escort, you know. You are the fastest. Something is happening there. Go check it out for me. After seeing the seriousness in my eyes, Elna immediately nodded. Mark, I will leave escorting Ul to you. Understood. After entrusting my escort to Mark, Elna stepped out a nearby window. Then, if there is something wrong, then I will immediately come back to let you know. I'm counting on you. Just like that, Elna went out the window and flew to the border. The Prime Minister's shadows should be overseeing the Dominion's princesses' escape. If something happened to them, then it must have been related to that. It would be nice if nothing happens. The princess that is supposed to seek asylum with us got murdered before she can reach our border. If such a thing happened, then there's no choice but to say that the North is really cursed. I would like to avoid that at all costs. Chapter 403. Raphael versus Elna. Elna flew to the border and immediately moved on to investigate the area. Since Ul judged that something has happened here, she thought that there must be something that stands out enough for her to spot. However, as far as she could see from the sky, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Still, I can smell blood and fire. Elna landed in a seemingly normal forest. It was the place where the escort unit was based. There, she could see a trace of a big explosion and countless corpses. It seems that they could barely put up any resistance her. Looking at the corpses, she found that they were all killed using the same method. This is not a clash between soldiers. They were wiped out by a well-crafted ambush. However, there are only a few people who can single-handedly wipe out a unit of 100 elite soldiers. And seeing the manner in which these soldiers were killed, Elna can think of one person. You are watching, right? Come on out, Raphael. So scary. I never thought that you would notice. Raphael, who hid his presence in the wood, suddenly came out. He was observing this place in case someone was dispatched to check on the escort unit. He intended to leave the capture of the princess to the Dominion army, but he still has to set the stage for them. However, instead of a normal patrol unit, he was greeted with a ridiculous opponent. As expected of the dull prince, he can send out his strongest card without even a second thought her. I haven't heard anyone call him like that lately. It seems that I have one more reason to kill you now. Saying so, Elna unsheathed her sword. Then, I thought that one of us Imperial knight captains would get the chance to kill you. But I'm glad that I can do it with my own hand. Looking down on me quite a bit, aren't you? Most of the Imperial Knights captains are not worth being my opponent, you know. At least they would have to send out one of the captains from the top 3 corps. It seems that my head really doesn't have that much worth to them, huh? Don't overestimate yourself. 10th Corps Captain. Have you never heard the word "a clever hawk hides its claws"? Shouldn't you be quite familiar with that, given that you are the childhood friend of that dull prince? Raphael also unsheathed his sword and got ready to fight. They continued to glare at each other for a while. Their murder intent collided and the place felt suffocating. Both of them don't have any intention to back down. With each of them fully intending to kill each other here, they cannot afford to move carelessly. If one of them moves, the other will immediately unleash a deadly blow. The tension here is like a strained thread. Even a small action can trigger it to snap. In that situation, a butterfly flew in front of them. It was a single moment where their line of sight was obstructed. A single moment. Both of them stepped forward. Ha! Triple H. Elna headed straight and swung down her sword from the top, while Raphael met with an upward swing from below. Their speed is about the same. That fact made Raphael frown. After all, he took pride in the fact that he was faster than her. And another undeniable fact. When it comes to power, Elna is superior. That's why to Raphael, if he has superior speed, they can fight as equals. Their swords violently collided and it was Raphael who was pushed back. Following the momentum of her swing, Elna blows Raphael away. Raphael was blown away, but he managed to keep his stance. Just like that, Raphael immediately tried to retreat toward the Empire. If he kept getting pushed back like this and retreated further to the Dominion side, the plan will collapse. As usual, you are still quick to run away, huh? Well, your thinking is still as shallow as always. Raphael, who was always on the offensive, is not on the defensive. This is to keep Elna chasing him. However, at the same time, Raphael was also shaken by Elna. Isn't it you whose thinking is shallow? Betraying the Empire was foolish of you. From what I saw, the Empire is already quite unstable though. Don't you think that it would be bad if the dull prince got assassinated here? He lured her out. Raphael made his words sound like he planned this from the beginning. In truth, Ul's assassination is not a part of the plan. It was totally unexpected that Elna would come out here herself. The thing they counted on was that Elna would never leave Ul's side. However, Elna is not with Ul right now. This is the best chance to assassinate him. Even so, try it. My subordinates won't allow him to get assassinated so easily. You are quite trusting in your subordinates, right? Yeah. There are not that many assassins who can slip through the protection of Imperial knights. If there is someone like that, then it would at least be a captain-class opponent. Saying so, Elna kicked Raphael in the stomach and blew him away. The kick itself doesn't cause that much damage. Elna was simply using it to relieve her irritation. You sure have a bad habit of kicking others, huh? You have anything else to say? Saying so, Elna slowly closes the distance. Elna did not let her guard down. She already judged that Raphael's words were only meant to upset her. In their first exchange, she noticed that Raphael was surprised at her arrival. So she is sure that he did not lure her out here on purpose. That being the case, what she must do now is to thoroughly crush him. After all, she can't afford to let anyone who has the capability of assassinating Al moving around unchecked. It seems that you have no intention of letting me go her. Naturally, Raphael felt that she is different from the time he faced her in the Imperial capital. Back then Elna was distracted by various things. That's why she couldn't keep up with Raphael, who was focusing solely on escaping. Raphael laughs at that. I'm glad. You finally recognize me as an equal. Don't get ahead of yourself. You are nothing to me. I am only focusing on what I have to do now. I see. Saying so, Raphael slowly lowered his sword. At first glance, he seems to be full of openings with both his hands lowered. There was no killing intent or fighting spirit from him. It was a posture that looked like he had abandoned everything, something that was close to nothingness. However, Elna noticed that it is a fighting stance. Exposing your weak points and waiting for a counter. Isn't that posture a little too extreme? It is probably a stance designed to parry an attack and create an opening. However, that stance has no defensive value. It was quite extreme to abandon all your defense in order to devote your entire focus to perform a counter. In a battle between Imperial knight captains, being attacked while you are defenseless can lead to fatal injuries. Doing this with Elna as his opponent requires considerable courage from Raphael. However, if you want me to attack you, then I will grant your wish. Elna smiles and holds up her sword. She then thrust full speed toward Raphael. However, instead of trying to deflect the thrust, Raphael tries to create an opening to strike Elna. I got you. Raphael also thrust his whole body toward Elna. It was the fastest thrust with the assistance of wind magic. No one can avoid that. Elna exposed her weakness after she launched her attack. Rushing past her, Elna looks like she is full of openings to Raphael. Using this perfect counter, Raphael thrust out his arm. However, his thrust was deflected just before it hit. Then, what? A dry sound echoed and Raphael's sword broke. Countering your opponent by exploiting their weakness. Elna did the same. She lured him in for an attack and counter it. It was a dangerous technique, but it was nothing for Elna. Such a technique does not exist in the Brave House. She simply saw through Raphael's stance and understood what he wanted to do. That was enough for Elna to pull it off. That was an interesting technique. But it was easy to deal with. Impossible, thinking so, Rafi tries to move his leg. However, before he could do that, Elha grabbed Raphael's neck. Gariche, is it that shocking for you to be defeated by your own move? Well, that does improve my mood. I thought that I couldn't feel refreshed just by hitting you alone, you see. Elna slammed Raphael on the ground with a horrifying cold glare. Unable to do anything, Raphael's face distorted in pain. Just like that, Elna squeezed Raphael's neck. She wanted to kill him here, but capturing him would yield a better result. And her reason won over. Go to sleep. You might lose an arm or two when you wake up though. Ooh. Even while knowing that this situation is bad for him, Raphael couldn't do anything to resist. His consciousness began to fade. He can't afford to get caught here. Thinking that he has to do something, Raphael reached out to the sky. Then, a person dressed in a black robe appeared behind Elna. Although she was strangling Raphael, Elna was surprised that someone took her back so easily. She swings her sword at the robed individual, but it was parried and Elna was kicked away. Ooh, who are you? Immediately standing back up, Elna is ready to attack. However, She couldn't step forward. Her intuition told her that if she took even a single step forward, she would be entering this shady black-robed person's range. Cough. Cough. You saved me. I was requested to. Well, fine. Let's kill her together. Saying so, Raphael holds up his broken sword. He judged that he can still fight if he uses wind magic to compensate. However, a swordsman whose sword is broken is already lost. Give up and withdraw. I still have a trump card. If you have a plan, then I will not stop you, but I will take no part in it. Raphael clicked his tongue at the black-robed person. Seeing that, the black-robed person threw a black ball at the ground. Well then, Elna von Umsberg. Let's meet again. Stop right there. When Elna realized the power of that black ball, she was already too late. It was an ancient magic tool. A transfer magic tool that can be excavated from ruins on rare occasions. It can reproduce the ancient transfer magic. The two were swallowed by the black hole and disappeared. Once that black hole disappears, she cannot chase them anymore. Elna has to swing her sword down in frustration. Who was that? When was it since someone has taken her back so perfectly? There is no doubt about it. That person was stronger than Raphael. Elna bitterly puts her sword away. I have to go back and report this. If the enemy has someone with that much power helping them, then any plan is possible for them. This is not the time to be bitter about it. While scolding herself, Elna immediately headed back to Ul. Chapter 404. The Little Messenger. Until a few years ago, Colonel Abraham was only a normal mediocre Imperial soldier. However, his life changed completely after he obtained a certain something. A magic sword. Its name is Blood, German for blood. Kanji red blood life or blood core. A single-edged black sword with a simple ability to physically strengthen its user. However, this simple ability is much stronger than that of other magic swords of the same kind. By utilizing its ability, Abraham rose to the rank of colonel. But in exchange, Abraham's personality has changed for the worse. Blood. Not enough blood. Inside a hut that the Dominion army can find him in, Abraham shouts. Right now, the magic sword has been confiscated from him and he is under house arrest. Due to his eerie personality, no soldier from the Dominion dares to approach this place. However, today they were ordered to release him. Colonel Abraham. You have an order. Order? Screw that. Give me back my sword. Saying so, Abraham grabs the messenger by the neck and squeezes. The messenger couldn't breathe and was about to lose consciousness, but when he saw that another soldier had carried Brute into the hut, he let the messenger go. Ooh. My dear friend. When Abraham picked up Brute, he rubbed his cheek against its blade with an ecstatic look. While distancing himself from that Abraham, the messenger relays the order. Ua. You shall lead a cavalry unit to the Empire's border. Our princess is trying to escape there. Your order is to stop her. Stop. If I raise my hand, then it would be a massacre though. It doesn't matter. Killing her is fine. Your sole mission is to prevent her from crossing the border. Foo, foo foo foo. Princess's blood her. I wonder what royalty's blood tastes like. How fun. Saying so, Abraham immediately stands up. Then, I'm going out. Have the cavalry ride after me. With that said, Abraham left the hut and started running over to a nearby horse. Marianne, who departed from Marquis Percival's territory, led the citizens to an area near the Imperial border. There is still no sign of pursuit from the Dominion army. However, this is terrible. Marianne muttered at the disastrous scene. On the planned escape route, Marianne and the others discovered the annihilated escort unit. The battle between Raphael and Elna has made the area become quite conspicuous. If the escort unit is wiped out, then this plan must have already been discovered by the enemy. They will surely be waiting for us if we keep going. The soldiers point that out, but they have already passed the point where they can turn back. After considering the situation for a short moment, Marianne turned to Mia. Mia-san, what do you think? Mia's answer was already decided. The enemy's pursuit will come sooner or later. If they have to take care of the people here, the enemy will catch up in no time. In that case, we have no choice but to call for help. Desua. From the Imperial army? I don't think that the Imperial army at the border will leave their position. We should rely on Prince Arnold here, Desua. B. But, even with a fast horse, it will take at least a day to travel here from the Zweig territory where His Highness is. I will earn you time until then, Wa. They don't know whether Ul will immediately make his move right after the messenger arrived or not. Still, right now this is their best move. The enemy is wary of them meeting up with the Imperial army at the border. If they want to prevent the princess from doing that, then Mia can predict their movements to some extent. However, we can expect the messenger to be attacked on their way, Desua. We might have to send out several people to bring the news. It is a dangerous mission. The enemy is not stupid either. After all, their destination is the Empire. It is natural that they would send someone to the border in advance. The current Imperial northern border is not fully manned. If it is only a few elites, then the enemy should be able to lie in wait at the other side of the border as well. No doubt, they will ambush any messengers coming their way. That's why they cannot send only one messenger. We have 3 horses that messengers can use. I don't think that the other horses can endure the journey. Then I want you to select 2 people, Desua. I have one person that I'd like to recommend for the job. Who is it? He is a smart child. I'm sure that he will be able to do it well. Saying so, Mia looks at a large group of people. Then, Ted. Come here. The name that Mia called was Ted. Seeing a young boy stepping forward, Marian opened her eyes wide. She can't allow a boy who is even younger than herself to ride out as a messenger. Mia-san, this is too much. If we send out military personnel, they will stand out too much. No one will think that we would send a child out as a messenger, Desua. That logic is sound. Besides, if it's a child, then it will lessen the burden on the horse as well. But the problem here is his ability. I will guarantee that, Desua. With the soldier supporting the plan, Marianne couldn't say anything. After all, this is no time to argue whether he is a child or an adult. Miane, what are you talking about? Ted, I want you to ride to Prince Arnold and act as our messenger, Desua. You are the only child who can ride a horse and read maps, Desua. Wait, what are you saying all of a sudden? A messenger. You want me to run away by myself? You are not running away, you are going to call for help, Desua. Is there really a guarantee that an empire's prince will help us? Even if I go, the people there will not let me see him, right? Prince Arnold will never abandon people in need, Desua. Especially if it's a child. Don't treat me like a child. I can fight. I can do it. I am treating you as an adult right now, Desua. That's why I am entrusting you with this job. Once you meet the prince, give him this bag. He will understand. Saying so, without waiting for Ted to argue back, she pulls Ted's hand and brings him to a horse. The horse is carrying a minimum amount of food for the trip. The 2 soldiers are also ready. Go. You have to meet the prince instead of me. If you tell him that Mia is asking for help, then he will surely move, Desua. What would you do if he didn't? The other party is royalty, you know. They are even worse than the aristocrats. How can I trust him? Do not look down too much on the clan of the Golden Eagle, Desua. Prince Arnold is that failure of a prince of the Imperial family, right? Even out here, I know that he is being called the dull prince, because he is not someone who would get angry when people insult him like that. He is worthy of our trust, Desua. Don't you think so? He's just being weak, right? If you think so, then you can see for yourself after you meet him, Desua. With that said, Mia puts Ted on a horse. Knowing that there's no use arguing anymore, Ted roughly received the map handed to him by a nearby soldier. At least promise me that you will not push yourself until the help arrives. That will depend on the opponent, Desuane. Ted frowns at how Mia refused to make a promise. At the same time, the 2 soldiers rode out. Ted follows after them. When he was leaving, Mia called out to him, Ted, don't forget to say thank you for helping us, okay? Seriously. Frustrated by Mia's optimism, Ted rides after the 2 soldiers. Chapter 405. A formidable pursuit. Abraham is cautious. The number of cavalries he leads is 1,000. He has ordered some of them to infiltrate the empire and intercept the possible enemy's messengers. At the same time, he also patrols the area around the border for their trail himself. After all, the enemy can only escape to the empire. It is no difficult task to hunt down a fugitive with limited escape routes. Ah, blood. Just wait a little longer. The cavalry soldiers were taking a distance away from Abraham, who kept muttering to himself. Then ominously, Abraham suddenly changed his course. This way, Abraham suddenly turned left from the direction they were traveling in. Because there was no forewarning or order, the cavalry can only chase after Abraham. However, Abraham does find a clue. It's a carriage track. But there should be no opening in the border in this direction, sir. It must be an opening that only the empire is aware of. That must be why they didn't bother to seal them up. Let's go. Abraham immediately made the decision and follows the trail. However, after a while, Abraham noticed something unusual. There are fewer footprints here. Abraham suddenly stopped, so the cavalries behind him also halted. The stop was so sudden that some horses collided and some of the riders were shaken off. However, Abraham didn't care about that at all. What did you find, sir? You don't see it. There are fewer footprints here. They must have brought some people with them. Those people must have fallen behind. Idiot. Don't ever open your mouth in front of me again. With that said, Abraham blew the soldier's head right off. But soon after, he frowns. I made you drink some bad blood. I'm sorry, my friend. Taking out his handkerchief, Abraham cleans his magic sword. At the same time, he also organizes his thoughts. The enemy must have divided into two groups, one on foot while the other on a carriage. He was late to notice because they have disguised the footprints halfway through. They are chasing someone who is used to eluding pursuers. Intuitively, Abraham turned around. Search for their footprints. There should be some footprints that lead to a different direction. But the carriage headed this way. They are making use of our common sense that a princess must be traveling on a carriage. The princess is actually traveling on foot right now. Will a princess really get off her carriage and walk? If their destination is near, it might be possible, but this place is still quite a distance away from the nearest town in the Northern Empire. Everyone in the cavalry unit thinks that such a thing is impossible, but if they were to oppose Abraham, then they might get killed. Driven by fear, the soldiers desperately searched for the princess's footprints. Then, oh, over here, sir. Certainly, that's a footprint. A few footprints are heading in a different direction. However, the destination is still the empire. Do you want to divide the unit, sir? No need. If it's not her, then we can just turn around and chase the carriage again. However, if we let the carriage go, no carriage can escape a cavalry. Besides, they are not heading straight to the empire. Saying so, Abraham rides off following the footprints. While being driven by anxiety, the cavalry chased after him. They noticed Desua. No way. Mia, who had her ear on the ground, stood up. She can hear the cavalry's footsteps heading in their direction. Moreover, there are quite a few of them too. They did not divide their force. It's a plan that they will be exposed eventually after all. Desua. Mia took Marianne off the carriage and walked another route together with a few escorts. The citizens and the Imperial soldiers are traveling on the original route on the carriage. She expected the enemy to divide their force, but she never thought that they would be able to make such a choice. Did they simply got lucky, or are they reading our movements? The situation has changed, Desua. While saying so, Mia tries to travel through the spaces between trees where horses can't pass through as much as possible. However, if they continue to move like this, they will never be able to reach the empire. The reason being, to cross the border, they must leave this forest first. Soon, the enemy will start searching the woods. However, Mia still prioritized earning more time. Anyway, we will buy time for now and look for a chance to leave the forest later, Desua. Can you do that? There's no choice but to do it, Desua. Mia let out a small sigh as she said so. She felt bad for Marianne, but Mia was relieved that the enemy did not chase after the citizens. Although they have soldiers escorting them, the enemy has an overwhelming number. Even while knowing that if their pursuers realized that the princess is not with them, they would immediately turn around, she was glad that her people do not have to be made sacrifices. Especially her brothers and sisters traveling with them. She is glad that they are safe. Mia-san. Can I say something imprudent? Please. What is it? Actually, I'm glad that they chose to chase after us. I was feeling nauseated thinking that I have made those helpless people a decoy for me. I was thinking the same thing, Desua. I see. Then let's do our best to act as a decoy for them. Marianne smiled at her. Seeing that smile, Mia renewed her determination. Even if it's her alone, she will definitely make sure that this princess gets away. The pursuers are approaching. It's going to be hard from now on, Desua. I already made up my mind. I understand. Then please stay low and follow my lead. There are many places in the forest that horses can't get to, Desua. You know all kinds of things, aren't you, Mia-san? I'm used to being chased, Desua. Mia said with a bitter smile. Although she was already accustomed to being chased, if it was the previous Mia, she would have chosen to have everyone escape together. If you want to chase me, then come. That would be her thought. However, right now she is deploying all kinds of plans. The reason being, things would be easier if the enemy disperses their force. How did she come up with such an idea? The experience she had during her stay in the Empire is still vivid. Even inside the Empire, I was being chased too. Mia muttered to herself while recalling the event in the Empire. She was in a desperate situation at the time as well, but she endured until the help arrived. This time as well, she only has to persevere. The different part is that the person who was waiting for help back then will be the one who does the saving this time. Chapter 406. Duke of the Empire 1. Ted ran with all his might. Ha ha. I have to hurry. The soldiers who were with him halfway through are no longer around. To lure the enemy's eyes away from Ted, they split up and took a more obvious route to the Zweig territory. They sent Ted off while preparing for their own death. The enemy did not seem to think that they would send a child as a messenger either, and Ted hasn't been chased so far. However, he sleeplessly ran his horse without any rest for an entire day. Moreover, he has been doing it while looking at the map. Is this the right way? While constantly fighting that anxious thought, Ted braved forward and endured the journey. He is about to reach the point where he could see Deuce, the capital of the Zweig territory. However, the horse Ted was riding on has already reached its limit. Gazing at the collapsed horse that can't run any further, Ted did not try to get it up. You already did your best while thanking the horse, so Ted started running. Still, his fatigue had already peaked. He would never reach the city like this. In desperation, Ted spotted a group of knights that are taking their break. However, what Ted is focusing on is their horse. I have to meet the prince. While repeating the sentence he has been repeating to himself many times already, Ted took his eyes off the knights. He untied the horse and straddled it. However, in a state of exhaustion, he couldn't possibly steal it unnoticed. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, kid, release me. I have to meet the prince. Caught by the knights, Ted was dragged down from the horse. Then, a man stood in front of Ted who was still trying to struggle. His fine clothes indicate that he is an aristocrat. Boy, why did you try to steal my horse? I am not stealing. I will give it back. I just need it to deliver a message to the prince. There is no way we can just believe you, right? Just try telling us your story. I don't have time for that. Let me go. We can't let you go without understanding the circumstances. Stop making a fool of an adult. What? So you planned to sell my horse? Or were you planning to take it for yourself? Seeing the noble astoundedly sighed at him, Ted's anger welled up. Then just like that, Ted kicked the nobleman's shin. What are you doing? I told you that you got it wrong, right? I have to meet the prince. It's important. Lend me that horse. You are still saying that. I can just treat you like a horse thief, you know? Stop lying and be honest with me. I won't do anything bad to you. Whatever. Just lend me that horse. I am a messenger. They can't understand each other. I have to hurry to the city and meet the prince. That is the only thought in Ted's head. At that time, a new group joined the conversation. What happened here? Oh, Jürgen-sama, the nobleman said and bowed his head. The big man that joined them remains on horseback. This indicates how high this man's standing is. Seeing him look down on them from above like that, something boiled up inside Ted. What about this boy? He is a horse thief. A horse thief. I already told you that's not it, right? You people are always like this. You don't listen to us at all. Always looking down on us. You nobles have never listened to anything my people have to say. Oh, oi. Watch who you are talking to. Who cares? I don't give a damn about your status. I have lives to save here. I ran desperately all this way to act as a messenger. I need a horse. I have to get to the city and meet the prince. You are still. That is a big lie you are selling there. You are not going to believe me anyway, right? You people never believe anything a commoner says. I know how you people think. You never think of commoners as human beings, right? What is so noble about you people? I want to puke. I can't feel even a speck of nobility from you people. This brat. Enough is enough. The knight who was holding Ted down probably thought that any more than this would be bad, so he pushed him to the ground. However, Ted's words did not stop. You damn trash. We commoners suffer because of people like you. You have food on your table without even having to work for it, while we have to starve and bow to you. That must have been pleasant, right? Exploiting people like that. You. Perhaps at his limit, the nobleman raised his arm. However, Jürgen grabs that arm. Still, Jürgen's eyes stare straight into Ted's. Do you have anything else to say? What? Judging from your fatigue, I can see that you truly ran here desperately. So, did you run all this way here only to complain about the aristocrats? That's no. There's no way that's the case, right? We have no reason to believe your story. Especially when you are swearing at us like this. It's natural that no one would hear you out. But I can see from your eyes that you have something that you must do. Do you have time to continue screaming at us like this? Reminded by Jürgen, Ted's mind was in intense conflict. However, his feelings prevail over his conflicting heart. Grinding his head on the ground, Ted asked the nobleman for help. Please lend me a horse. I need it. Please help me. Ted, who is not a formal messenger, has nothing to prove his identity. The soldiers are not with him, and even if they gave him their proof of identity, he would just get accused of stealing it from them. As long as he can meet Earl, he can show him the bag that he received from Mia. But to do that, he needs to get to the city. Ted decided that no matter what method he has to use, he must get himself there. It is humiliating for him. There is also the bitterness. However, Ted bowed to the nobleman. It was the first time he did this since he tried to ask one to save his sister. Only this time, there is one single difference. It is the caliber of the aristocrat in question. Very well. Get on. Yes. Jürgen-sama, do you believe him? I do. It's clear that he has a hatred for aristocrats. Even so, he lowered his head and begged me for help. That is not something you can do so easily to someone you hate. Besides, this boy doesn't seem like the type that would do something like that for himself. If he is going to bow his head to someone he despises, then it must be for the sake of someone else. Saying so, Jürgen reached his hand out for Ted. However, Ted couldn't take his hand. Even though he can ride with this noble, he still hesitates. However, you can't ride a noble's horse. How petty. If you want to be prideful, then I suggest you take pride in something else. Don't you have someone that you wish to save? If so, then get on. My horse is the best in the East. Even with a heavy person like me on its back, it can run like the wind. Damn it. Ted takes Jürgen's hand. Jürgen easily pulled Ted up on his horse and put him in front. We are going fast, so grab on. Ha! Wah. Just as he said, Jürgen ran his horse full speed forward. Ted could only cling to the horse desperately as not to get shaken off. Seeing Ted desperately grabbing on his horse, Jürgen accelerated even further. The speed was too fast for the knights around him to catch up. And soon, the city came into view. However, Oi. This place is. It's an army camp. We are cutting through it. Are you kidding? Without listening to Ted's protest, Jürgen accelerated straight into the army camp. It is not uncommon for horses to run in the camp, but it's rare to see one galloping full speed like this. Everyone would frown at such a thing. However, I'm delivering a messenger to His Highness. Make way. Jürgen's voice was like a dragon's roar. The aristocrats who were training and the knights who were maintaining their weapons opened the way in a hurry. And naturally, every single noble and knight bowed to Jürgen as he ran past them. Just. Who are you? I'm only your average noble. My parents are nobles and I am one since I was born. It is exactly as you said. We are not nobler than anyone else. That's why we have to strive to be noble. With that said, Jürgen kept running his horse toward the city gate. However, the gate is closed. The city gate is closed, you know. Open the gate. A messenger for His Highness is coming through. Open the gate. How forceful. Thinking so, Ted covered his ears. With the loud shout, his ears started to act funny. However, the loud shout did help and the gate began to rise. However, Jürgen does not stop and wait. Oi oi. Waiting for the gate to fully open is a waste of time. Even if you say that, don't be afraid. If you just think about what you can do with the time you can earn here, then anything is possible. Saying so, Jürgen leans his body to the side and slides into the opening gate. It is a gap high enough for a horse to pass through. Ted clings to the horse, but Jürgen won't be able to fully fit through it. A moment later, Jürgen and Ted passed through the gate. However, oh, oi, your blood. It's only a scratch. And if it's blood, then you are already shedding some right. Jürgen's cheeks were slightly cut. They barely made it through. Even so, Ted, who showed his concern for that, already has scratches all over his body. Jürgen put his hand on Ted's head. Just a little more. His Highness is in the mansion. If you shout for him, then he will come. His Highness will never abandon someone in need. With that said, Jürgen and Ted rushed toward the mansion. Chapter 407. Duke of the Empire 2. Jürgen and Ted rushed through the gate of the mansion and called out to Ull immediately after they got off the horse. Your Highness Arnold. Are you here, Your Highness? Prince Arnold. I'm a messenger. Please hear me out. I have a message for you. It was Ted who first entered the mansion. As expected, with a strange boy entering the mansion, the Imperial knights moved in to apprehend him. However, after seeing Jürgen behind him, they stepped back. Not because Jürgen is a duke, but because he is one of the few aristocrats that Ull addresses with honorifics. That being said, Ull did not immediately come out to meet them. He is attending to an emergency matter. After all, Elna arrived back at the mansion just before Ted and Jürgen. Someone that is even more powerful than Raphael. Moreover, he has a transfer-type magic tool her. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize. Just knowing that there is something wrong at the border is already enough. Besides, we managed to gather some information as well. The person who helped Raphael is stronger than him. Without the holy sword, I think it will be difficult. Someone that strong, honestly, there are only a few people that I can think of. Saying so, Ull started thinking to himself. Transfer-type magic tools are really rare. Because it is something that exists since the ancient era, it is rare to find one that works properly. A person who possesses such a thing while being as strong as Elna, I can narrow it down quite a lot with just those two criteria. Moreover, from the fact that that person appeared in front of Elna, this is going to be troublesome. Right. As long as that person has a transfer-type magic tool, we can expect a surprise attack from anywhere. That's not it. Transfer-type magic tools are really rare. Getting your hands on one is very difficult. If that thing was used to escape, then there is no chance that they would use it to attack us. That is true. Then what is so troublesome? I don't know who Raphael's loyalty lies with. That's why I don't know who exactly this mysterious rescuer is. And it is the unknown that is troubling me. I can guess the identity of that person and their reason for appearing in front of Elna. The problem here is who is he/she working for? Raphael appeared to serve Gordon at first, but it was Eric whose instructions he follows. With that line of thinking, it would make sense why Raphael, who is supposed to be in Gordon's camp, did not participate in the fourth consort's attempt assassination. If only I didn't let him get away. It would be great if we can capture him. In other words, capturing him was the right call. There are too many mysteries about Raphael after all. Why did he betray us? Why did he disturb the succession war? Who is he working for? I don't know whether we can clear all those questions if we have him in our custody, but it would be great if we can extract some information out of him. Father too. I'm sure that he would like to know. He treated him like a son after all. He was very happy when that guy joined the Imperial Knight Order. I always thought that that guy thinks of father like his own father too. The mystery surrounding Raphael only deepened. Even Ul couldn't understand why he would betray the Emperor. When they were having that conversation, a loud voice could be heard from outside the mansion. Your Highness Arnold. Are you here, Your Highness? Prince Arnold. I'm a messenger. Please hear me out. I have a message for you. Ul and Elna puzzledly looked at each other. It was a voice they didn't recognize. That was a child's voice, right? I can hear Duke Rainfeld, but the child is saying that he is a messenger. But from where? Who knows? But let's meet him. If Duke Rainfeld brought him in, then we should be able to trust him. Wait, let me check him out first. His voice is desperate. This is probably an urgent matter. Shouldn't we be careful in a time like this? Even if something happens, I still have you. After silencing Elna with that, Ul went out of his room and headed to the mansion's entrance. Ted was there, desperately searching for Ul. State your business. Be brief about it. PR, Prince Arnold. I'm not a body double, so don't worry. The only one who has dark hair in this mansion is only me. I came here from the Dominion. I was accompanying the princess's traveling party. The pursuers were on our tail. Please save them. The princess's asylum. Is that not supposed to be in 3 days? So that's why the escort unit was wiped out. Ul received the report from Elna regarding the annihilation of the escort unit. However, he thought that he just needed to send in replacements. The premise for his decision was that they still have 3 days left before the princess's escape. However, that is no longer the case. The surveillance around the princess was getting tighter, so the schedule was moved up. Please save everyone. Please save Miane. Saying so, Ted lowered his head and presented Ul with the bag that was entrusted to him. Without any hesitation, Ul receives the bag from him. There were still a lot of gold coins inside. And a single letter. When he opened it, what was written there was, I can't use it all, Desua. She is still difficult to understand as always. It was the gold purse that he once gave to her. And the letter is definitely hers. Ul astoundedly sighed. He then turned his gaze on Ted. He is clearly exhausted. With a single glance at him, he can tell that the boy was desperate to get this far. Even so, Ul asks him a question. What's your name? Ted, Your Highness. Are you Mia's younger brother? No, we only grew up together. That's enough for me. Can you still move? I'm still fine. Is there anything I can do? Good. You don't have to be precise, a rough direction is fine. I need you to lead us to Mia. Third Corp, I'm going out. Make preparations. Elna astoundedly bowed at Ul's command while Mark just tiredly looked up at the sky. He then tiredly asks Ul a question. Just in case, allow me a question, Your Highness. Is this matter important enough for Your Highness to go out personally? I have a debt to settle. During the rebellion in the Imperial capital, it was Mia who protected Finn. Even though she is someone from the Dominion, she did her best for us. That's why I will have to do my best for her too. Even with full authority, you cannot avoid criticism, you know? If we start a battle near the border, then it would immediately send us into war. Our preparations are not finished yet. Then let's start a war. I don't want to wait for the traitor to make their move first too. I will take all responsibility. Good grief. What do you think, Captain? He won't listen to me even if I try to stop him anyway. Saying so, Elna ordered her men to prepare the horses. Shaking his head, Mark headed off to assist the preparations. Meanwhile, Finn hurriedly came into the entrance hall, with a tray with light meals and water in hands. "Please eat. Take your time." Finn said so and handed the food and water to Ted. Forgetting to speak, Ted received the water and immediately drank it. With his thirst quenched, this time the hunger caught up to him, so he immediately took the offered light meals. After gulping everything down, Ted looks up at Finn. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Unable to look at her face properly, Ted awkwardly says his thanks. Thank you very much. It's okay, you are welcome. Ulsama, do you want to take him with you? Ul nods to Finn's question. Seeing that, Finn smiled and stroked Ted's hair. Good luck. I'm a friend of Mia-san. I will remain here and pray for your safety. Please do your best. Why, yes. After saying that to Ted, Finn bowed to Ul and left. After all, since Ul already decided to head out, there is nothing she can do to help. Your Highness, we are ready. Good, let's go. Allow me to accompany you. With Ul heading out, Jürgen follows a little behind him. Ted follows them, but he remembers that he still hasn't said his thanks to them yet. After all, Mia did tell him to not forget doing that. Thank you, Prince Arnold. Ted turns to Jürgen. He still hadn't heard his name yet. Seeing that, Jürgen smiles at Ted and slightly lowers his head. Apology for the rudeness. I still haven't introduced myself. My name is Jürgen von Reinfeld, an Imperial Duke. A Duke. Ted, who thought that he is an Earl, was surprised that his status is much higher than he expected. However, Jürgen didn't seem to care and beckoned him to his horse. If you do not hate the idea, then would you ride with me? My horse is fast after all. But I'm only a commoner. If you don't know, then let me tell you. The Empire's Prime Minister is also a commoner. Saying so, Jürgen takes Ted's hand and pulls him up. Just like that, Jürgen put Ted in front of him again. Let's head out. Saying so, Ul gallops his horse out of the gate and the Imperial Knights follow him. To not get left behind, Jürgen also ran his horse. You have already worked hard enough, but I want you to help us just a little longer. Please help us save them. I will. Also, please do be careful when you say thanks to someone in the future. We still haven't done anything yet. Let us hear you say that again once we saved your sister. Until then, do not lose focus. Why, yes. Satisfied with Ted's answer, Jürgen gallops his horse up to Ul. Your Highness, what about the other knights? Just have those who are ready to move follow us. Right now we have to prioritize our speed. As you wish. Is there anyone who can amplify my voice? After asking the Imperial Knight to help use voice amplification magic, Jürgen took a quick breath. At the same time, Ul's group passes through the city gate. Seeing that something is going on, the knights in the camp all turn their eyes toward them. Using that moment, Jürgen relays his order. To the allied army of the Eastern nobles, His Highness Arnold is heading out. Only those who are ready to fight should follow us. Know that this moment is the reason we came all the way here from the east. Jürgen's words sent the camp into full alert. There are knights putting on their armor, knights that are putting away their luggage, knights that are waiting to confirm their order. They all have different reactions, but those are the ones that act too late. Only those who immediately straddled on their horse and followed Ul are those who make it. It doesn't matter whose house they belong to. Only those who already made up their mind followed Ul. Chapter 408. Repeated Siege. They broke through again, sir. Abraham sighed at the soldier who reported so in dismay. Their search in the forest was prolonged. Judging that the princess's party must still be hiding inside the forest, Abraham ordered his men to spread out and began searching. This is a search party consisting of 1,000 men. It should be only a matter of time before they find the princess. However, in response to their tactic, Mia aimed for the weak point in their encirclement and broke through. The soldiers who did not expect to be attacked themselves were surprised, allowing them to escape. That has been repeating time and time again. They split up and Mia attacked. Overcome by fear, The soldiers are unable to conduct a proper search. And since they cannot spot the already scarce clues, they couldn't find Mia and the others at all. With that being the case, the soldiers were repeatedly ambushed. I thought that they are used to being chased, but they are this skilled her. While being impressed, Abraham marks several circles on the map. They were the areas that they already covered. To Abraham, it doesn't matter how many of his men died. Abraham has been gradually narrowing down the search area while predicting their movement. They may have escaped Abraham's search areas, but it is only a matter of time before they run out of places to run. Form a perimeter again. See, Colonel. We have been searching for them for more than a day already. So, aren't they also running from us for more than a day too? The men are tired, sir. Please let them take a break. If you do that, then the search so far will go to waste. Besides, it will give them the opportunity to turn the table on us too. Are you willing to take the responsibility for that? At Abraham's cold words, the soldier swallowed down any argument that came up to him. That wasn't a threat. Mia and the others are indeed being cornered right now, and they are the ones who do the cornering. If they loosen up now, they will be letting go of that advantage. They can expect an arrow flying at them from the trees, and they will lose track of their position. Surely, there will be casualties. If you don't like that, then get the perimeter ready. I don't care either way, you know. Making you guys a decoy and luring them out is not so bad after all. I will get it ready immediately. Abraham mockingly smiles at the soldier's reply. The Dominion's soldiers lack morale. That's the decisive difference between them and the Imperial soldiers. That's the reason why this chase has been dragged out this long, but everything will be over soon. Well, I guess I will be able to meet them soon, huh? Saying so, Abraham started to move. Escape into the woods. That is not something unusual for Mia. As a chivalrous thief, the army has dispatched many pursuers after her, and each time, she has gone nights without sleep. However, this time Mia is not alone. Mia-san. Where to next? It's okay to sleep a little longer, Desua. Marianne asks Mia with a sleepy expression, and Mia urges her to sleep while covering her with a jacket. Mia and her group are hiding under a big tree. After breaking through the enemy's encirclement, Mia hid them there. Judging from the movement of the sun, it seems that it has already been more than a day since the pursuit began. However, even if Ted arrives at Ul's place without any problem and Ul moves out immediately, it will take time for them to reach the border. They still need to earn more time. However, Marianne has already reached her limit. Having her run any more than this would be difficult. It can't be helped, Desawain. Mia mutters while looking at Marianne, who has fallen into a light sleep. Marianne is just 14 years old. Even though she has been treated as a hostage in the United Kingdom, it is not like she can endure such a rigorous exercise. Some would say that if she is royalty, then she must endure this. In fact, Mia has seen the princes and princesses of the Empire who are even younger than her fulfill their responsibility. However, that family is special after all. The clan of the Golden Eagle, the imperial family that reigns over the center part of the continent, the Adler clan. Their long bloodline is not just for show. They did not only pass down their bloodline, they also incorporated the blood of those that survive each generation into their own. They are clearly different from the sinful clan of the Dominion royalty. No clan is comparable to them in this continent. And that would not be an exaggeration. Comparing her to the people from that clan would make Marianne seem pitiful. Besides, Marianne has already tried her best. In their escape, she never complained and only followed Mia's instructions. How many children her age can do the same? She must survive, Desu wa. Mia affirmed her decision while checking the bow in her hand. The enemy moves fast. They are already re-establishing the siege. If this keeps up, their main force might come out next. If that happens, there is no choice but to escape with all her power. After all, if she stops, she will not be able to protect Marianne. Let's have at it then, Desua. With that said, Mia looked forward. When the perimeter was re-established, Abraham ordered the soldiers to narrow it down. Several arrows flew from the inside of the circle as they gradually narrowed down the area and shot through the soldiers' heads. Using that chance, Abraham immediately rushed over to the place the arrows came from. Then, finally, we get to see each other. I didn't want to meet you at all, Desu wa. Abraham's magic sword approaches Mia, but Mia deflects it away and shoots an arrow at him in return. It was not just any arrow. It was a magic arrow. Surprised, Abraham took a distance while parrying it away. Meanwhile, Mia left the place with Marianne. Interesting. So it's the rumored chivalrous thief her. Chase them. As long as they have the princess, they will reach their limit soon. Abraham ordered his men and chased after Mia. Chapter 409. The Sentient Magic Sword. Escaping the enemy's pursuit, Mia and her group stole horses from the enemy and rode out of the forest. In other words, they have crossed the Empire's border. However, after passing through the forest, there is nowhere to hide. We are riding straight ahead, Desua. On top of her horse, Mia shot arrows back toward the pursuers. Abraham's pursuit never let up. In the forest, Mia managed to elude Abraham. However, now there is nothing obstructing his line of sight. With nowhere to hide, the pursuers can freely chase after them. A disadvantageous situation for Mia. So persistent, Desua. Saying so, Mia shot a magic arrow at Abraham. At first, it seemed that the arrow missed its mark, but it suddenly made a tight turn and headed straight to Abraham's blind spot. However, Abraham flicked the magic arrow away without even looking at it. Again, Desua. Abraham's movement was absurd. It was as though his magic sword was moving on its own. A human would move their eyes in that situation, but Abraham's eyes are always fixed on Mia. She started to get impatient at this eeriness. She instinctively told Marianne to never let that man approach her. Mia then turned back her horse. Mia-san, don't worry about me, I will stop that man, Desua. Saying so, Mia let Marianne escape and faced Abraham. Bow and sword. In close quarter combat, the sword normally has an overwhelming advantage. However, Mia is the user of magic bow. That common sense doesn't apply here. A thief who didn't get caught even after the whole country was turned upside down. I see. You are something, huh? Are you really a soldier of the Dominion army? For now, that is. I used to belong to the Imperial army. I thought so. You are not even wearing their uniform after all. Saying so, Mia parries Abraham's sword and shoots magic arrows at him in return. It was a continuous attack at point-blank range. However, Abraham was able to knock them all down. A defected soldier chasing after a princess who is about to defect. Don't you think that is quite ironic? I don't. I can't understand someone whose will has already been taken over by their magic sword after all, Desua. Without saying anything, Abraham only smiles at Mia's words. Some magic swords have a will of their own. Sometimes, the personality of their creator may have accidentally been transcribed into them, or that the will of its previous owner linger inside the sword. Although such magic swords are generally powerful, they can cross the line of a killing tool. In some cases, its wielder's mind might be taken over by the sword. In such cases, the danger lies with the wielder. After all, the magic sword does not care about the limit of its human host. Your earlier movements were magically manipulated by your magic sword, right, Desawain? If you keep doing that, then your body will eventually break, you know, Desawao. Foo. All I have to do is offer blood to my friend. So you've already lost your mind. Saying so, Mia shot magic arrows at Abraham again. She understands that a frontal attack will not work. Still, Mia kept firing arrows at him. After all, stopping Abraham here is vital for Marianne's safety. However, it seems that you ran out of time, huh? What are you? My subordinates seem to be surprisingly good, you know. Saying so, Abraham's eyes turned to what's behind Mia. Marianne was already apprehended. Her group was ambushed by the unit that Abraham had sent to stand by in the Empire's territory in advance. The reason for the escort's absence is probably that they were already cut down. Using the moment she was distracted, Abraham's magic sword attacked Mia. Jumping off her horse, Mia takes a distance from Abraham. However, as if he was slithering on the ground, Abraham approached Mia from below. Then, his hands caught Mia's. With this, You can't use your bow anymore. What about you? You can't use your proud magic sword too, right? I have subordinates, you see. Don't mind me, shoot. Looking around, she saw that Abraham's men were aiming their bow at them. Then a moment later, countless arrows flew toward the two. 6 pierced Mia while Abraham was hit by more than a dozen arrows. However, without minding them, Abraham let go of her hands and thrust his magic sword toward Mia. So you can't even feel pain anymore. Mia holds up her bow in a hurry, but Abraham's blade already sank itself into Mia's shoulder. Frowning in pain, Mia shot an arrow in return. However, it passed over Abraham. It's your loss. Ua, pulling out his magic sword, this time Abraham stabbed Mia's right foot. Unable to endure the pain, Mia collapsed on the spot. Ah, my dear friend. A strong person's blood is delicious after all, right? Watching the euphoric Abraham, his men dare not to approach. The eeriness is simply too much for them. Meanwhile, Mia tries to stand up. However, Abraham doesn't allow that. Oops. Goo. Mia was kicked as she tried to stand up and collapsed down again. Stop. Your target is only me, right? Even if she doesn't wear a mask, in this country, a strong user of arcane archery like her can only be vermilion. I could say that she might be worth more than you. Then stop torturing her already. Have you no honor as a soldier? A traitor has no right to speak of honor. Both you and I, we have no right to speak of such a thing. Ua. Marianne bit down on her lips so much that blood started to ooze out. She is frustrated. Even after being a burden for their escape, she couldn't find anything to say back. She felt so helpless that she couldn't even get her arms free from the soldiers. Teardrops didn't stop flowing down her face. However, stop making a fool out of yourself. Even a traitor has their honor. Mia-san, if you believe that what you did is correct, then look up. You can't allow this man to deny what you did, Desua. If you admit that you are mistaken, then even those who chose to believe and follow you will be mistaken as well, Desua. Mia stands up and points her bow at Abraham. Her left shoulder and right foot are injured. Moreover, there are arrows stuck in her back and stomach. She is far from her perfect condition. Still, Mia fired a magic arrow with all her might. A fool never learns her. Abraham parried the arrow away. However, at the same time, another arrow fell from the sky. It snuck past Abraham's automatic defense and hit the back of his head. At that moment, Mia turned around and shot the soldiers that were holding Marianne. Run. Marianne knew that Mia wanted her to run away. Still, that is not what Marianne wants. Abandoning Mia here is not something her conscience allows. However, her reasonable side tells her that she can't do anything to help here. Running away will help Mia as well. She understands. However, her legs didn't move. Meanwhile, she heard a small cry. It was a cry that could not be heard in the Dominion. The moment she heard that, Marianne moved her legs. She ran forward. Princess. I'm sorry. Marianne put herself between Abraham and Mia while apologizing to her. Standing up, Abraham angrily glared at Mia and Marianne. Such a petty trick. So the first arrow was still lingering in the sky her. But it's a shame, a trick like that can't take me down. I had a chance to run and Mia-san managed to stall you. It was your loss. That might be the case in a one-on-one fight. But this is a battle. Our goal is to prevent you from escaping. When you run back here yourself, it is already my victory. With loud laughter, Abraham holds up his magic sword. It seems that my friend is quite interested in royalty's blood. Now I wonder what your blood tastes like. If you want my blood, then I will give it to you. But you will have to pay for it with your life. How scary. So how do you plan to take my life? This is a battle. Just as you have your subordinates, we also have our allies. The moment Abraham was about to dismiss that as the princess's wishful thinking, he heard a loud cry from the sky. When he looked up, he saw a white flying dragon flying in the sky. Chapter 410. Asylum Acceptance. Your Highness, are you not running too much ahead? Mark, who was running behind, tried to advise me to slow down, but I accelerated the horse further instead. Even without magic, my horse is already fast. After all, it is one of the carefully selective breed warhorses the North is promoting to the merchants. Even with my inadequate riding skill, I can get more than enough speed from it. The Imperial Knights are running in formation around me. This kind of situation is not that uncommon for them. Moreover, this is the third Imperial Knight Corps trained personally by Elna. They won't fall behind the person they are supposed to escort. However, the same couldn't be said about the other knights. The distance is getting wider, Elna muttered while looking behind us. The knights of the Eastern Nobles' army are following behind us. The gap between us is getting wider little by little. However, I don't have time to adjust our speed. They ran out of their camp without any preparation. Naturally, they should feel more fatigued than normal. After all, they don't even know where and why we are going. Still, I have no choice but to count on them doing their best. Rather than the horses, the problem is with the knights. Why don't you say something to them? They won't feel any more motivated with my words. Those are knights of the East, you know. The knights of the North would be one thing, but my words hold no persuasive power over the knights of the East. Duke Rainfeld can rally them up, but the Duke is almost at his limit himself. Ted, the boy who came to us as a messenger, is giving us the directions. He was originally riding with Duke Rainfeld, but he has already been moved from the Duke's horse to one of the Imperial Knights. Duke Rainfeld is a little behind us. No one exactly has any power to spare right now. When I thought that way, I suddenly heard a loud sound from behind me. When I turned back, the knights were approaching us with increased speed. They are catching up. How? She probably caught up. Leading the knights was a woman donning a blue mantle. Although she is supposed to have left the city later than us, she has already caught up. It's rude to go out suddenly like that, you know. If you want to go out, then at least give me a call. The reason the knights are motivated now was Lizaranyu, who is running in front of them. For the knights of the East, Lizaranyu, who has been protecting the eastern border, is not just any royalty. She is an object of worship. If such a person runs in front of them, then of course they would not want to fall behind. What's wrong, Eugen? Already out of breath? It's only a temporary break, Your Highness. Please don't mind me. Duke Rainfeld, who managed to catch up with us, roughly exhales and tells such a blatant lie. However, this person will never settle with a lie. Although he may be only relying on his willpower alone, it's clear that he has no intention to fall behind Lizaranyu. So, what is this about? The plan for the princess's asylum has been moved up. She is already being chased by her pursuers. This is big, her. Yes, that's why I came out here myself. A battle near the border will start a war, and I am the only one who can take the responsibility for that. You should just leave something like that to me. I was named the Emperor's representative. I intend to fulfill that responsibility. Chempeach. Then let me witness it. This responsibility is yours. Saying so, Lizaranyu slowed her horse down a little. If she feels like it, then she should be able to overtake me. It seems that she intends to match my pace. Well, if we increase the speed any more than this, then the knights will seriously be left behind after all. After that, the forced march continues for a while. We continued to run even when night turned to dawn, and as a result of focusing solely on speed, we managed to reach the area near the border. There, we found something unexpected. Your Highness. That. Dominion citizens. It was a group of about 200 people that caught our eyes. Although they seemed to be exhausted, they are still moving forward. Ji-san. Ted, who was riding with the Imperial Knight, shouted in a loud voice. I immediately make my way toward the group of citizens. Is that your people? Yes. The person Ted called over is a large-built old man. With a bow in hand, the old man looked toward us. Judging from the fact that the Imperial Knights put their guard up with only a glance from him, I can see that this old man's ability is a real deal. Ji-san. Everyone. Are you safe? When Ted approached them, he got off his horse and ran up to the old man and hugged him. Then, the children behind the old man also hugged him in turn. Although it was a moving scene, it lacks the important person. I'm Arnold Lakes Adler, 7th Prince of the Empire. I heard that the princess was traveling here to seek asylum with us, but where is she? Oh, forgive my rudeness. When the old man kneeled to me, everyone also kneeled at once. This old man probably led them until here. This one is called Travis. Her Highness the Princess had taken a different route to escape. In other words, the enemy concentrated their forces on the princess. Yes. We were only attacked by a few soldiers so far. Normally, these people should be the decoy. However, it didn't turn out like that. The fact that Mia isn't here means that she is with the princess her. Your Highness, I haven't heard that there would be this many people seeking asylum with us. To accept this number of people, I think that we should go through His Majesty. I will take the responsibility. Take everyone in. I will leave their protection to the knights. However, they are already here. What? Was the Empire such a small country that can't accept this number of people? This will cause problems, Your Highness. Once we accept them, we will have to keep accepting more and more people. I don't care. If they can't live in the Empire, then we can send them back to the Dominion. After we win the war, that is. Mark, who had advised me, sighs and withdraws. The nobles at the Imperial capital will get noisy again. Even with my position as the Warden of the North, accepting this many people without consulting Father would cause a problem. However, I can't afford to care about that now. If the enemy's pursuits were focused on Mia, then it would only be a matter of time before they catch up with them. The fastest way to find them would be looking for them from the sky, but if I let the Imperial Knights go, the responsibility will fall to Elna instead. I can make all kinds of excuses, but because of me, Elna's position is not that good right now. Making it worse would be bad. When I was thinking so far, a white flying dragon came down from the sky. I am sorry for being late, Your Highness. I was assigned as a messenger, said Finn, who descended from the sky. Certainly, Finn had been flying around all over the north as a messenger. So he went out of his way to come to me her. That was a good decision. Lizaranu, I leave the command of the knights to you. What are you going to do? I am going to search the border from the sky. Saying so, I straddled behind the flying dragon with Finn's help. Elna and the Imperial Knights are with me. Lizaranu, please leave some of the knights here to protect these people. All right. I will use you as a landmark and follow behind. Yes, I'm counting on you. Prince Arnold. Please, Miane, leave her to me. With that said, we flew toward the border. We no longer have Ted guiding us. I was looking over the border area from the sky, but it was Finn who offered a better option. Let's have Nova follow the scent of the people. Can it do that? We underwent the training for that since a long time ago. We thought that we could only act as a reconnaissance unit after all. All right. I can hardly laugh at his reason, but thanks to that we don't need someone to guide us. With Finn and Nova leading the way, we flew toward the plain near the border. There Nova cries out. They are close by. Should we ambush them, Your Highness? Descend now. The situation has too many unknown factors. What I saw from the sky were two girls surrounded by a unit of about 1,000 soldiers. We landed on a slightly elevated hill. Lizaranu, who were chasing after us, still hasn't arrived yet. This is the 7th Imperial Prince, Arnold Lakes Adler. What are you doing here inside our border? Saying so, I took a step forward. I can see that Mia is bleeding and collapsed on the ground, with a girl spreading her arms in front as if trying to protect her. That is probably the Dominion's princess. My, oh my. If it isn't the prince himself. Answer me. What are you doing? We are only putting an end to our deserters, Your Imperial Highness. You are saying that those two girls are deserters? That is correct, said the man who seems to be their commander. They only crossed the border to chase after their deserters. He probably wants to escape from this situation with such an explanation. You think I am going to believe that? Believing me here would be better for Your Imperial Highness yourself, is it not? You should have been carefully preparing your invasion after all. Well, that's the story I heard anyway. If you engage us here, the armies that are glaring at each other at the border will have to move as well, no? And, so what? The Empire should already be busy with the succession war. You wouldn't want to get on the Emperor's bad side, right? I want to slug him in the face right now. When I thought so, Mark whispered something to me from behind. That is Colonel Abraham, who defected from the Imperial army, Your Highness. He is a dangerous individual who wields a magic sword. A former Imperial soldier, her. Then you should be familiar with my reputation, right? Of course. The name of the dull prince is famous after all. However, that was only a temporary image. After you started doing things seriously, you have gained the position of the Warden of the North. You wouldn't want to lose such a position, right? You don't understand anything, do you? Being glared at by father is a daily occurrence for me. Personally, I don't care if we just start the war right here right now, you know? Saying so, I look at Elna. Seeing through my thoughts, Elna gives me a small nod. War? With only several Imperial knights and a dragon knight. Isn't that just reckless? It's not like you are not familiar with the power of the Imperial knights, right? Do you think you can take them down with only 1,000 soldiers? That's quite a confidence. But don't forget, we have a hostage here. As you might already know, this here is Princess Marianne of the Dominion. Letting her die here would be a huge problem, right? If I let her die, that is. The moment I said that, a strong wind wrapped around Marianne and Mia and lifted them up. It's Elna's wind magic. Accurately lifting a person from a distance is a fairly advanced technique, but that is nothing to Elna. A person wouldn't be called the child prodigy with only superb swordsmanship after all. TSK. Abraham tried to go after them, but he was stopped by Finn. Raining down countless lightning strikes, Abraham's movement is restricted. Stop them. Don't let them have her. You are already too late. Marianne and Mia flew up to the height unreachable by the soldiers and floated over to us. After safely landing, Marianne ran up to me and kneeled. Your Highness Arnold. I, Princess Marianne, of the Dominion, formally beg for your aid. Please save our country from the oppressor. Please allow me to seek asylum with the Empire. I accept. Now we have a just cause. Just enough to silence the noisy nobles at the Imperial capital. I will have you return her to us. That princess belongs to the Dominion. Is that so? But she has already sought asylum with us. Just give up. You think I will just let this go? Leave this place and your life will be spared. It would be better to have them withdraw here. Mia's injuries are graver than I expected. The Imperial Knight treating her has a frown on his face. If possible, I want her in the care of a specialist as soon as possible. However, as expected, the enemy does not withdraw so easily. If you don't return her, then it's war. I see. Then there is no room for negotiation. Slaughter them. Remember this well. The Empire doesn't have the habit of kicking out its people once they have already been accepted. The appearance of the Emperor I saw in the throne room that day. I decided to imitate it. Chapter 4:11. If you want them, then come and try to take them. Abraham sneers at my declaration. He then casually raised his right hand. That alone signaled his 1,000 subordinates to ready themselves for battle. If he swings it down, all of them will probably charge at us. That is fine with me, but the one who will be doing the slaughtering would be us. Isn't it because you are caring about Vermilion that you did not run right away? I didn't run away because I have no need to. But I do admit that I care about her. I see. So how about we strike a deal, Your Highness? Hand the princess to us and we will let you go. It seems that you have quite a poor memory, don't you? Let me say it again. The Empire doesn't have the habit of kicking out its people once they have already been accepted. My father once used those same words against the ambassador of the so-called Empire. I still remember that day well. The appearance of the Emperor I saw that day was enough to earn my admiration. Even so, that is not the goal I am aiming for. For me, an emperor is only something that can only be witnessed. The majestic figure of an emperor. That is what I wish to see on the throne. I used to think that it would be my eldest brother. Now I think that it will be Leo. However, there are many difficulties in making Leo an emperor. There is also the promise I made with the brave. I must appear even more dangerous to them than Leo. If that's the case, then I just have to do it. Overlapping the figure of the Emperor I saw that day on myself. The figure that connects to my eldest brother who used to shoulder the dreams of those around him, the figure that Leo is striving to become. Then it will be war. Wouldn't the Imperial Knights have a tough time fighting while they have to protect the injured Vermilion? His expression is one of someone who has the upper hand. He probably thought that I was bluffing. The so-called ambassador acted the same back then too. I am being looked down on. He still thinks of me as a powerless prince. That's why I sealed all of my calculating side and lazy habits inside myself. I carry the emperor's authority. In the north, my authority is equal to that of the emperor. Looking down on me means that he is making light of the empire. That is something that absolutely cannot be forgiven. It seems you still lack the understanding of the empire's imperial knights, right? They are protectors. Protecting someone is their main job. If you think that you can get past them with only 1,000 men, then try it. Threaten me won't work, you know. You can't understand unless I spell it out for you, right? I'm telling you to come at me. While looking straight at Abraham, I slowly stepped forward. I am the Warden of the North. I carry His Imperial Majesty's full authority. Therefore, all who set foot inside my territory are my subject. Right here, in this place, those who seek help in the North are the people I must protect. I will not give anyone up. If you want them, then come try to take them away. But remember well to prepare your resolve. Let it be known that the Knights of the Empire are not as weak as the Knights of the Dominion. In response to my words, Elna and her Imperial Knights pull out their swords. There, Abraham finally realized that Elna, who was standing at my side, was a member of the Brave House. I see. You can be so bullish because you have an Umsberg by your side, her. But even a child prodigy would find it difficult to face this number. You have too many to protect after all. Or will you use the Holy Sword? You will get yourself into trouble if you use the Holy Sword against the Dominion, you know. I don't have to use the Holy Sword against the likes of you. Don't flatter yourself. Then what will you have us do? You think we will just bow our heads to the Empire's authority? Saying so, Abraham signaled his men. However, none of his subordinates moved their feet. Because they heard it. A large number of horse footsteps behind us. It's not the Empire's authority that you have to bow to. It is our military might. At the same time, Lizaranu appeared next to me. Then, one after another, the knights arrived from behind us. The number is no less than 3,000. I made it in time. Leave the rest to me. No. This is my war. Lizaranu stepped forward with a warlike smile, but I stopped her. A little surprised, Lizaranu stared at me. All men to attacking position. The enemy is the Dominion's army. By the formal request of Princess Marianne, I hereby declare war on the Cornix Dominion. To the king who doesn't care for his people. To the aristocrats that preyed on them. To the knights that did not protect the people that they are supposed to protect. Let us teach them the meaning of pride and honor. This is a battle to save the citizens of the Dominion. By the name of His Majesty the Emperor, I, Arnold Lakes Adler, command you. Defeat the Dominion. I raise my right hand and swing it down. The knights who had been waiting for that all rushed toward Abraham and his men. Although this battle should already be an overwhelming victory for us, the Dominion army which had the table turned on them is now incredibly fragile. TSK. Withdraw. Head back to the border. Abraham gave his order, but a new group of knights blocked their path. Maybe they had chosen a route that would take them to the enemy's rear in advance. Leading those knights was a stout man wielding a halberd. Knights of Rainfeld, stand with me. There was a boy who ran desperately to request our help. We must not lose to him. Charge. After he inspired the knights, Duke Rainfeld led the charge forward. The Dominion army, whose withdrawal route was blocked, is surrounded. They are completely overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Lizaranu slowly advanced her horse forward. Lizaranu. That's Colonel Abraham. A former Imperial soldier. I will punish him myself. Is that so? I said that much and stayed silent. With the battle already started, there is no need for useless conversation. I can talk to Lizaranu again later. That was what I thought. Oh. I planned to use this war to slaughter them all as revenge for Wilhelmaniu. But you have a different plan, right? I would be lying if I say that I am not angry at them. But it is in the past. We are living in the present. That's why we should look at the present. There are people who ask for our help. They are people who fear the wrath of the empire. Those people are innocent. You cannot choose where you are born after all. Lizaranu looks up at the sky. Then, yes, you are right. Then, I swear in the name of my late brother Wilhelm, I will fight your way, saving the people and punishing the evil king and aristocrats. That is enough. Right. Yes. Thank you. It is me who should be thankful. Looking at you now makes me feel nostalgic. Right now, you look a little bit like Wilhelmanu, you know. I am his younger brother after all. I see. Lizaranu smiled a little and unsheathed her sword. The battle is in a stalemate. This is due to Abraham fending off the knights from his men. The fury within me still hasn't disappeared. This flame of wrath is still burning. I'm sure that it won't go away until I die. But I can control it. I just need someone to hit. Is that so? Wilhelmanu was a good person. I have always wondered why a good person has to die. I know now that it is because there is a shameless fool like that guy around. A beast that has neither pride nor honor. Such a beast has no right to complain even if it's subjected to some unreasonable anger. Her voice is trembling. Lizaranu is releasing the fury that was hidden inside her. Then, make way. Lizaranu advanced her horse and rushed into the middle of the enemy. I follow her movement using magic. Hearing her furious roar, the knights opened the way in a hurry. A road was created before Lizaranu. Charging through that road, Lizaranu swings her sword down at Abraham. The marshal herself. The blood of the Imperial family must be delicious. Lizaranu said nothing and launched a series of slashes at Abraham. Abraham is blocking them, but his way of doing it is strange. It was as if his sword was moving to intercept the slashes on its own. So your mind has already been hijacked by the magic sword, huh? If that vulgarity came from the magic sword, then I can understand. You think I care? Lizaranu and Abraham fought evenly for a while. During that time, all the soldiers of the Dominion army were defeated. None of them got away, and it will be some time before their main force at the border makes their move. The only one left here is Abraham. For a while now, Abraham has been watching his surroundings. He probably thinks that he can't keep up with Lizaranu much longer. However, they are surrounded by knights. You can still afford to look around while facing me, her. I have no intention to share my fate with the Dominion, you see. At that moment, Abraham turned his back on Lizaranu. He then plunges toward the knights surrounding him. The knights try to stop Abraham, but his magic sword automatically slashes at anyone who approaches. However, Abraham was stopped by Duke Rainfeld, who stood in his path. Even with a magic sword, your attacks are quite light, you know. Duke Rainfeld swung his halberd down against Abraham's magic sword and forcefully stopped him. Brought to a simple battle of power, Abraham was forced to stop. However, if he stops moving, only hell is waiting for him. Don't get in my way. Abraham deflects the halberd and tries to swing his sword at Duke Rainfeld. However, that blow never reached the Duke. Instead, Abraham's arm along with his magic sword dances in the air. Ah, my friend. Did you know who you just pointed your blade at? Abraham turned around and stiffened. This is because Lizaranu was already in a position to swing her sword at him. I have information. Don't flatter yourself. Without listening to anything he wanted to say, Lizaranu's sword stabbed into Abraham's neck and sewed it to the ground. That was a fatal injury. No treatment can save him now. Are you safe? Eugen. Of course. Liselot Sama. Don't push yourself too much. As an Imperial Duke, I can't afford to run away. Then next time do not leave my side. Saying so, Lizaranu pulls out her sword. Abraham shows no sign of getting back up. And thus, the battle at the border was concluded. Chapter 412. Past Self. By my authority as the Warden of the North, I, Arnold Lakes Adler, commands Marshal Liselot, lead the combined army of the allied Eastern nobles and the Northern Border Defense Force and defeat the Dominion. As you command. Receiving my order, Lizaranu leads the knights to join the Northern Border Defense Force. The Dominion army is not aware of Abraham's failure yet. If they know, then they will surely try to launch the first strike, but it is us who has that opportunity. I have already sent out a messenger. General Harnish, who is currently in command of the Northern Border Defense Force, is surely preparing for the invasion in secret right now. As soon as Lizaranu arrived, the invasion will start. Although we still cannot conclude the arrangement with their uncorrupted aristocrats, we have successfully secured Princess Marianne. There is no doubt that the enemy will be in chaos when we arrive. Once Lizaranu breaks through their border, those aristocrats will surely sneak out to contact us themselves. The Dominion is not worth worrying about anymore. It is only a matter of time until they fall. More importantly, how is she holding up? Elna not good. That bad, huh? Her wounds are pretty deep, but that is not the problem. It's the effect of that magic sword. It seems that its power is interfering with the healing magic. Mia's wounds are graver than I expected. She was pierced in her left shoulder and right foot. Moreover, there were arrows stuck all over her body. The healing magic my subordinate used can only amplify the natural healing power. That's how the magic closes the wounds. But the power of that magic sword is interfering with it, so we can't completely close her wounds. So it has the effect of preventing the wounds it inflicts from closing her. Whatever the principle behind it was, the result is clear. What a troublesome magic sword. That magic sword was already put under a strict watch. We can't have a magic sword that can control its user runs freely. We also need to find out how Abraham got his hand on such a thing too. There are many things to do, but right now I don't have enough time. Please do your best to help her. I will. But we are not healing experts here. I don't know how much we can do. Can you stabilize her until we reach the Imperial capital? Impossible. I can't completely stop the bleeding. I managed to stop it for now, but... So she was injected with something that interfered with that, or it was a magic power with the same effect. Either way, we need powerful healing magic to heal her. I think I should be able to overcome it if I use mine at full power, but if I use it now, surely, my identity will be exposed. It would be bad if I don't find a chance to use it soon though. At worst, I will have to expose myself as Silver and use it. When I thought so far, Prince Arnold. My name was called with a muffled voice. Looking back, I was met with a man donning a blue mask. Elna intuitively unsheathed her sword at the man who suddenly appeared behind us. Who are you? Vatter, I am a thief operating in the Dominion. A thief? You are. Certainly, Mia was exceptionally strong as a thief. However, this Vatter easily surpasses her. There's no way that Elna would not notice that. If you doubt my identity, then you can check it out with the princess. Elna, lower your sword. He's on our side. I can't see how he is on our side. I have distrust toward people wearing masks after all. Even so, he is on our side. Can we talk privately? Vatter. I'd like that. While being looked upon by Elna's dissatisfied gaze, I invited Vatter to the tent I prepared. Well, we are already doing our best to treat Mia. Is that what you came here to ask? Vatter, no. Jack. So you've already heard everything from Silver, right? It was me who asked Silver to sabotage the Dominion in the first place. He refused me, but I was quite surprised that we gained the cooperation of another SS rank adventurer instead. But what's even more surprising was the fact that Mia is a daughter of an SS rank adventurer. Still, thanks to that connection, we managed to get your cooperation. I'm grateful. I didn't do it for the Empire. Taking off his mask, Jack sat down on the chair. I know. It was all for Mia. As promised, we have launched a counter-invasion. The corrupted aristocrats will be punished. Now there is no reason for Mia to continue being a chivalrous thief. If she survives, that is. You were listening her. I'm sorry that I couldn't get to her in time. It was all my fault. I was the one who advised the princess to move up the schedule. I thought that it would be fine as long as I take care of the pursuits from the capital. So that's why you did not show up until now, her. What is the state of their capital garrison right now? Mostly destroyed. That's good news. For the Empire, that is. Saying so, I stood up. The talk is over. Jack probably doesn't want to talk long either. Prince Arnold. I will deal with the Imperial Knights. You can go see her. But the treatment we can do here is limited. We will do our best, but don't expect too much. Thank you. Jack briefly answered and held his head as he cast his eyes down. If Jack hadn't suppressed the pursuits from the capital, then Mia would have been chased all the way from there, and the noble that helped her wouldn't be safe either. The overall damage was minimized. However, if Jack was with Mia, it wouldn't turn out like this. Of course, I don't know whether Mia will accept such a plan or not. However, he probably can't help but regret that. Even more so when he possesses enough power to protect her. I understand that feeling of helplessness well. If we can't save our loved ones with our power, then what meaning does it have? I needed Leo to recover from that. I left the tent while overlapping Jack with my past self. Night. I was in front of the tent where Mia was being treated. The Imperial Knights continued their treatment without any rest. Even if they cannot close the wounds, they can slow down the bleeding by regularly applying healing magic. But that's all they can do. How is she doing? Unfortunately, we already tried everything. I see. Can you leave us alone for a while? Leaving her untreated too long would be unwise, Your Highness. Don't worry. I dismissed the Imperial Knights from the tent. At the same time, Jack appeared in his mask. Without saying anything, I entered the tent. Mia was sleeping on the bed inside. A bandage is wrapped around her wound. The effect of the healing magic is probably still working. Jack shakenly approached Mia and kneeled in front of her. He tremblingly reached out his hand and touched Mia's forehead. Do you think I failed as a parent? I don't know. Each child feels differently about such a thing after all. There's no way that I was a good parent to her. When this child was born, I abandoned my responsibility as a father. I left her with my wife and devoted myself to being an adventurer. A strong adventurer that everyone can rely on. It was enjoying to be that person. That's when my wife gave up on me. But I only have gratitude toward my wife and her father, my master. She wouldn't have grown up so strong if I raised her myself. She grew up to be a child who can protect others. It seems that he doesn't deny it. Mia's way of life. So he plans to only blame himself her. He is not some supervillain. Everything can't possibly be all his fault. However, Jack, who suffers from that feeling of helplessness, cannot afford to think that way. The one who bears the most blame is his powerless self. His back looks terribly small right now. I wonder why I don't have the power to heal someone. I used to wonder the same thing myself. I see. How did you recover from it? Jack took off his mask and looked at me. Tears are running down his cheeks. A man like Jack wouldn't cry in front of people. That's how important this is to him. She is the daughter that he finally found. This much is only natural her. I take a vial of water out of my pocket and gently put it to Mia's mouth. What is that? Just simple water. It doesn't have any effect. To us, that is. What are you planning? I bitterly smiled at Jack's question. It can't be helped. He is overlapping too much with my past self right now. Besides, sooner or later, Jack will connect the dots himself. I interfered too much this time. Then it would be better for him to take a part in my play. Vater, who is actually an SS rank adventurer, gave her an incredibly expensive healing potion. The potion was very potent, and Mia's condition greatly improved. That's the scenario anyway. What are you saying? You asked how I recovered from that feeling, right? I told myself that my power was not in vain. That I can save someone else who feels that same feeling of helplessness. That my magic has its purpose. Saying so, I first set up a concealment barrier and covered Mia in a healing barrier. Barrier-type healing magic consumes a lot of magic power, but this time it did not consume much. This should be within the permissible range. I continue maintaining the healing barrier for a while. Mia's wounds healed little by little. This is because my magic is erasing the lingering effect of the magic sword. Then I broke my barrier. I would be surprised if she is completely healed with this. Don't tell me. She is healed. Not fully. But the Imperial Knights should be able to treat her with their healing magic after this. Jack grabbed Mia's hand with both of his and silently cried. Turning my back on Jack, I tried to leave the tent. However, Jack stopped me. Wait. What? Ah, yes, I will reveal your identity. To the Imperial Knights, that is. I think that it would be better for you to disappear before they start asking questions, you know. Got it. I will do that. You have my thanks. Silver. Whatever are you talking about? Thank you, Prince Arnold. You are welcome. Saying so, I left the tent. Then, Sebas appeared behind me. Are you going to give me a sermon now? Sermon? Never. As an SS rank adventurer, Jack Dono is someone very far away from the succession war. Besides, Mia Dono is also his only weakness. Doing your best for her would greatly put him in your debt. Even if he knows who you are, I'm sure that his lips are sealed. It was a good move, sir. Let's leave it at that then. Certainly, sir. I answered Sebas with a bitter smile while Sebas also did the same. The result turned out good. However, I would have done the same even if it turned out badly. If I continue to calculate my profit here, Mia's condition will only worsen. That would probably put me on Jack's bad side as well. After all, that was for the best. For my personal feelings as well. Jack suffered from the same helplessness I once felt. I couldn't abandon him. Now then, let's go talk to Elna. Saying so, I started walking while slightly stretching my muscles. The next day, Elna, who understood the circumstances, tried to search for Jack, but his figure was nowhere to be seen. It would be a big problem if an SS rank adventurer cooperated with the Empire. That's why I forbid everyone from talking about this and have the Imperial Knights take the credit for her recovery. That is one case solved. Thinking so, I took my time returning to the mansion in the Zweig territory. However, what was waiting for me there was a letter from father. Take Princess Marianne and return to the capital her. This doesn't seem to be avoidable, sir. One problem's gone and another immediately took its place her. After I tiredly sighed at the letter, I threw it on the desk. How will father treat Marianne? I have to plan various moves depending on his answer. But whatever he is planning to do with her, I have to let them meet once. I'm returning to the Imperial capital. As you wish, sir. Saying so, I decided to return to the capital. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Arc 39. Chapter 413. Welcome at the Imperial capital. We will arrive at the Imperial capital soon, Your Highness. I nodded at the Imperial Knight's report. I then turned to Marianne, the Princess of the Dominion, who is sitting next to me inside the carriage. Princess Marianne. We are about to arrive at the capital. I think that you are already aware, but I'm fine. I've prepared myself for this. Marianne replied with a firm voice. However, her face is pale. She probably understands what it means for a Dominion's royalty to enter the Imperial capital. The Empire has a deep grudge against the Dominion. The Crown Prince was like a son to the people of the Empire, and they blame the Dominion for killing him. If the Crown Prince was alive, the future of the Empire would have been secured. This succession war would not have happened in the first place, and we would not be open for the other countries to attack like this. It's all because of the Dominion. That deep grudge will surely be directed at Marianne. That's what it means for her to enter the Imperial capital. If it's hard, then we can circle around and enter from another gate. I am a princess who sold out her country. I have the responsibility to accept everything. That's a good resolve. I wonder if I can do the same if I am in her shoes. Her resolve is worthy of praise. After all, Marianne shared no blame in it. She was only a princess. 3 years ago, Marianne was held hostage in the United Kingdom. Even if she had the power to stop them, she was simply not there. And yet she still wants to take on all the responsibility of that herself. I don't want to subject her to too much bad experience. However, if the person herself already made up her resolve, then it would be wrong of me to give her extra care. Eventually, Marianne will be exposed to the grudge of our people. Even if she runs away here, the chain of grudges will still bind her. It is an unnecessary worry on my part then. It's a relief though. Thank you, Prince Arnold. Marianne thanks me while lowering her head. I couldn't help but notice that her hands were slightly shaking. However, I can't do anything about it. The only thing I can do for her is to stay by her side. When I was thinking so far, the carriage stopped. What happened? Elna, who should have been leading our convoy, came to me in a hurry. I got off the carriage and went to see what was going on. The main gate of the Imperial capital is in front of us. Do not forgive the Dominion princess. Execute her right now. Don't forget what they did to our crown prince. A crowd was standing in front of the main gate. The number is more than a few hundred. It seems that the city guards are trying to disband them, but the protesters do not show any sign of complying at all. Don't let the Dominion princess into our capital. Execute her right now. That's right. Don't forget our grudge. So the grudge is this deep-rooted her. I mutter so and think about what to do. It is not difficult to force them to disband using the Imperial Knights. However, that will not serve as a solution. If too many people wanted Marianne's head, then even Father cannot ignore them. Father may not have the intention to execute Marianne himself, but this development can very well lead to that. If I cannot at least calm these people down, then Marianne's life will be in danger. What do you want to do? Should we use the back gate? If we just run away in front of them, then they will only get angrier. No. Whatever we do, they will still be angry. There is no option left. No matter how much she apologizes, the people will not forgive the Dominion. They will take it out on Marianne until they are satisfied. The Crown Prince's death is only an excuse. They want to lynch her only because they have the justification to do so. People's nature is just cruel. We have no choice. I will talk them down. You think you can reason with them? No, but if I don't do this, then we can't get anything starts. We are here under the direct command of His Majesty. Let's just force our way through. That won't solve anything. There's no solving this. No matter what you do, the grudge from 3 years ago will never disappear. Even if it won't disappear, I still have to do something about it. I am the Crown Prince's younger brother after all. Saying so, I shook off Elna's restraint and tried to head to the crowd gathering at the main gate. At that time, a loud voice suddenly echoed throughout the Imperial capital. This is the 4th Prince, Torget Lakes Adler. It was a voice amplified by magic. He is probably at the castle. This is unusual. Trauneson rarely does something like this. That's why I stopped my legs. Oh, let's leave it to Trauneson. Will it be fine? If that person gets serious, then there's no problem. Saying so, I head back to the carriage. In the meantime, Trauneson continues to talk. Currently, Princess Marianne of the Dominion is approaching the Imperial capital. I am aware that many of you are not convinced of letting her into our city. Among the Imperial family, Trauneson is a special case. He is the direct younger brother of the deceased Crown Prince, the only child the Empress has left. On the matter involving the Crown Prince, no one is more convincing than him. That's why I am going to announce my stance. The Dominion indeed killed my brother, the late Crown Prince Wilhelm, and the Empire has been surrounded by dark clouds ever since. This fact will never change. There were times when we were subjected to many painful experiences because of that as well. If my brother is still here, this would never have happened. I have repeated that same thought countless times myself. His words are sincere, and because of that sincerity, the people listen. Even so, the Empire has recovered. There have been too many problems to count, but we resolved all of them. This is the Empire's way. Even if we are overwhelmed by difficulties, we always rise up and overcome them. That is the kind of country we have. That is why I overcame my grudge. I shall declare here as the Crown Prince's younger brother. I will cease blaming what happened to my brother on the Dominion. As his younger brother, I understood him well. He was not the kind of person that would want 2 countries to antagonize each other over his death. He was that kind of person. That is why I am going to resolving this issue myself. This matter is a nationwide issue, but essentially, it is the Imperial families. And the person who is at the core of the issue is declaring that he is going to resolve it himself. This is an important event. After all, it is an issue where no one dares to touch. There was sadness. Of course, I have my regret as well. Even so, we must look forward. Eventually, the sun will rise again. Even if my brother is no longer with us, a new sun will shine upon the empire. Do not keep your head down forever. My brother is someone of the past. Look ahead. People of the empire, everyone who admired my brother should know whether to blame or to give praise to a princess who abandoned her country to save her people. Proud citizens of the empire, I believe that you will not depreciate your own value like that. Triumphant is good at making speeches. Because he always says what he thinks, his words continue to touch people's hearts. Still, I know that there will be some of you who want to put blame on the princess. I have no intention to lecture you over how you want to process your personal grudge. I will not stop you. But I will not forgive anyone who uses my brother's death as their excuse. From now on, the act of using his death as a justification to hurt the people of the Dominion will be equivalent to insulting my late brother. Even if that person is the emperor himself, this Traugott will never forgive that. That's why. Let's smile and welcome her, our neighbor's gentle princess. Triumphant's voice disappeared. The people in front of the main gate who had been screaming also lost their momentum. Their justification is gone. They have no reason left to be there. There will be parents whose children have been killed in the Dominion or the friends of those who have been killed. However, unfortunately, the number of the Dominion's people that the Imperial army had killed is way past that. It was a war. Anything involving that is surely saddening. It was such resentment and anger that caused a war in the first place. Marianne has nothing to do with that. That's why only a few people still curse at Marianne. It would help if he's always like that though. Who are you talking about? I got into the carriage and muttered so. It was Marianne who I sat next to that asked me that question while casting her eyes down. My proud elder brother. When I answered her, the carriage started moving again. The crowd in front of the main gate gradually started to disband. Once the main gate was opened, we entered the capital. At that moment, cheers rose around us. Looking outside, I see a lot of people lining up along the street. Innumerable flower petals were scattered into the air, a welcoming mood. So, what do you think of the empire? I think it is a wonderful country. Next to me, Marianne covers her face as she sheds her tears. I decided not to look and direct my eyes to the people waving at us instead. My mood is not so bad right now. Chapter 4:14. The Silver Cross. Fourth Prince of the Adrasia Empire, Traugott Lakes Adler, pleased to make your acquaintance. I'd like to extend my welcome to you, Your Highness Marianne. Our empire welcomes you as our guest. While displaying a graceful bow, Triumphant greeted Marianne. Since he's the kind of person that can accomplish most things if he gets motivated, there's no surprise here. At least for me. The Imperial Knights including Elna all squint their eyes at this sudden transformation though. Thank you for welcoming me. I am the Princess of the Dominion, Marianne. You must be tired from your long journey. We have prepared a room for you. Please take your time and rest. I am fine. If His Majesty the Emperor is not currently busy, I'd like to request an audience first. I see. Then I will inform His Majesty so. This Traugott will be by your side during your stay in the Imperial capital. If you encounter any problem at all, please feel free to call me. But first, please allow me to guide you to your room. After that, I will go inform His Majesty about the audience. Saying so, Triumphant smiles and guides Marianne to her room. That was perfect. Hey, did His Highness Traugott eat something strange lately? He's still the Crown Prince's younger brother, you know. He can do that much no problem. But when he led the army in the West, he wasn't that good though. He is not the kind of person that can get motivated while leading an army after all. He is motivated right now. It seems so. Why so suddenly? To be direct, I think that it is in his nature to be kind to young girls. Kind? Don't think too much about it. While we were having such a conversation, we parted ways from Triumphant and Marianne. We have our own destination. Now then, let's go get me a sermon. Muttering so, I headed to the throne room. Warden of the North, 7th Prince, Arnold Lakes Adler has returned, Your Imperial Majesty. You mew. When I raised my face, I saw my father's face for the first time after a long time. Did he lose a little weight? Is he eating properly? He properly kept saying that he's busy and skipped his meals again. What a difficult person. When I was thinking so, father narrowed his eyes at me. You don't seem to reflect on your action, right? I am reflecting. At least make it believable. It's true. But I do not regret it. I did what I thought was necessary for the Empire. However, I also think that it was a careless act as well. I am sorry for making you worried. When I said that and bowed to father, he stayed silent for a while. After a while, a long sigh echoed inside the throne room. I was planning to give you a sermon once you came back. I am prepared for it. Seriously, I will let this go given your recent achievements. Your work on uniting the northern aristocrats, the military efforts you made, and how you stabilized the North were truly amazing. I'm sorry for pushing the North and the matter of Lyslot into your hand. I am glad that you managed to solve them all, as expected of my son. Surprisingly, I was not angrily shouted at. Instead, I was showered with praises. After father finished talking, the Prime Minister who was standing at his side approached me. In recognition of your achievements so far, I bestow 7th Prince Arnold with the Imperial Silver Cross Medal. You have done well. The Imperial Silver Cross is one of the 3 medals. There are Bronze Cross, Silver Cross, and the Gold Cross. The Bronze Cross was given to Viscount Rebecca von Sitterheim as a tribute for the late Earl Sitterheim. It is something that you cannot obtain unless you accrue a certain amount of achievements in the Empire. That is how difficult it is to even obtain the lowest rank Bronze Cross while you are alive. The Silver Cross is even more difficult. As for how difficult it is, even Lizaranu herself only obtained one when she was promoted to the rank of Marshal. Obviously, with her many previous achievements considered. That is too much for me. I cannot accept. I know how you feel. The brave also praised your work. Take it. Father muttered with a bitter smile. There, I finally realized his intention. I see. This is to direct the enemy's attention from Leo to me her. Receiving such a thing before Leo would have a negative effect on our faction. However, it is a brilliant move to make the enemy aware of me. The Prime Minister really doesn't pull any stops in making me a decoy her. If that is the case, I gladly accept. The medal will also raise your status. Your achievements so far should lessen the number of people who want to complain about it. Forgive me, I don't understand what you want to say. I tried to avoid the subject. Of course, I understand what he is trying to do. The brave himself also suggested that after all, I want to ally ourselves with the Dominion, not just make them a puppet state. I think that would be wise. But I can't leave everything in Princess Marianne's hands. That's why I am thinking of marrying her with one of the Imperial princes. You are my first candidate, Arnold. I do not think that the people of the Dominion would accept me. After all, I was the one who ordered the invasion. To save them. You also showed them how you saved Princess Marianne. They should not object to this marriage. Good grief. So it's a political talk after all, seriously. If you want to secure them as our ally, it's best to have the king be someone trustworthy from the Imperial family. This way, we can create blood ties as well. However, in the current Imperial family, only a few can be trusted. It is inevitable that I would be the first candidate. Please give me some time to think. Don't take too long. The messenger has just arrived. It seems that Lyslot has defeated most of the Dominion army. There are few resistances left to our invasion. Once we thoroughly suppress them, Princess Marianne will be returned to her home country. You have until then. Yes. Father, no, Your Majesty. However, I do have a separate suggestion unrelated to this matter. What is it? This is also a promise I made with the brave. I should say it while we are talking about the Dominion. Once we take over the Dominion, I am thinking of reinvestigating the death of the Crown Prince. What could digging deeper benefit us now? We need the truth. There is no need to let the citizens know. I will conduct the investigation in secret. I will think about it. Saying so, father stands up from the throne. After seeing him off, I also stood up. With this, I would immediately be regarded as the most dangerous person by the enemy. Well, it's not a bad thing. The more conspicuous I am, the safer Leo becomes. For that sake, I should agree to move to the Dominion, but I wonder what I should do. Chapter 4:15. Marriage of Convenience. It does turn out like this after all, sir. It was as expected, but I wonder what I should do. Inside the room are only Sebas and me. By this time, father should be talking with Marianne. Even if I use the word talking, Marianne has no say in this matter though. It seems that Triumphant is with her, so it will not be that one-sided, but it doesn't change that Marianne is a princess who doesn't have any backing. She has no choice but to do what the Empire tells her to. She can't say nor do anything about it. The problem comes after that. Because it is an issue that involves me. If Marianne and I become the co-sovereigns of the Dominion, the Empire will have an absolute ally in the north. If either the kingdom or the so-called Empire invades us, we have no need to worry about the north. That way, the Empire's sovereign on the central part of the continent will be even more dominant. Besides, in case something happens to the Imperial family, you can continue the bloodline, sir. That might be one of the reasons. I feel like they are trying to push me out of the Empire. Father is probably trying to be considerate in his own way. The number 2 that did too much is only a threat to the number 1 after all. I nod to Sebas. Albeit inevitable, I made too many achievements. For those who support Leo, I who obtained the Silver Cross even before him is a possible rival for the throne. My intention on the matter is irrelevant. Even Leo wasn't willing to participate in the succession war, but he only did because the circumstances did not allow him not to. Leaving the country is an effective way to avoid me colliding with Leo. I myself don't wish for a future where I have to fight Leo either. As long as I have my position as a prince, others can rally under me. It would be nice if I can announce my intention of not participating like Lizaranu, but after I have been involved so much in it, no one will believe me. That would be correct. Moreover, Liselot Sama has the position of a marshal. Arnold Sama doesn't possess such a position that would bind your loyalty to the throne. That's right. That's why father prepared the position as king of the Dominion for me. If I become the king of the Dominion, everything will fit into place. There is a demerit since it will be difficult for me to support Leo from outside the Empire, but Leo will gain a powerful ally outside the Empire in exchange. That is certainly a great advantage. However, I think that it will depend on Arnold Sama's feeling. My feeling, this is a political marriage, sir. Still, I think that it should be Arnold Sama who decides what to do in the end. Right. Let me think about it for a while. I put the matter on hold. Still, no matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't get the answer. The next day, an unusual guest visited my room. What kind of business do you have with me today? Anna-san. Or should I call you Lady Emsberg today? You can call me however you like. This matter is very personal after all. Is that so, then Anna-san? Can you tell me what kind of personal business you have with me? Unfortunately, I have a lot of plans today. The nobles here at the Imperial capital sure are desperate to approach you now, aren't they? For them to put on a smile for you after all this time is like admitting that they have no eye to judge people themselves. I wonder if they realize that. Anna-san gracefully drinks her tea while saying in that regard, my house is different from theirs. I have no objection to that statement. The brave house has always been on my side. Well, the problem lies with me who, despite having the brave house on my side from the start, was unable to achieve anything. It is hard to be the ally of the dull prince. It is only possible for the brave house due to their absolute position in the Empire. They have no need to fight for power, so they do not worry about who they want to associate with. It is said that conflicts can only occur between people of the same level, and in truth, the Imperial capital also works the same way. Although they are bound by their status as aristocrat, the brave house is an exception. Even so, I cannot afford not to meet them. How dutiful. Is it for Leo's sake? Yes. Does someone like you really need an ally who can't even appreciate your true self? The succession war is a battle for power after all. At least now, we still need more allies. Perhaps. Then what about the Brave House? I think that we would make a powerful ally, you know. Please don't tell such a joke. It is a tacit understanding that the Brave House does not involve itself in politics. That is correct. That is exactly why we reserve the right to get involved whenever we feel like it. For your sake, the Brave House is willing to support Leo, you know that, right? But that won't be unconditional, correct? Yes. Become my son-in-law. I am asking you to marry Elna. Doing so should be able to solve all the problems surrounding your new status, no? I have known Anna-san since I was a child. This person does not joke about a matter like marriage. Even if people around her brought up the topic of me and Elna, she would never give her opinion on it. She understands the position of the Brave House and my position as a prince. That Anna-san is now bringing up the topic herself. This means she is serious. What did the Brave say? It appears he left this matter entirely to me. I see. His opinion is probably close to that of Anna-san. Besides, Anna-san has the highest authority in the Brave House's internal affairs. This means that the Brave has no say in this. Thank you for bringing this up to me, but please give me some time to think. This is an important matter. You should think about it carefully. But, rather than going out of your way to the Dominion, I think it would be better if you join my house instead. Saying so, Anna-san stood up from her seat and left the room. I used to think of her as someone who is hard to deal with, but after I grew up, I find it multiple times harder to go against her. She probably moved because she heard that I am the first candidate to be Marianne's husband, but this is still too early. The Brave House is the guardian of the Empire. Anna-san cannot make a move like this on her own. She must have laid the groundwork before she came talking to me. In other words, she was already preparing even before Marianne sought asylum with us. Or it could be even earlier than that. In anticipation of this situation, she came to give me a way out. Good grief. She really is a troublesome person. It seems that everyone is thinking the same thing, sir. Saying so, Sebas shows me the letter that is on my desk. It arrived early this morning. The sender is Duke Kleinet, Finn's father. The content of the letter is similar to what Anna-san just said. He said that if I have to go to the Dominion, then I should just become his son-in-law. There's no way that a letter like that can be sent within one day. The Duke probably expected this development and sent the letter in advance. What do you think? Sebas. It seems that I have a lot of choices, you know. If other men hear of this, then I think that they would start shedding tears of blood, sir. Seriously. Ha. With a long sigh, I flopped down on my desk. In the end, all of them are just marriages of convenience. What changed is simply the other party. I can't think of a good solution for this at all. Moreover, when big players bring the matter up themselves like this, it is impossible to laugh it off or cheat my way through. This is hard. It certainly is, sir. Unable to make any comeback, I kept lying down on my desk. Chapter 416. The past is the past. Night. I was looking down on the Imperial capital from the castle. My problem still remains unsolved. Leo, who I can consult in a time like this, is now at the Western Front. When he isn't around like this, it makes me appreciate how reassuring it is with him by my side. I don't know what to do, Leo, I said to the sky. The situation is gradually getting worse. The other noble houses noticed the movement of the Brave House and the Kleinet House, so they started bringing up the topic of marriage with me now. If I let this go on, then the problem will only get bigger and bigger. And the bigger this problem becomes, the more I am losing my calm. Right now I am quite a hot commodity. My status is that of Leo's direct elder brother, the number 2 who just raised many achievements. If Leo becomes an emperor, then there is no doubt that I would be a prince who possesses the most authority next to the emperor. From the nobles' point of view, I would be someone with who they want a connection at all costs. And the one who accelerated that development is my father. Since he brought up the matter of betrothing me to Marianne, the nobles perceived this act as his desire to marry me off. And that would not be wrong of them to assume so. To escape an undesirable future, I must vacate this free position of a prince. What should I do? Whether I marry into the brave house or the Climate house, my right to succeed the throne would disappear once I become their son-in-law. That's what it means to marry into a house. The same goes for Marianne's case. Unless multiple members of the imperial family were murdered at the same time, no one would bring up the topic of succeeding the empire's throne to me. And this is almost impossible to happen. It is necessary for me to have a clean cut away from the succession war. If the nobles start to rally under me as a candidate and put me against Leo, then only Eric will benefit from it. After all, there are factions that can act however they want regardless of my will. Like in Finn's case, the White Seagull Alliance is a prime example. They won't listen to me even if I say that I have no intention to ascend the throne. Although this is all to make the enemy put up their guard against me, it seems that the achievements I made were too excessive. I succeeded in making them think of me as dangerous, but it comes at the cost of my freedom. You will catch a cold if you stay out too long, you know. It's fine, right? Let me stay here a bit longer. Okay. Elna came up from behind me. She joined me and looked up at the sky. The silence continues for a while, and it was Elna who first broke the silence. I'm sorry. You have nothing to apologize for, right? But it was Okasama who troubled you, right? She doesn't mean anything bad, you know. I'm sure. I know. She has always been on my side. This time as well, she brought it up for my sake. Is it true that Duke Climate also brought up the marriage? It's true. Not just Duke Climate. Many nobles of the imperial capital also brought up the same thing. What a complete change of attitude. If you have a little bit of common sense, then you would not apply for a marriage talk with the person that you have been ridiculed so far as the dull prince. But it seems that such common sense is not an obstacle for these nobles. This is politics. Many of them want to ride a winning horse. After reading the flow, they think that they can protect their houses by putting on a fake smile for me. What will you do? I'm thinking. You don't have much time. It seems that Liselot-sama is making good progress on the invasion after all. As expected of her. It would be fine if she can take a break sometimes though. Anu, who defeated the Dominion army, is now invading their capital. As she is being considerate of the Dominion's people, this is already a slow march for Anu's standard. However, that is still plenty fast for a normal standard. It is only a matter of time before she captures their king. It's unusual for Ul to not be able to come up with an answer her. I can't. I'm not perfect after all. More importantly, there is no right answer for this problem. What do you want to do? Sebas asked me the same question. He said that I should decide it myself. But the reason I am troubled right now is that I don't know what I want to do. I see. After that, the silence took over again. When the night breeze was getting colder, Elna was unable to stand the silence and spoke out. Do you remember the first time we met? I remember. You came to the castle that day and found me being bullied by Jide, right? I still remember how you tell me how pathetic I am after you beat up Jide and his bully friends. Come on. Why do you remember stuff like that so well? But that was not the first time we met, you know. Is that so? That's right. Don't you think it's weird? Why does the brave house always stand by your side just because you are on good terms with me? What about it? I don't think that it was weird though. There is a reason. 11 years ago. The day that the Sokol ambassador visited the Empire. The day that Ul got imprisoned for breaking that jewel. That day, the person who was crying in the vault because she cut the jewel. That was me. It probably took courage for Elna to say that. It's been a while now since I last saw Elna so nervous. However, well, is that right? I kinda got that feeling from the start though. You knew. I didn't. I never talked to anyone about that day. But after I grew up, I noticed that you are the only girl of the same age who can cut the jewel in the vault. There was only one answer. Even an idiot would be able to connect the dots. Rather, she thought I didn't notice. Really? No way. Is it that shocking to you? Of course. To me, that was It was an important matter to me. I see. For me, it is one of the memories I have with you though. And you would be wrong if you think that the Brave House has been my ally only because of that one case, you know. The Brave House is not cheap enough to be brought over to your side with only that kind of debt after all. The reason they have been on my side this far was that we have been giving and taking from each other. And our bond. The bond we have between you and me. That is only one of the reasons, right? What will change now? The important thing is not what started it. It is the process from there. The childhood we spent together, the bond that led to the trust we have now. It was built by me and Elna. Back then, I made an oath to Mitsuba-sama that I will never abandon Ul. So you made that kind of oath, didn't you? It is up to you whether you want to treat that oath as sacred or not, but honestly, there's no need for that, right? Even without that oath, you will never abandon me, and I will never abandon you. Is that not the case? Why do you say that so easily? It made me look like an idiot for mulling over how to say it to you for so long, right? The past is the past. Nothing will change now. But I'm glad that you told me. Thank you, Elna. Saying so, I left the balcony. The important thing is the present. Thanks to her, I found my answer. I like what I have now, so I don't want it to change. I like it now. Hesitating over it was stupid. The answer was always within my reach. If I have the answer, then it is only a matter of finding a way to reach it. Did you get your answer, sir? Yeah, all thanks to Elna. Having a childhood friend is great, isn't it? So, what kind of answer have you arrived at? I'm not going to marry anyone. Of course, I will not allow anyone to put me against Leo either. That is also an answer, right? Quite a greedy one, sir. Well, I am also an Adler after all. While answering him with a smile, I walked the hallway with Sebas. Chapter 417. Reason for remaining. After my talk with Elna, I headed to the inner palace in the middle of the night. To talk to my mother. Perhaps already predicted that I would come to her, I arrived at her chamber without being stopped by the palace guards. However, there was someone unexpected inside her room. Excuse me. Mother. Trauneson. Welcome, Ul. Sorry for intruding. Why is Trauneson in my mother's chamber? That question puzzled me, but it is just right as I also have something I wanted to ask him. You look like you got your answer right. You didn't think that I came to consult with you? You would never consult with me. You grew up that way after all. You are responsible to come up with your own answer, no one else. It is you we are talking about after all. Now then, let's hear it. I can never go against this person her. Thinking so, I started talking. I will not marry anyone. If you do that, then it will be hard for you to stay in the capital. You know that, right? I have no intention to fight Leo. Aside from the two candidates for the throne, your recent achievements far surpassed theirs. Whether you want it or not, some will try to carry you up for power, you know. I'm prepared. I like it now. Supporting Leo and making him an emperor. I will not abandon my stance. If anyone wants to push me against him, then I will eliminate them. It seems that you really made up your mind, her. What I am saying is that I am willing to make enemies. The succession war will be even more intense. However, if I choose to marry, then I can avoid that. The future is the accumulation of the present. If I run away now, it will affect the future. That's why I won't run. As expected of you, Mitsuba-dono. What do you mean? Literally. Mitsuba-dono managed to accurately read that Arnold will choose not to marry after all. I understand, my son. I'm his mother after all. So you already knew what I would choose. Then you should already know what I am about to say, right? You want me to persuade His Majesty for you, right? I don't mind, but before that, can you hear Traugut's story first? Story? Trauneson rarely makes a move. He is certainly similar to me, but he also has a full understanding of his own influence as a prince. He may not be aiming for the throne, but he is still one of the most influential people. Being the son of the Empress and the direct younger brother of the Crown Prince, he has the ability to do anything if he puts his mind to it. He doesn't move because of that. If he does, the status quo would change immediately. Arnold. I am against marriage. Leaving the emotion part aside, A political marriage in this situation would only impact negatively on both Arnold and Leonard. Choosing one bride means that you have to cut off the other. As long as you aim for the throne, it is better to have as many collaborators as you can. That is exactly the case. I think that maintaining the current status quo is the most beneficial. But now that Arnold's reputation has risen, it is no longer for you to remain as the number 2 of Leonard faction. If you stay in the Imperial capital as it is right now, it's inevitable that people will start having strange ideas. They will try to divide you up. I agree. Leo cannot leave the Western Front after all. That's why our father wants Arnold to go to the Dominion. Right now, the Empire cannot afford to have another fire. That's why. I want Arnold to leave the Empire. Leaving is easy. But no matter where I go, there will still be fire though. That's why you want to stay in the Imperial capital and lay traps for the fire starters. I understand your thinking, but you need to broaden your horizons a little more. Meaning, it was the result of me thinking it through. I don't have much choice now. Either I obediently marry myself off or stay in the capital waiting for the enemy to come to me. There was no other option. I considered joining the border defense force like Lizaranu, but father would never approve of that. Joining the border defense is the best option to stay neutral. That being said, in the unlikely case that father actually approves, other senior vassals would never do the same. After all, Anu has just rebelled. It would be too dangerous to give a person like me, who is supporting his twin brother in the succession war, control over a large army like the border defense force. Leo is already in charge of the Western Front. If we feel like it, we could forcibly take control of the Empire. Eric would do his best to prevent that. However, it seems that Trauneson thought of a different option. I want Leonard to be the next emperor. I am going to do what I can to help you achieve that. I might not be able to assist you like how I assisted our late brother, but I can at least help you this once. I will be the king of the Dominion. Trauneson, you want to marry Princess Marianne? Of course, with her consent. Is that so? Is that okay? This is a marriage of convenience. My personal feelings don't matter. And honestly, I don't want to leave this castle and my lazy days behind. But it is a role that someone must take. There is no other opportunity for me to act like an older brother after all. Trauneson said with a smile. To think that he would bring it up himself. I thought that he would absolutely hate the idea, so I didn't even consider it an option. However, I'm very thankful, but it still doesn't solve our fundamental problem. If Trauneson went to the Dominion, sending me off there would no longer be an option. But it still doesn't provide me with the fundamental solution. Trauneson nodded in response. That is exactly right. That's why I want Arnold to come with me to the Dominion. What do you mean? The Dominion was an enemy state until recently. It would be difficult for them to accept a royal of their enemy as their king. Moreover, it is entirely possible that they would want to self-destruct themselves. That's why we need more people to take care of that problem. I will take on the role of their king. And I'd like Arnold to be my prime minister. Temporarily, that is. Prime Minister of the Dominion. Me. With this, everyone will fit into places. With the impact of your recent achievements, many people are thinking of pushing Arnold up as a candidate, but after a while, it should settle down. At that time, I promise to give my full support to Leonard as the king of the Dominion. Trauneson. The Crown Prince, Gordon, even Ms. Zandra is already gone. Eric has changed and Ms. Liselot is at the border. The princes and princesses kept disappearing from the Imperial capital. I thought at least me should stay behind. For a time like this. When the Crown Prince was still alive. It was the heyday of the Empire. Talented princes and princesses all supported him. Trauneson rarely made a move himself back then as well, but he occasionally did. He was following up for his brothers and sisters, helping all of them from the shadows. However, the Imperial family of that time is already gone. Trauneson's eyes are somewhat lonely. But I still have one big problem. What is it? It would be over if Princess Marianne rejects me. Hearing that, mine and my mother's faces stiffened. After all, It is not a battle with high chance of winning. Chapter 4:18. Trow's courage. Please do your best. After being told so by Trow set off the next morning. He still has the impression that Marianne would only be troubled by his proposal, but he has no other choice but to do so for the plan to work. The Emperor still has the final say in Marianne's marriage, and he wants to send to the Dominion. Even if Trow tells him that he wants to marry Marianne himself, in case Marianne shows her disapproval, would still be the first candidate for her husband. It would be for the best if he can get Marianne's consent first. However, between me and Arnold is still a slightly better man after all. Trow looks at the window as he mutters in the corridor. He took off his glasses and tried to make a cool expression. Checking himself from the reflection, he convinced himself that it's not a bad look at all. Though that was only a self-evaluation. If Elna was here, she would be stunned by his surprisingly high self-esteem. If takes care of his looks properly, he can give the exact same impression of Leo. The fact that he evaluates himself as slightly worse looking than means that even Leo is slightly better looking than him. Such a thing would require a great deal of confidence. After all, this is like a declaration that he can easily charm the young ladies of the Imperial capital if he wants to. I guess I am a little too chubby her. Saying so, Trow lifts his fat belly. He wasn't like this in the past. He never skipped exercise even for a single day. Even if you have well-arranged facial features, your charm would be reduced if your body is out of shape. Let's try tightening it. He tries to hold his breath to retract his protruding belly, but there's not that much difference. Since it was only painful, Trow stopped his fruitless effort. He then switched his way of thinking. A real man should stop whining and go for it. Already stopped thinking, Trow messed up his well-arranged hair and headed to Marianne's room with his usual look. I'd like you to leave your post for a minute. However, anyway, you can step away from the door for the time being. We can't, Your Highness. Although he tried to dismiss the guards at Marianne's room, they could not step away as they are on duty. This is troubling. If this keeps up, they will hear me proposing. Thinking so far, Trow starts wondering what to do. Should he just propose to her here? Unable to come up with anything, Trow was in trouble, but suddenly, a savior arrived. You guys can leave. I will stand guard here. Captain Umsberg. However, stop worrying and go. Or are you saying that you are not satisfied? The Imperial Knights standing guard were driven away by Elna. Elna silently sits a little distance away from the door. Oh. As expected of Ms. Elna. Whatever, please just get it done soon. I am thankful. Your maiden heart that doesn't want Arnold to go to the Dominion, it brings tears to my eyes. That's not it at all right. Can you please hurry up and go in there? Or do you want me to shove you in there myself? Elna puts her hand on the sword with her face bright red. Seeing that, Trow felt the dread of death and knocked on the door as if he was trying to escape. Who is it? It's Traugott. May I enter? PL, please come in. Overwhelmed by the dread in his voice, Marianne told him to enter in a small voice. Trow then hurriedly entered the room. Without letting down his guard, he watched the door to see if Elna would chase him in or not for a moment, then exhaled a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. Prince Traugott. What happened? It's nothing, just a little threat to my life. Is that not something important? It's ridiculous to hear that a prince's life was threatened in his own castle. However, judging from the state Trow was in, he seems to be serious. Then, when Marianne started to seriously wonder if this is a common occurrence in this imperial castle, Trow slowly stands in front of her. Compared to the large-built Trow, Marianne looked very petite. In regard to their ages, Trow was 25 while Marianne was only 14. The difference is more than 10 years. No matter how he thinks about this, is more suitable to be her husband. While thinking so, Trow slowly kneeled on one knee. Prince Traugott, what are you doing? I want you to listen to me seriously. Is that okay? Why, yes. I have never acted like an elder brother to my brothers. I came to you today because I wanted to do something for one of them. Arnold is in trouble. To save him, my father thinks that he should marry him to you, Princess Marianne. Yes, I am aware. Is that the case? Then this will be quick. Arnold has no intention of marrying anyone at this time. That's why I'd like to take his place and marry you. I will be the king and Arnold will act as the prime minister. That will solve the problem. I see. That is the worst possible reason to ask for your hand in marriage. I did not take your feelings into account at all. Even so, I'd like to ask you this for the sake of my family. Can you welcome someone like me as your husband? Princess Marianne. The silence lasts only for a moment. However, it felt like an eternity to Trow. He never thought that there would be a day where he would propose to someone. Not to mention that the other party is someone who he doesn't have feelings for. The reason behind it was the worst. It came out of nowhere. Because he can't think of any possibility of success at all, Trow thought that it might be useless. Gladly. As I thought, anyone would turn down such a proposal. But, please, reconsider. Yes. Trow, who thought that she had turned him down, vigorously tried to stand up and persuade Marianne. If your highness is fine with someone like me, then gladly. Looking at him with a bitter smile, Marianne repeats her answer to him again. Is that really okay? From my standpoint, can I really refuse? However, if you turn me down, then Arnold will. In the end, I cannot choose for myself. That's why I think that it would be better to marry someone who has the courage to propose to me. Besides, I am sure that Prince.Incompetent will take good care of me. You worked so hard for your family after all. Please let me confirm. I adore little girls. Is that fine with you? Looking alone should be all right, is it not? I am very lazy. You will work hard. You will be king after all. My hobby is. As long as you fulfill your responsibilities, then I think you can do anything you want. Is there anything else? Now Marianne is the one asking the question. By the time she planned to seek asylum with the Empire, Marianne already prepared herself for a political marriage. She has no say in who she has to marry. She knew that too. Among the people she met so far, the ones that made an impression on her the most were Ull and Trow. She doesn't mind either of them. With that thought in her mind, Marianne's answer had already been decided when Trow arrived at her room. Would you really marry this Incompetent? Yes, gladly. Trow, who was on one knee once again, extends his hand up and Marianne takes it. A shy smile was on their faces. Chapter 419. Request. The day after Trow went to Marianne. Before I could hear the result of his proposal, I was summoned to the throne room early in the morning. What's the matter? Prime Minister. It appears that a messenger from Her Highness Lyslot is approaching the capital, Your Highness, answered the Prime Minister who I met in the corridor. This messenger surely is going to report her victory. The time finally arrived her. Depending on Trow result, I will have to choose. Thinking so, I entered the throne room. Father was already inside the throne room. You came. I thought that you should listen to this too. Thank you. It seems that the messenger will be here soon. When father said that, the messenger entered the throne room. I bring news from Marshal Lyslot, Your Majesty. Mew. How was the success? The Imperial army led by Marshal Lyslot had besieged the Dominion's capital and routed their army. We also captured the king and his subordinates while they were en route to the kingdom. The Marshal is awaiting your decision, Your Majesty. Good. As expected of Lyslot. She did well. Congratulations, Your Majesty. It's all thanks to Lyslot. It's a great deed to capture the Dominion in such a short time like this. Not only do we now have a shield against the United Kingdom's aggression, we can attack the kingdom from a different route. It is as you planned, Prime Minister. It is thanks to Marshal Lyslot's ability to be able to pull it off in such harsh conditions, Your Majesty. The two praise Lizaranu. Well, it's a matter of course. Lizaranu has left almost all of her direct subordinates at the eastern border. Nevertheless, she managed to overwhelm the Dominion in such a short time. Moreover, she managed to capture the king alive. This will make the succession smoother. A perfect result. It was so perfect that I didn't have enough time to think though. The preparation for our attack on the kingdom is underway. Arnold, have you made up your mind about going to the Dominion? Unfortunately, not yet. You are not in a position to act selfishly. Political marriage is an integral part of being a member of the imperial family. Or is there anyone who you want to marry instead? That is not the case. Then marry Princess Marianne and merge the dominion with our country. This is also for your own sake. Saying so, father tried to move on to another subject. The Prime Minister glances at me. Do you really not have anything else to say? He is probably asking me that. There are many things that I want to say, but from my status, there's nothing that will work to convince father. Naturally, he would tell me to accept the marriage for the sake of the northern nobles. I can't go against him here. There's no choice but to go along for the time being her. When I thought so, the throne room's gate was opened. Father, please wait a minute. Noisy. Don't just barge in during a meeting. Get out. No. This is an important matter. Please listen to me. Breaking through the Imperial Knight's restraint, Trauneson came before father. Perhaps he didn't expect Trauneson to forcefully come in. Father's eyes went round in surprise. Then, with his head lowered, Trauneson knelt before father. Please forgive my rudeness. As your son, I'd like to make a request. Why, yeah. Father also pulled back a little because of Trauneson's sudden change. Involuntarily, he let Trauneson speak. He probably never saw Trauneson this forceful before. I'd like father to reconsider the marriage between Princess Marianne and Arnold. That's it, her. But we cannot just have anyone rule over the Dominion. Are you saying that you are going to take his place? Yes. I see, then. What? Father was astonished and got up from the throne. Well, of course, I guess. After all, Trauneson is someone who is the furthest away from the talk of marriage. I have already proposed to Princess Marianne and obtained her consent. Please leave Princess Marianne to this Traugott. This is the first time I hear about this though. I just brought it up after all. Any of the imperial family should be qualified to rule the Dominion. Would you allow me to take this task? No, that's... Father started glancing at the Prime Minister for help. The Prime Minister also seemed to be surprised himself, but he regained his composure. There is no specific reason to have His Highness Arnold rule over the Dominion. I do not think that the marriage itself will cause any problems. Regarding the bloodline, we should have no problem as well. Moreover, if Princess Marianne already gave her consent, then I think that we should proceed with this. But Traugott is the younger brother of the Crown Prince. It will not be easy for him to unite the Dominion, right? I have already considered that point. I expect there to be some backlash, so I'd like to bring with me an assistant. An assistant? Trauneson nodded and turned his gaze toward me. Then, I'd like to have Arnold as the Prime Minister of the Dominion. He already proved himself capable with his governing of the North. I don't think that there would be anyone more suitable. Phew. So we can play it like that, her. Father murmured at Trauneson's proposal. No one thought of Trauneson as a marriage candidate. That's why everyone overlooked him. However, if he is one, then he would be the best candidate. The Prime Minister position would make it easier for me to move than a king as well. One could call it a masterful move. What do you think? Prime Minister. I think that everyone would fit into places with this move. However, what? We will have fewer people to rely on in the imperial capital. Father frowned a little at his words. There are only a few trustworthy imperial family members left in the capital. With I and Trauneson moving away from the imperial capital, it surely will become less protected. However, there's no need to worry about that. As long as I am alive, there is no problem. If your Majesty says so, then I will not say anything more. We should be vigilant. But it is true that we have many things left to do. We can't spare anyone right now. I approve of this marriage. I am grateful. Saying so, Trauneson deeply bowed. I also quietly did the same. With this, my position is secure. I cannot thank Trauneson enough for this. It's true that he really saved me this time. I exhale a long sigh. Meanwhile, but the Empress approved of this her. This marriage will be between her son and the Dominion's princess. I was quite certain that she would oppose. In front of father, who muttered so, Trauneson stayed silent. Seeing that, the Prime Minister's cheeks cramped up. Your Highness Traugott, I don't think this would be the case, but… Please father, please persuade my mother. I can't do it alone. You still haven't talked to the Empress. Why? If you are at a disadvantage, it is obvious that you would want to increase your allies first. It's your marriage. You go talk to her. As long as I have your approval, I already have you on my side, father. Please join me by all means. I refuse. But please, Your Majesty, we can't proceed without persuading Her Majesty the Empress first. You want me to talk to her. It's obvious that she would oppose it. She has that much grudge against the Dominion, you know. Even so, this is an excellent move. There is no choice but to do it, Your Majesty. Quite a pathetic family meeting we have here. Well, since the other party is the Empress, then it can't be helped. Troughneson probably came here forcefully to get father's approval because he was already anticipating this. Good grief. What now, Your Majesty? Who should we bring to our side on this next? Call Mitsuba here. This is too much for me. While being amazed by such a weak display from my very own father, I bowed and left the throne room. Chapter 420. Marriage Problems. One problem is gone and another immediately came up. I sigh as I walk down the castle corridor. There's no doubt that the Empress will oppose it. If His Highness Traugott were to be married off to a country that caused the Crown Prince's death, it is inevitable that Her Majesty would oppose the decision, sir. Sebas silently appeared behind me. It is exactly as he said. Any mother would oppose such a thing. The Empress is no exception. It is not something that she would find easy to accept after all. By the way, I haven't seen Finn lately. Where did she go? When the marriage talk began to flood in, Duke Kleinert also made his move. I was thinking that Finn might find that awkward, but it's strange that I haven't seen her at all. Finn-sama is at the East Palace, sir. East Palace? With my sister-in-law? Yes. She has been with Teresa since she came back to the capital, sir. That person's feelings on the matter are complicated after all. How considerate of her. And whose idea was it? She went to Teresa after her meeting with Mitsuba-sama, so perhaps it was Mitsuba-sama's idea, sir. As expected of my mother. Either she expected this kind of development or she is simply being considerate. Either way, it will help if we have my sister-in-law on our side. It was hard on the Empress, but sister-in-law also had it bad. Her feeling toward the Dominion is probably similar to the Empress. But there is little reason for her to oppose Troughneson's marriage. She probably still hates the Dominion, but she is not someone that would care about such a thing anymore. Teresa only has the Crown Prince in her heart after all. She moved for her family, but she ended up unhelpful. Her despair probably got worse. That person can't look forward to the future anymore. Still, even if she is like that, she is a valuable trump card we can use to convince the Empress. She is a woman who was loved by the late Crown Prince. A woman who only thinks of him even after he passed away. From the Empress's point of view, she is a pitiful and beloved daughter-in-law. When the Empress get involved with the matter with the White Seagull Alliance, she probably only did it because of Teresa's request. On the other hand, with her approval, we should be able to persuade the Empress easier. The grudge of those two is incomparable from that of the citizens. It's personal. One lost her son and the other lost her husband. It is because they were so close to the Crown Prince that the despair eating at them is worse than the people's. If I am allowed to give my personal opinion, I think that the two are too naive, sir. Lost lives can never be returned after all. That's very assassin-like of you. Death is indeed something that one must overcome. We all will die someday after all. Even so, some people can't do that. If the closer you are the deeper the despair it is, then His Majesty the Emperor should have it the hardest. Even so, His Majesty turned his sight forward despite the weight of the Crown Prince's death. Not anyone can be like father after all. Even father has his shortcomings. My eldest brother is dead. After that, the Empress saw father immediately overcame his despair. To her, he probably looked like a ruthless emperor. He started this succession war to groom his new successor. It was like he was saying that the Crown Prince was replaceable to him. In the end, It's because of political marriage her. There was no love between the two. Their marriage was decided by the previous emperor, my grandfather. It was the second consort that my father really loved. Still, he never forgot to respect the empress. Both were looking at each other as emperor and empress respectively. They put their position before their personal feelings. And that worked well for them. The gap was created between them because their first child was much more excellent than they expected. I wonder what father is going to do. I can't say, sir. However, if we prioritize the national interest, His Highness Traugott should be king. I can feel a storm approaching. While muttering so, I headed to my mother's chamber with Sebas. Section. Tell him to do something about it himself. That was the immediate answer I got when I went to my mother's room and told her that father is summoning her. Even the empress herself would respond to father's summon. Only my mother would flat out reject him like this. Mother. It will only get more confusing if I intervene. Besides, if he can't even persuade her himself, then he won't be suitable to be king of a nation. But the other party is the empress. I've already done what I can to help. If you are directly involved, then I would help, but this is about Traugott's marriage. This one is between a parent and her child, a problem only they can settle. Finn is a person who can touch people's hearts. She will surely move Teresa. If even with her help the empress is still unconvinced, then you can't leave the dominion to Traugott. You don't have to be so harsh. Was that harsh? I think that I am being kind though. Without changing her expression, mother sips her tea. If she is like this, then she will never budge. Father just lost his trump card. The reinforcement he expected won't come to his aid. If this doesn't work out, then I might end up at the Dominion though. If you don't want that, then do your best to avoid it. I will not interfere, said mother as she told me to leave her room with her eyes. Good grief. Why do all my father's consorts have such strong personalities, I wonder? Without any other choice, I sighed loudly and left the place. Chapter 421. No conclusion. Throne room. Unable to summon mother here, father couldn't do anything but gave up and summoned the empress to the throne room. I can say that this doesn't involve me and escape alone, but if they fail to convince her here, the fire will spread to me later anyway, so I chose to stay. This is unusual. Your Majesty calling for me like this, said Empress Brunhild as she entered the throne room. I and Trauneson bowed and greeted her. It's been a long time, mother. It's been a long time, Your Majesty. This is rare. I never thought that the both of you would gather at the throne room. Especially for Arnold, you have just recently returned from the north, right? Are you resting well? I have been a little busy lately, but it is calming down now, Your Majesty. That's good. Your work in the north was splendid. Keep up the good work. The people who call you the dull prince should be gone in no time. Slacking off is not a luxury we can afford. As a member of this imperial family, being motivated to perform your duty only when it is convenient for you is not acceptable after all. Yes, I will strive to do better. I obediently nodded to her words. The Empress is like the mother of the empire. For a prince like me, she is someone that I should pay more respect to, even more than my real mother. After that brief exchange with me, the Empress slowly walks toward father. What kind of business do you have with me today? Your Majesty. The one who has business with you today is Traugott. Saying so, father turned his eyes toward Trauneson. Trauneson himself seems a little nervous. As expected, she is someone special to him since she is his real mother. Her mother. There is something that I'd like to report today. Report? I am going to marry Princess Marianne of the Dominion. Trauneson said it all in one breath. A tense atmosphere immediately dominated the throne room. The Empress's expression does not change. Since he treated it like a report, it would not be strange if she took it as him overlooking her say in the matter. The silence continues for a while. Around the time when I and Trauneson began to cave into the pressure, the Empress speaks, uttering the name of that country in front of me. What kind of sick joke is this? Her voice was chilling, and her sharp and cold eyes caught Trauneson. Honestly, that's terrifying. However, Trauneson looked straight into the Empress's eyes. It's not a joke. I proposed to her and received her consent. Your brother, Wilhelm, was killed by the Dominion. And you are saying that you want to marry the princess of that country? That is exactly why it has to be me. I will make sure that the Dominion will change for the better. That country will never change. Even if you replace a king, that barbarian country would still be barbaric. It would be one thing if you want to marry the princess of that barbaric country, but you want to go there yourself. Do you think I will allow that? The Empress's angry voice echoed inside the throne room. Involuntarily, Triumphant and I took a step back. This is the first time I saw such anger from her. When the crown prince died, she was only crying after all. I approved of it. Traugott will become the king of the Dominion, Father said calmly to the Empress. Her cold gaze shifted from us to Father along with the focal point of her anger. You approved? Without consulting me first, you approved of such a thing? I will apologize for approving it without you. But, this is Traugott's decision. Is it not our job as his parent to approve it? Your Majesty has no right to lecture me about being a parent. Even though you wanted to erase the Dominion from the map yourself, you approved sending off our last remaining son to that country. Please don't make a fool of me. The Dominion will become our ally. Traugott will make sure of that. If that is the reason, then why not let Arnold do it? With what he achieved in the north and how he rescued the princess, their people will easily accept his rule. I thought about that as well. But Traugott came to me and offered to go himself. With Princess Marianne's approval, there is no reason to make Arnold the king in this situation. You are very calm despite all this. Have you already forgotten what they did to Wilhelm? Father did not get emotional from the Empress's words. Once one party gets emotional, you cannot establish a conclusion if the other party is calm and composed. Of course, he probably wants to say something back but is holding it in. I did not forget. But as we are among the living, we must look to the future. Besides, we are the Imperial family. For the sake of the future, we must not let our past drag us down. As expected of your Majesty. What a splendid way of thinking. But I am different. Your Majesty may have many children left, but Traugott alone is all I have. I might tolerate this if he becomes a noble based in the imperial capital, but I will never allow him to be the king of the Dominion. Consider this as an empress and as a mother. This is what Traugott wanted, right? I have allowed this child to be selfish because I was strict with Wilhelm. I wanted him to grow up freely. However, I will not let him have this marriage. I will not approve. With blood in her eyes, the Empress declared. Triumphant tries to open his mouth several times, but each time he was stopped by Father's gaze. Now that she has already got emotional, he knows that anything he has to say wouldn't work to convince her. Let the Empress vent her feelings out on him and let Triumphant speak once she calms down. That would be for the best. However, I wonder when that will happen. Will my father's patience last until then? This is going to be a battle of endurance. When I thought so, the Empress suddenly turned her gaze on me. From what I've heard, Arnold, you are the one who was supposed to go to the Dominion, right? What is the meaning of this? My apology, Your Majesty. If you want to apologize, then offer yourself up to go to the Dominion now. If you just obediently accept it, then there would be no need for Traugott to speak up about marriage. Did you move behind the scenes because you don't want to marry her yourself? That is not. That is entirely possible for you. In the case with Marquis Whiteling as well, you switched places with Leonard and deceived everyone. You made it so that Traugott willingly wants to take your place, right? Stop that already. Arnold has nothing to do with this. Before I or Triumphant could say anything, Father snapped. He rose from the throne and was about to approach the Empress. In response, the Empress glares at him. First you did not oppose Traugott's marriage and forgot all about Wilhelm. Now you are getting angry for Arnold. Is it because he is Mitsuba-san's son? Every prince and princess are my children. Their mothers are unrelated. For you to accuse him like this, have you no shame? Isn't it Your Majesty who should be ashamed as a parent? Your Majesty is sending Traugott, Wilhelm's own younger brother, to the country where he was killed. You know, what kind of parent would allow that? The two are unable to understand each other. Father made a decision as an emperor while the empress is judging it as a parent. Different standpoints offer different answers. These two will never be able to form a conclusion. Moreover, neither I nor Triumphant can intervene. Originally, my mother was supposed to be here to help, but she refused. There is only one thing I can expect to help with this situation. While praying for her to arrive quickly, I kept staring at the throne room's door. Chapter 422. Finn's Role. Going back a little in time, around when Ul returned to the imperial capital and Anna talked to him about the marriage proposals. Finn was with Mitsuba. As I thought, His Majesty wants to make Ul king. What should I do? Ul raised too many achievements as a number 2 for a candidate in the succession war. Something must be done to prevent future unnecessary political disputes. That's why His Majesty wants to send Ul to the Dominion. If he hates that, then he has no choice but to leave the imperial family. Yes. It seems that the Brave House, as well as my family, already moved toward that direction. Even Duke Kleinet wouldn't want there to be a conflict between Ul and Leo. He did not give his support to see them fight each other in the end after all. The Kleinet house has been supporting them since the very beginning. Naturally, they would expect some kind of benefit in return. And in actuality, Leo is now on par with Eric. If Leo manages to ascend the throne, House Kleinet will surely be respected for their support so far. However, if Ul and Leo end up in a fight, that future will disappear. That's why if they instead welcome Ul as their son-in-law, not only that risk will be prevented, they can strengthen the connections between them and Leo as well. But Ul-sama is hesitating. He doesn't have much choice after all. He doesn't want to get married, nor does he want to leave the imperial capital. I think he is probably trying to find a choice where he can achieve both of his selfishness. I don't know what Ul-sama will do. But I thought that only Mitsuba-sama is reliable in a situation like this. That's why I came to ask for your opinion. How brave of you. Well, as his mother, it doesn't sit well with me for him to be married off in a political marriage. But it was the seed he sowed himself. He did put his status as a prince as a guarantee for the northern nobles. His Majesty has the right to do whatever he wants with him. However, at the time, that was the only way. Please lend me your wisdom. Saying so, Finn bowed her head. Mitsuba sighed at the sight. It is hard to say no when someone came to rely on her like this. Let alone that the other party is Finn. She can't just tell her to think of something herself when she lowered her head for her son's sake like this. I will not interfere with Ul's choice. Can you give me your word that you will do the same? What do you mean? I can predict what kind of choice he will make, but that's the decision he has to make alone. That's why I want you to leave his side until he finds his answer. That is my condition. I understand. If I can be of help, then being helpful will not cut it. I'm sure that child will choose not to marry anyone. He hates relying on others after all. He probably thinks of himself as someone unfit for marriage. His self-esteem is surprisingly low after all. Is that so? He doesn't show that side of him to anyone either. How he likes a position where he can work behind the scenes, how he hates taking on responsibilities. He is like that because he is afraid that he would fail. Well, he's a smart child, so he does his best not to fail, but married life is not something that he can predict. That's why he won't choose to marry. I have never looked at Ul-sama that way before. It is just my analysis of his personality. I don't know whether it is correct or not. That being said, if I am right, the question Ul will ponder next would be who he should delegate the responsibility of taking care of the Dominion to. It is certain that someone from the Imperial family will have to take on that role. If so, would the candidates be Prince Traugott and Prince Conrad? Prince Rupert is still too young after all. After he killed his own mother, His Majesty doesn't trust Conrad. The only one left would be Traugott alone. Then, is it my role to persuade Prince Traugott? Thinking so, Finn stood up. I will go persuade Prince Traugott. There's no need. Traugott already decided to support Leo and Ul. He is not a fool that would not understand this situation. He will make a move on his own. That means Prince Traugott will offer himself for the marriage. It was a development that Finn couldn't imagine. To be honest, Her impression of Traugott is someone who is the farthest away from the talk of marriage among the Imperial family. After all, the person himself seems like he doesn't want to get married either. However, Mitsuba's prediction is always reliable. This person is Ul's mother after all. Then what should I do? What do you think you should do? I'm sorry for asking again. If I don't need to persuade Prince Traugott, then should I persuade His Majesty? His Majesty is not so stupid to not see the benefit of sending Traugott to the Dominion. The Prime Minister is by his side as well. He will approve. Then, Her Majesty, right. The Empress will never allow Traugott to go to the Dominion. That much is a given. The Crown Prince's death was caused by the Dominion after all. If she knows that her one remaining son will head to the Dominion and there is still another prince to take his place, then she will never allow it. It is safe to assume that she will think that someone is plotting against her. But I have no contact with Her Majesty. That's why you have to persuade someone who can convince the Empress. Someone you have quite a strange connection with. A strange connection. Finn thinks of Mitsuba's words. There are only a few people whose opinion the Empress will listen to. After the Crown Prince's death, the Empress rarely left the inner palace. That's why that person would be someone who is also in the inner palace. And it is a person with who she has a strange connection with. After a while, Finn raised her face. Is it? The Crown Princess. Teresa? Correct. If you understand that, then go to her place. However, because of me, Teresa's younger brother was. Normally, she probably will not meet you. But from her personality, she shouldn't blame you for what happened. However, the cause still stemmed from Finn. She may not hold a grudge, but she probably doesn't think of her as someone she wants to meet with. I will do my best. I will definitely meet Teresa. It's not about meeting her. What you need to do is persuade her. Meeting with her is easy. You already have an intermediary after all. Saying so, Mitsuba looked to the entrance of her room. An Imperial knight stood at the door. Commander Alida. There stood the Knight Commander of the Imperial Knight Order, who is also the younger sister of Teresa. Alida. Can I count on you? If it is only that much, then, gladly. Thank you. But what brought you here? Is there anything I can do for you? I am only working for the benefit of the Empire. And I think that it would bring danger to the Empire if His Highness Arnold is sent away. He received quite a high evaluation from you, Her. During the rebellion, we were saved by His Highness Arnold's wit after all. But was it not Arnold's fault that your brother died? Alida silently shut her eyes at the question. Then, if His Highness Arnold was motivated and performed his duty from the beginning, my younger brother would have treated him in a proper manner. However, it was me and my family who left my younger brother, who could only judge people based on their achievements and results alone. My house shares the blame for his death. Surely, my sister also feels the same way. Is that so? Then can you take care of Finsan for me? Yes. Please, I will guide the way. Why, yes. Mitsuba-sama, thank you very much. I will definitely do my part. After powerfully declaring so, Finn leaves the room with Alida. After seeing the two off, Mitsuba began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. I never thought a day would come when I would resent my weakness like this. Saying so, Mitsuba vigorously drinks her water and leans back on her chair. She then calms her breathing and relaxes her body. After all, she couldn't afford to collapse yet. Chapter 423. Teresa and Wilhelm. Among every location in the imperial capital, the East Palace is the least populated place. Only Teresa and her few maids live here in the large palace. Teresa has few visitors and she spends most days quietly. It was before noon that she received a notice that Alida would visit her. Wondering what she wants, Teresa instructed the maids to guide Alida inside the East Palace when she arrived. Then, it has been a while, Teresa knew. Yes, welcome Alida. And Finsan as well. Behind Alida. She wasn't surprised to see Finn standing nervously there. She already thinks of her life as something ephemeral. As she can't make herself look forward, Teresa's emotion rarely moves. From the point that Alida brought Finn, She already knew that Finn has some kind of business with her. It is my pleasure to meet you. Teresa. I will brew the tea. Please have a seat. I still have my duty, so I will be excusing myself. Really? Next time stay for a while, okay? Yes, next time it will be my personal visit. After reverently bowing to her sister, Elida left Finn with Teresa. Finn, who was left behind, stopped Teresa, who was about to prepare tea for her. Please let me do it. Ara, you can make tea? Yes. I'm good at brewing black tea. I'm often praised by Ulsama as well. Arnold did. Then I guess I can expect a lot from you. Please do. With that said, Teresa quietly sat back in her chair and kept looking at the courtyard until Finn finished brewing her tea. The tea is ready. I hope it fits Teresa's taste. Thank you. I am going to have some now. Teresa sips on the tea with a light smile on her face. She then put the cup down on the table. How was it? It's delicious. It has been a while since I had such delicious tea. Is that true? I'm glad. Relieved by Teresa's words, Finn exhaled a sigh of relief and sips on her cup. The two did not talk to each other for a while and continued to silently drink their tea. You have something you want to talk about with me, right? Yes. But this might be unpleasant for Teresa. I don't mind. Can you say it? Teresa liked how Finn didn't just start talking by herself. Because of her personality, Teresa enjoys her quiet times as she wasn't good at socializing and doing flashy things. She feels more relaxed when the other party tries to match her pace. How much does Teresa know of the castle's current circumstances? I've heard that a princess has just arrived from the Dominion. I see. Actually, His Majesty has told Ulsama to consider marrying Princess Marianne to solidify the Dominion's position as our ally. That sounds like what His Majesty would do. Please continue. Yes. Since if he leaves the Imperial family, he will not have to go to the Dominion. The Brave House as well as my family, the Climate House, have approached Ulsama. In other words, your family wants Arnold to marry you. That seems to be the case. Is it fine for you to come to me in such a difficult situation like this? You are directly involved in this, aren't you? I do not want to trouble Ulsama. Ulsama has no intention of getting married after all. I see. Muttering so, Teresa cast her eyes down. The woman in front of her is the most beautiful woman in the Empire, the Blau Mo. Any man in the Empire would do anything to get a chance to marry her. Teresa has seen for herself how her younger brother was fascinated by Finn and how far he went for her. She has the beauty that could be said to be devilish. Even so, Ul does not want to marry Finn. Since Finn herself doesn't want to bother Ul, she didn't bring up the topic to Ul either. After catching a glimpse of their relationship, Teresa only felt resignation. If they only like each other, there is a possibility that someone can get between them. However, the relationship between the two is above that. It is one where they respect and understand each other's feelings. No matter what he tried, her younger brother stood no chance of winning. Understanding that, Teresa felt a small pain, because her pitiful brother now appeared even more pathetic and laughable. Teresa, I'm sorry. Can you continue? Why, yes. There are quite a few people who feel that it would be dangerous for the Empire if Ulsama were to leave for the Dominion. Commander Elida is one of them. Prince Traugott may make his move as well. I see. Traugott will take his place as king of the Dominion, right? It is only an expectation, but the obstacle for this is Her Majesty the Empress. Surely, Her Majesty would not allow this marriage. I can understand her reasons. The Dominion is the country that killed the Crown Prince. There is deep sorrow embedded in the hearts of both the Empress and Teresa. And that sorrow has turned into anger. Traugott is the last son of the Empress. It would be unthinkable for her to send him off to the Dominion. After all, there are still other princes who can do that job. Please, can you help us persuade Her Majesty? Only Teresa alone can move Her Majesty's heart. You know, this courtyard was prepared by Will. He said he didn't want me to feel suffocated here, so he tried to let me live as close to nature as possible. Teresa stands up and looks at the courtyard. They did not spend much time together inside the East Palace. The crown prince, who had already been delegated power, was busy and did not have much time to relax. Still, he made as much time as possible for her. And when he couldn't make it, he always gave her something to make up for it. The black tea that Finn brewed earlier was one of them. For Teresa, who doesn't like flashy gifts, he desperately thought of something for her. She was happy that he was being that considerate for her. And she has been living with such memories. Looking back to the past and recalling their happiness together, that was her only pleasure in this world. The only regret she has is that she is unable to help her family. However, that regret also disappeared. Her younger brother, who she thought that she has to support, is no longer in this world. Neither her father nor her younger sister needs her help. If she is told to die now, then she would happily comply. The reason she is still alive is because of her position as the former crown princess, and that Wilhelm would be sad if she decides to end her own life. Suicide is not an option. But if someone is willing to kill her, then she is willing to offer her life herself. Still, Teresa continues to live. Finn-san, can I ask you one thing? What is it? Do you like Arnold? Yes. I like Ulsama. If it's now, you might be able to marry him, you know. Aren't you afraid that someone will take him away? I want Ulsama to be happy, even if his partner is not me. I think that it will be fine as long as Ulsama finds his happiness. You are strong. I envy you. If Arnold suffers the same fate as the crown prince, you probably would not shut yourself away like me. I don't know. But I want to do my best to prevent Ulsama from suffering such a tragedy, even if I can't stand next to him. I want to be someone who can protect his happiness. Finn was shining dazzlingly in Teresa's eyes. She makes her think that she absolutely cannot do the same herself. Before the marriage, Teresa appeared in high society at the behest of her father. She put on a smile and greeted everyone, but she wasn't good at it. She couldn't take a liking to the men who came up and talked to her. If possible, she only wanted to stay in her room and quietly listen to music. Still, Teresa has become the center of attention of high society. However, there was one time where all attention was diverted away from her. At a certain party, the crown prince, Wilhelm himself, showed up. All the eyes in the venue were focused solely on him. He was different from her. She thought that person was truly dazzling. Someone she can never be like. However, Teresa soon became Wilhelm's wife and joined the Adler house. Looking at you like this, it reminds me of Will. Am I similar to the crown prince? It is not that you are similar, but somehow you remind me of him. Saying so, tears spilled from Teresa's eyes. The tears don't stop. Her chest is in pain. From the beginning of the conversation, anger was welling up inside her heart. The princess of the country that killed her beloved husband. She doesn't want to have anything to do with her. Even listening to the talk alone was already unpleasant. Still, she listened, because if she doesn't do that, then Wilhelm will be sad. He wouldn't want others to be hurt because of his death. That's why she kept her anger to herself. Now, that anger has emerged. Even so, Teresa suppressed it, because she remembered. Before I became the crown princess, Will told me that I don't have to act like a crown princess, but he wanted me to think of his brothers and sisters as my own family. For Will, his family was his treasure. If Will is still here, what would he do? There's no need to ponder that question. It hurts to do that. Still, Teresa made her decision. If Traugott proposed to the Dominion princess and received her consent, I will support him as his sister-in-law. Really, I do not lie. But it is only if Traugott moves. I am not going to support a marriage of convenience if the reason is only His Majesty's one-sided order. Thank you very much. Finn smiles at Teresa. Even when she sees that smile, Teresa's tears don't stop. It surprised her that she still had enough heart left to be hurt. Even I once had such anger and sadness in me. Teresa-sama, don't worry. Certainly, there is still an anger inside me. But I controlled it. I am Wilhelm Lakes Adler's wife. I will not do anything that will sadden him. If Her Majesty objects, then I will convince her. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's okay. But, for a while, Could you stay here and talk with me? It's been a long time since I have a conversation with someone. If you are fine with me, you will be just fine, said Teresa as she cried with a smile on her face. Chapter 424. Crown Prince's Representative. I will never approve. Can you stop being so stubborn? The conversation is going nowhere. They cannot form a conclusion. Father's patience will probably reach its limit soon as well. If this doesn't stop soon, then this situation might develop into something bad. The Empress certainly stands next to the Emperor in terms of status, but the highest seat of power in the Empire is that of the Emperor. If the Empress continued to oppose the marriage that the Emperor approved in consideration of national interests, then even the Empress would not be safe. However, punishing the Empress would bring shame to the Emperor, as it would appear like the Emperor lacked even the power to put a restraint on his wife. That being said, the two of them show no sign of backing down. Just try thinking about Traugott. Isn't it your Majesty who should do that? As I thought, this is going nowhere. They are not talking to each other at all. They simply do not accept the other's opinion, and their stubbornness is preventing them from giving in. There is no chance of discussion being made or any sign of compromise. I guess I will have to make up my mind and speak out here. When I thought so far. Your Majesty. Getting too excited would be unhealthy for your body. Please calm down. Teresa. Greetings, Your Majesties. My sister-in-law, Teresa, entered the throne room and quietly bowed. There is no one beside her. With no Finn by her side, I can't be sure whether she came here as an ally or an enemy. However, with her arrival here, things will move forward. Teresa. You came too. You should say a word to His Majesty too. Tell him that Traugott shouldn't be sent off to be a king of the Dominion. I have been holding myself up in the Eastern Palace, so I do not know much about the situation. Traugott, can I ask you a question? Why, yes. Teresa knew. They probably haven't spoken with each other since the Crown Prince's funeral. Trauneson is different from me. He has many parts of him that will remind her of Wilhelmaniu. That's why Trauneson did not try to approach Teresa either. It would only bring displeasure to the two of them. Normally, that is. This marriage with Princess Marianne. Is it truly what you want? Yes. I thought that I must be the one who goes to the Dominion. That was the reason I proposed to Princess Marianne. And as long as I have her consent, I will never let anyone else has her. I see. But it seems that Her Majesty is against it, you know. That is. After talking about marriage without consulting your mother first, this is a matter of course. The fault lies with you here. Reflect on it. My deepest apology. Tell him more. Seriously. Being scolded by Teresa, Trauneson appeared much smaller. The Empress is elated after gaining an ally. On the other hand, Father is frowning. However, with His Majesty's approval and Her Majesty's disapproval, do you still insist on making this marriage happen? Of course. The feelings I put into my proposal were not so weak as to fold against my parents' opposition. My feeling as a man is not that light. Of course, that doesn't really apply to my weight. Can you be a little more serious about this, Trauneson? When I jabbed at him, Trauneson frowned. And for some reason, he stares blamingly at me. What's wrong? I am trying to relax the room here. You should thank me for my brotherly consideration, all right? You think you can make everyone relax with just that? This is the throne room, you know? Thinking that this person might be crazy after all, I started to worry. There, Teresa started laughing. This is someone who never showed any colorful emotions for years. She just laughed. Foo. That sounds like you, Traugott. Teresa, Your Majesties. I am here as the wife of the late Crown Prince Wilhelm, as Wilhelm's representative. And I support Traugott's marriage. If this marriage talk was born out of none other than Traugott's wish, then I think that I should support him as his sister-in-law. Everyone there immediately solidified. It has been 3 years since the Crown Prince died. Teresa had been living in the past all this time. One could say that she was trapped by the past. That Teresa came all the way here to the throne room by herself and is acting as the deceased Crown Prince's representative. Moreover, She just approved Traunison's marriage. You too. Have you already forget about Wilhelm? Teresa. I haven't forgotten anything. That person will always be in my heart. That's why I can't bring myself to oppose it. Your Majesty must understand me as well. Using his death as the reason to oppose his younger brother's marriage. Wilhelm would never wish for something like that. Yes, right. That might be true. But what should I say here? Should I just remain quiet and let Traugott do as he pleased? Even though there are still other princes, everyone is Will's beloved younger brother. My brothers-in-law. The thought that sending other princes besides Traugott is fine. I cannot accept it. If that is your Majesty's reason, then we should oppose the plan to send off one of our princes to the Dominion altogether. That's. As an empress, your Majesty should understand well the national benefits of sending our prince to govern the Dominion. I understand that your Majesty's worry for Traugott's well-being is getting in the way. I also share that same worry. However, is Traugott not Will's beloved younger brother? Is he not your Majesty's son? Let him show us that he can splendidly rule over the Dominion. Saying so, Teresa takes the Empress's hand. The two are those who share the same sorrow. They are the only ones who can understand each other. They are irreplaceable to each other. After all, they have been living with the same unfillable hole in their heart to this day. But it seems that Teresa now wants to face the future despite all that pain. I can never forgive the Dominion. I feel the same way. But, if we were to destroy a country just for Will's sake, do you think that he will be happy? I think that, if we can slowly overcome our grief and look forward to the future little by little, that would make Will happy. The Empress is silent. She probably couldn't find anything to say after Teresa brought up Willaniu. There is still anger inside her. However, acting on anger alone would be no different than a beast. She seems to have regained her composure a little thanks to Teresa. Then, the Empress slowly gazed at Traunison. Seeing that, Traunison knelt down on his knees. Mother, please allow me this marriage. It will be one without love, you know. Love can be nurtured. Right now you can say anything. I have no plan to take any concubine. Only Marianne will stand beside me from now on. My cheeks immediately cramped up. What would he do in the unlikely case that they can't have a child together? Is he going to adopt a child? But from where? It seems like this might be the start of a big headache. But he will not take his words back. Those words. Do you swear that you will never forget them? I swear. If you go back on your words, then I will never forgive you. No matter what anyone says, I will invade and destroy the Dominion myself. Are you prepared for that? No problem. This Traugott will never go back on my own words. The Empress turned away without saying anything. She then tries to leave the throne room. Father tried to call out to her, but Teresa shook her head and stopped him. Do as you pleased. Thank you. After you go to the Dominion, you will no longer be my and His Majesty's son. You will be a king. Remember that well. I will carve it into my heart. Saying so, the Empress left the throne room. The storm has passed and Father and I sighed at the same time. So, one case settled. It appears so. Thus, Traunison's marriage was approved. End of Volume 10.